Our protagonist Derek sat quietly on the edge of the roof and watched the sunset, while his partner Sylvie was already preparing for the mission. The girl called out to Derek and hurried him, warning him that after the portal stabilized, he would have a few minutes left. However, the hero only took a leisurely sip of the drink, not at all worried about the rush. He said that he understood everything, because he had heard similar instructions countless times already. Derek then jumped lightly off the edge of the roof and landed next to Sylvie. Looking at the girl with a smirk, Derek reminded her that this was far from the first time he had had to save her team. He stated that the mission was a simple walk. All he had to do was complete the task and calmly return home for dinner. In response, Sylvie only chuckled, clearly tired of his self-confidence. Soon the air began to tremble, and the portal finally stabilized, filling the roof with blinding light. Derek materialized heavy plate armor and his weapons, looking like a true elite warrior. Then he prepared for the operation, took a step forward, and disappeared into the center of the portal. However, the very next moment, a real hell opened up before him. Among the ruins of the recent battle, the survivors were barely breathing. One of the warriors lay on the ground, covered in blood with broken armor, gasping for air in the midst of the flames. The wounded soldier, covered in sweat and blood, looked at the monsters with his last strength. Derek cursed as he saw this, watching as their operation quickly turned into a disaster. Finding himself surrounded by an entire army of monsters in a world full of fire, he was in complete terror. Years, perhaps even decades later, Derek sat in the vast emptiness of the abyss. What should have been a routine assignment turned into eternal exile for him. He bitterly regretted that he had ever decided to become a hero, and fragments of the past flashed before his eyes. Derek remembered Sylvie screaming desperately for him to get to the portal before it was too late. Then the faces of his comrades, whom he had tried to protect while the monsters were pursuing them, appeared before him. Back then, Derek was one of the strongest users of the system, and he once truly believed that he could save everyone. Then his memory took him back to the final moments of that battle, when he desperately held back the horde of monsters. The hero gritted his teeth, calling himself an idiot for the decisions he made that day. There were only a few steps left to the exit. Safety was very close. However, Derek thought with disgust that he had lied to his friends back then, and then his memory continued. Suddenly, one of the monsters rushed forward and tore apart the man Derek was trying to save. The protagonist froze in complete shock, realizing that he had failed. Then he turned around and saw that the portal had almost disappeared, leaving him alone in the middle of the bloody carnage. Derek growled softly, his face contorted in pain as memories of loneliness washed over him again. He remembered his desperate dash toward the shrinking circle of light. Then young Derek surpassed his own limits, and putting all his strength into it, reached for the portal as it rapidly disappeared. His hand was just a few centimeters from the exit, but the next moment the passage closed completely with a loud bang. Realizing that he was trapped forever, Derek felt pure horror. Now he silently looked at his fist, remembering those events as if they had happened just recently. Then the hero looked up into the void, continuing to be tormented by questions about what could have happened if everything had gone differently. His breathing became heavy and ragged, and he felt the terror again. In desperation, Derek punched space with his fists and fell to his knees. He wondered if he had really been too weak, or if there was a betrayal behind all this that he hadn't noticed. However, the warrior soon dismissed these thoughts, gripped his weapon tighter, and tried to convince himself that his mind was playing a cruel joke on him again. Derek convinced himself that Sylvie and the others were definitely looking for him and would one day open a portal to bring him home. The hero stared into the black abyss, continuing to wait for salvation that never came. He had long since lost count of the months and decades he had spent here, but he was not about to let his skills fade away. Derek swung the glaive over and over again into the void, repeating the same movements until the weapon became an extension of his body. Over time, he pushed his body to its limits and became much stronger than he had ever been by relying on the system. His skin was covered in deep, glowing cracks, reflecting the immense power he had accumulated. Despite everything, he continued to cling to the hope of one day seeing the sun again. But suddenly the silence was cut by a sharp sound signal, followed by a flash of red light across the void. Derek froze in place and looked up, then a warning panel appeared in front of him. A red notification indicated that the system had detected that its carrier had begun to move out of its permitted range. Panicked, Derek desperately reached out to the interface as if it could hear his pleas. The notifications demanded an immediate return to the system's coverage area, but there was simply nowhere to return to. The protagonist looked up at the empty sky, begging the darkness not to take the system from him, but received nothing in response. Then the guy hit the ground with his fist with all his might, and at that moment he finally realized that it was impossible to get out of here. Derek realized that his high stats in this place were both a blessing and a curse. The hero couldn't help but wonder if it mattered how strong he became if he was destined to rot here alone. Derek watched silently as the cracks in the void slowly disappeared into the distance. The protagonist admitted to himself that he no longer wanted to fight and only wanted to die. He had once felt himself losing touch with reality, and now he realized that it was happening again. But suddenly a flash of purple energy cut through the space, as if the abyss itself was calling him. Derek held his breath, listening to the eerie sound of space tearing apart. He stared at the rift, feeling sweat trickle down his forehead, and wondered if it was just another hallucination. However, soon in the very center of the crack, there appeared a weak spark of real light, which had no place in this world. Realizing that the rift wasn't healing like everything else in the abyss, Derek smiled widely, knowing that he had finally gotten his chance. The hero instantly summoned armor and weapons. He didn't care where the rift led, any place was better than this prison. Laughing, he struck the crack with all his might with his weapon, and the impact sent fragments of space flying in all directions. Then the boy struck again, driving the blade deeper into the edge of the rift. He would rather meet death on the other side than spend even one more moment here. However, Derek suddenly stopped, his face contorted in confusion as something huge moved beyond the gap. The next moment, a blinding explosion of light and energy burst out of the rift, taking the hero by surprise. A powerful beam hit from the other side, throwing him back. Caught in the flash, Derek cried out in pain. The blow turned out to be absolutely real, and the hero realized that what was happening was definitely not a hallucination. At that moment, a monstrous, multi-eyed creature began to emerge from the rift with a deafening roar. Derek only dryly noted to himself that such an appearance could hardly be called friendly. The creature growled viciously, revealing several rows of razor-sharp teeth, and Derek smiled back. Deprived of his system, he finally wanted to find out how strong he had become over the long decades of solitary training. The next moment, the hero was already rushing towards his opponent. Meanwhile, the monster growled lowly, and a red-hot sphere of energy began to form in its huge mouth. Then the hero took off. Thanks to his incredible speed, he continuously dodged, maneuvering between the monster's attacks. However, Derek soon realized that he did not have time to dodge the next blow. Gritting his teeth in irritation, he tensed his entire body and prepared to take the attack head-on. The next moment, there was a deafening explosion. Right at that moment, a stream of energy crashed straight into his hand. The explosion created a huge cloud of purple-white light that completely engulfed the hero. Derek was thrown back far, and he involuntarily groaned from the monstrous force of the blow. The monstrous creature loomed over Derek, and he just looked up at it and cursed at the huge, ugly bastard. Clutching his head, the hero groaned that he was more than 50% sure that what was happening was not a hallucination. However, his painful grimace suddenly gave way to genuine bewilderment. Derek looked at his hand and saw his own blood soaking his gauntlet. At that moment, the undeniable feeling of pain finally destroyed all doubts, turning them into 100% certainty. A mad smile appeared on his face, and blue lightning crackled around his body again. Along with this, memories of the demonic seal that had once first imprisoned him in this place came flooding back to him. Derek remembered the very moment when he found himself in this lifeless hell. Then he remembered how he had fought non-stop for decades against the endless demonic horde. Loneliness and endless battles gradually drove him almost to complete madness. Moreover, he had to endure catastrophic events that almost destroyed his will to live. However, it was precisely through this endless suffering that the protagonist surpassed his own limits again and again. And now there was only one thing left in him: determination. He was sure that either the monster would kill him or he himself would destroy the monster. The beast then released a stream of energy, making a last desperate attempt to stop the enemy. However, Derek's will proved stronger than his attack, and the hero roared that the monster would either die or get out of his way. Then he responded with a devastating attack of his own. An explosion of incredible force literally tore apart the very fabric of this hell. As soon as the passage was broken, Derek instantly rushed forward, jumping over the shattered and floating debris of the battlefield. A crazy, victorious smile appeared on his face. He understood that this was the last spurt. Soon, the boy noticed his goal, the last obstacle between him and home. He was finally going to get out of here. Rushing past the stunned demon, Derek destroyed the spatial wall it was guarding. Then a wild, almost insane laugh escaped his lips as he felt real air on his skin again. The hero soared high into the sky above the green living world and screamed with overwhelming delight that he had finally found freedom. However, shortly before this, on the other side of the passage, the gate gradually faded and disappeared. A young boy with blonde hair desperately tried to hide from danger. Then panic gripped him and the boy started running, instantly regretting that he had gone so far from his village. Soon the ground disappeared from under his feet, and the next moment the boy was already hanging right on the edge of the cliff. He managed to grab hold and hold on, but his heart was pounding wildly from panic and not understanding what to do next. Now the boy was trapped on a crumbling stone spire. At that moment, a blue forest beast with blue fur rushed at the young man, but its body seemed to be half rotten. The boy pressed himself against the ledge in horror. realizing that there was no longer any escape route. However, he soon lost his footing and collapsed backwards. Meanwhile, the beast jumped onto the ledge and, digging its claws into the stone, did not take its eyes off its prey. The boy desperately called for help as the predator rapidly closed the distance between them. Having fallen down, the boy crawled with difficulty through the shallow water. Catching his breath heavily, he realized that he was still alive. But suddenly a bright flash of light in the sky made him look up, and Thomas froze in complete amazement. A bright, sparkling rift filled with electrical energy opened up right above the river. As the spray began to settle, Derek appeared from the fog in armor, and the boy cried out in fear. Just recently he had managed to escape from a wolf, but now someone much more terrifying stood before him. The guy froze in place, deciding that a real demon had descended from the sky to finish what the monster had started. At that moment, a familiar signal sounded through the forest, and a red system window appeared in front of Derek. It displayed a message stating that an error had been detected due to intrusion from another system. However, the very next moment, an invisible force suddenly pulled Derek upward, straight towards the purple rift. The hero gritted his teeth, not understanding why he was being dragged away again immediately after returning to the real world. Meanwhile, the boy hid behind a tree and watched in fear as the warrior disappeared into the rift. Suddenly, a monstrous explosion rolled through the entire forest, and a huge column of blinding pink energy crashed onto the riverbank. After some time, Derek was already lying among the stones, but the peace did not last long. An undead forest wolf stood nearby, its body covered in scars and dried blood. The predator stared at the motionless man. The wolf began to slowly approach the main character and growled threateningly, but Derek did not even move. His body was still getting used to reality, and his thoughts again returned to the abyss, where he had spent an eternity. Then his existence was pushed to its limits, and he himself felt like nothing more than broken fragments drifting in the darkness. He couldn't help but wonder if his entire previous life had disappeared without a trace. After many years spent in a lightless void, the very idea of a normal life began to seem alien. Sometimes Derek even felt like his entire past was just a fiction that kept him from going crazy. Suddenly, the wolf rushed forward and sank its teeth into Derek's hand with a crunch, but the hero didn't even flinch. He just groaned sleepily, asking to be allowed to sleep for another 5 minutes. The predator was clearly confused. He expected to hear a cry of pain, but Derek lay calmly, completely oblivious to the monster. A smile appeared on his face, and then the boy laughed quietly, deciding that the bites tickled more than they hurt. The wolf growled in irritation and tried to bite through the flesh, but to no avail. However, soon Derek's expression changed dramatically, and he ordered the beast to stop. The next moment, the hero instantly stretched out his hand and grabbed the wolf by the throat. The boy watched what was happening from behind cover in horror. To him, Derek did not look like a savior at all. Derek himself looked at the wolf with boredom, completely ignoring the boy hiding nearby. Then, the hero effortlessly lifted the huge undead wolf by the scruff of the neck, as if it were a harmless puppy. The monster growled, trying to get to his throat, but Derek only grinned, clearly finding the beast's resistance rather amusing. Meanwhile, he finally looked around. The forest looked gloomy and dead, with dried-up trees growing everywhere. Everything around indicated that death had befallen these places a very long time ago. Derek sat down on the log, still holding the wolf, and was finally convinced that what was happening was not a dream. The hero realized that the system had somehow reappeared, which surprised him greatly since it had disappeared decades ago. Derek immediately opened the stats window and was astonished to see that his level had dropped to 0 again. Hoping he hadn't lost everything, Derek swung his blade, expecting to unleash a massive energy slash. However, absolutely nothing happened. As a result, both Derek and the wolf just stared silently at the completely untouched forest. The hero then began to desperately swing his weapon again and again, shouting the name of the skill loudly in the hope that it would work. But suddenly he was struck by such a severe headache that he grabbed his head. The hero tried to figure out whether his old system had merged with the new one, which was what caused this strange error. Sitting down on a large rock and hugging the wolf, Derek wondered where he had ended up, but he wasn't given long to think. Suddenly, a distinct cracking sound of a branch was heard nearby, echoing through the quiet forest. The wolf immediately growled, and the hero turned towards the noise and demanded that whoever was hiding there immediately show himself. In response, the frightened village boy threw himself on the ground and, trembling with fear, began to beg not to be eaten. The child's violent reaction only made Derek look at him with complete bewilderment. Gradually, the boy calmed down and began to understand that this strange man was probably not a demon devouring people at all. Meanwhile, Derek pointed to himself with pride and asked what exactly about him looked demonic. However, the wolf immediately rushed at the blonde, barking furiously and almost causing the child to have another panic attack. Then the hero shook the beast sharply, scolding it for such behavior, and the boy finally decided that the person in front of him was a madman. After this, Derek introduced himself and asked the child what his real name was. The boy quietly introduced himself as Thomas. He then explained that he remained at level 0 for now because he was not yet 13 years old. He then explained that only after reaching this age and killing the first creature did a person gain access to the system. Hearing this, Derek immediately cast a thoughtful glance at the wolf, a rather dark thought arising in his head. This beast could well have become the ideal target for a quick test of the new system. And the very next moment, with one sharp movement, he instantly broke the wolf's neck, drenching the ground with his blood. Thomas screamed in horror and demanded to know why Derek had killed his own pet. However, he explained quite calmly that this level 53 undead forest wolf would tear the boy apart in a matter of seconds. He then asked to wait a little while. He sorted out the unexpected system notifications that had appeared. A system window appeared in front of him, congratulating him on killing the undead wolf, which caused his level to rise rapidly. After this, new notifications began to appear, stating that his old system had successfully suppressed the invading new system. This finally confirmed the hero's guess that the new system was unable to erase his previous power. Realizing that he now had two active systems at the same time, he just grinned contentedly. Meanwhile, Thomas continued to stand silently nearby. Suddenly his stomach growled loudly, causing the boy to instantly blush and try to hide his feeling of hunger. Derek just grinned good-naturedly and asked if he wanted something to eat, and the hungry child immediately and happily agreed. Soon they were sitting near a cozy fire. The main character fried wolf meat. He then handed Thomas a bottle of water to help him wash down his meal. He warned the boy not to drink too quickly, after which he calmly took a few sips from his mug. Thomas froze for a moment, looking at the unusual magical water with admiration and incomprehension. Meanwhile, Derek took another sip and focused on how to access his old meditation skill again. He then decided to spend one skill point and purchase basic meditation in the new system. Almost immediately, a notification appeared that a similar dormant skill had been discovered, which was automatically merged with the new one. The next second, a stream of energy rushed through his body. The pain was so strong that the hero could not hold back a loud scream. As a result, the meditation skill instantly rose to level 20 and was upgraded to Great Meditation. After this, he smiled contentedly, realizing that the old abilities had not disappeared at all. They were only in a dormant state. An almost insane smile appeared on Derek's face. Now he was finally convinced that with time he would become even stronger than before. Meanwhile, Thomas held the hair clippers in his hands, not understanding how it was wise to cut someone's hair while they were walking. However, Derek walked calmly through the quiet forest, carrying the boy on his shoulders and at the same time asking him to trim his hair. As they walked, he told his companion to keep talking as they moved forward. Thomas reluctantly agreed and explained that absolutely everything in this world was controlled by the Great System. He then went on to say that his grandfather had claimed that the system was fair and distributed classes and skills equally fairly to everyone. However, the boy himself believed that the old man was simply too afraid to admit the harsh truth. Greedy nobles constantly exploited the system to their advantage, deliberately keeping the common people weak and helpless. Moreover, they found cheap ways to further widen the gap in strength by deliberately capturing high-level monsters. This way, their own children could kill these creatures without much difficulty and quickly gain a huge advantage. As the boy continued to tell his story, his emotions grew stronger and stronger. Thomas suddenly ran the clippers through Derek's hair too harshly. His eyes gradually filled with tears as he remembered the tragic fate of his parents. The hero immediately screamed and demanded that he be careful, that he watch what he was doing, and the boy immediately panicked. However, Derek reassured him, jokingly stating that he would decide his future fate only after he saw the final haircut. Then he looked in the mirror, smiled contentedly, and announced that Thomas was still allowed to live. The next morning the sun began to rise slowly over the dense forest. Derek then carefully woke the sleeping boy so they could continue their journey to safety. After some time, the travelers reached a fork in the road, next to which stood a wooden house that looked abandoned. Looking at the broken wooden signs, Derek asked which road led back to Thomas's village. The sleepy boy rubbed his eyes and pointed to the path leading to Reina's village. However, his expression suddenly became extremely serious when he noticed something very disturbing on the ground. Thomas also saw the fresh trail of blood and immediately rushed to the house, desperately shouting Mr. Jones's name. He then ran as fast as he could inside the dilapidated building, sincerely hoping that his neighbor was still alive. However, having burst through the broken doorway, the boy froze in place. A terrifying picture opened up before him. His voice instantly broke off in shock when he saw the blood-soaked floor and the old man lying in a huge pool of blood. The man no longer showed any signs of life. Thomas was frozen in horror, his eyes wide, unable to comprehend that this had actually happened. Derek walked inside the house and put his hand on the boy's shoulder, trying to calm him down. Then he asked if this man was the powerful hunter the boy had told him about earlier. Thomas cried out in complete disbelief and asked how a level 30 hunter could die so easily. However, Derek only calmly inquired whether level 30 was really considered so high here. The boy flared up in irritation and declared that a hunter of such level should have been practically invincible in this forest. But the protagonist simply leaned imperturbably against the doorframe and asked if Thomas was completely sure of his words. He then reminded that the undead wolf he had killed earlier was a whopping level 53, and defeating it hadn't been particularly difficult. At first, Thomas categorically refused to believe such incredible news. He claimed that Derek was simply deceiving him. However, the boy realized how serious the situation was and stated that they needed to warn Elder Reyna quickly. The hero wondered if there was even a single settlement left that could still be warned. Meanwhile, deep in the infected forest, a mysterious green sphere hovered silently between the trees. It emitted an ominous glow and continuously pulsed with enormous magical power. It was this strange glow that attracted the wounded wild wolf, who slowly approached the unknown object. However, as soon as the beast carefully sniffed the sphere, dark energy began to rapidly poison its mind. This made the monster's ears twitch nervously. The wolf's eyes flashed a bright yellow light, and he let out a ferocious, bloodthirsty growl. Suddenly, right behind the trembling beast, a huge, ghostly demonic skull rose from the thick shadows. Then the monster brought down its giant clawed paw with monstrous force, instantly crushing the wolf. After this, the terrifying skeleton roared loudly. An ominous green flame erupted from its empty mouth. After this, the undead warrior in heavy armor rushed further into the forest. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a small village lived its normal life and was completely unaware of the impending disaster. On the grass near one of the houses, there was a basket with freshly washed laundry. The woman wiped her forehead wearily and asked her daughter Brandy if she could really carry such a heavy load on her own. The girl proudly raised the basket and confidently declared that she had finally gained access to the great system. She was confident that she was now strong enough to help her family, and upon hearing this, her mother smiled warmly. On the way back to the village, they discussed their father's hunting, and the woman suggested that he would certainly bring home good leather. These words immediately brought joy to Brandy, as she realized that she would finally be able to improve her basic leatherworking skill. The mother then added that her father might even allow her to help skin the animals he had hunted this time. However, the girl's face turned pale. The mere mention of flaying was enough to make her feel horror again. The thought of having to kill animals and butcher them to develop her skills still terrified her. The memories took her back 2 weeks to when her father first took Brandy to access the system's interface. To do this, he prepared a level 10 monster for his daughter, which she had to kill and thus gain her first level. But, to the girl's great surprise, her target turned out to be an incredibly cute, fluffy fox cub who was peacefully sniffing a flower. Brandy was still able to open the system, killing the defenseless creature, but the next moment she regretted her actions. The girl cried bitterly, realizing how much she hated the cruel laws of this world, where development was impossible without blood. But their calm conversation was suddenly interrupted by a powerful explosion that thundered somewhere in the distance, and a shockwave rolled through the entire village. Almost immediately, Brandy's father, Travis, ran up to them, covered in blood and calling for his wife in a panic. The man warned that the village was attacked by high-level monsters, and there was almost no time left. Then he grabbed his wife by the shoulder and explained that there was no point in packing their things, they needed to run immediately. After this, Travis looked at his frightened daughter and told her to obey her mother in everything. He ordered both of them to head towards the eastern gate as quickly as possible, while he himself decided to stay and defend the village to the last. Mallory grabbed Brandy's hand tightly and they took off running, leaving her husband behind. Meanwhile, their home village was already beginning to sink into flames. Reaching the forest path, the mother and daughter looked back and saw in horror how their house was gradually disappearing into flames. Brandy asked if her father would be okay, and Mallory tried to reassure her daughter that Travis was a strong man. Despite her own tears, the woman forced herself to smile, trying not to let the child's spirit fall completely. They soon joined a group of refugees who were accompanied by a warrior in heavy armor. He tried to calm the frightened people and explained that there was only 1 day's journey left to the village of Reyna. However, the very next moment, a giant rotten wolf's paw struck the ground with enormous force. The warrior turned around slowly, his confident expression instantly replaced by genuine horror. A huge wolf jumped out of the shadows with a deafening roar. The leader only had time to shout for everyone to run immediately. However, just a second later, the monster literally tore him to pieces. The refugees immediately ran in different directions, gripped by panic, but the monster began to pursue everyone who tried to escape. Brandy watched in horror as the caravan's only defenders were killed one by one. Then, the undead wolf turned his eyes to the defenseless mother and daughter, while new monsters quickly appeared around him. Despite this, Mallory boldly raised her spear, shielding Brandy with her body. She ordered her daughter to run away immediately, and she herself prepared to fight alone. The woman, with a loud battle cry, lunged with her spear towards the wolf that was rushing at her. However, Brandy froze in place. Fear completely paralyzed her, and she could not bring herself to leave her mother alone. Meanwhile, Mallory was using her last strength to hold back the onslaught of the huge wolf with her spear, but another beast joined the attack. He knocked the woman down without much effort, and as she fell to the ground, she prepared to meet her death. Mallory just silently prayed that somehow her daughter would be saved. Brandy only closed her eyes as the monster was about to deliver the final, fatal blow to her mother. But suddenly the girl stopped as she encountered a stranger in armor. He asked if they needed a little help. Thomas grumbled discontentedly that the protagonist had taken too long and could have intervened much earlier. Brandy looked up at the mysterious warrior with tear-stained eyes and began desperately begging him for help. Thomas, meanwhile, ran up to his friend and hugged her tightly, sincerely glad that she was still alive. Through tears, the girl again asked Derek to save her mother from the monsters surrounding them. The hero nodded silently, then he calmly pulled out a small dagger. After this, Derek extended his finger forward and fired a beam of energy at the wolf. The next second, the beam instantly pierced the monster's skull, killing it with one precise blow. Mallory gasped in shock, unable to believe how easily the mysterious warrior had dispatched the monster. Meanwhile, Derek calmly asked what he should do with the 3 remaining undead wolves. Hearing this, the terrified woman demanded that he stop talking and just kill the rest of the monsters. The protagonist chuckled contentedly and stretched his neck, clearly anticipating the opportunity to test his abilities a little more. At this time, the remaining monsters rushed forward simultaneously. Derek just looked lazily at the approaching enemies. These animals made no impression on him at all. Then he picked up the severed limb of the already defeated wolf. The next second, a wolf approached him, opening its mouth wide to attack, but it didn't even have time to get close. The hero jumped high into the air, causing the wolf to crash into the empty ground. Meanwhile, Derek began to build up energy for the next attack. As the entire flock rushed towards him, the hero met them with a series of swift, slashing blows. The guy then prepared for another blow and released a powerful bolt of lightning, which pierced the skull of one of the monsters. Within moments, the remaining wolves were completely destroyed. After this, Derek only noted with displeasure that none of them had even managed to put up a decent fight. The protagonist sighed in disappointment and said that the local wild animals turned out to be incredibly weak. Meanwhile, Brandy threw herself into her mother's arms, the girl sobbing with relief, but almost immediately her thoughts returned to her father. She began to worry anxiously about whether he had survived. Mallory tried to calm her daughter down, then looked at Derek, her eyes filled with both admiration and fear. The woman cautiously inquired who this strong warrior really was and where he came from. In response, Derek calmly patted Thomas on the head and stated that he was just an ordinary escort. However, the boy looked at him with noticeable alarm. Then, the hero immediately reminded that saving the entire region was never part of their agreement. Moreover, he added that the village had most likely long since turned to ashes. Meanwhile, the rest of the refugees looked at each other in shock. They began to wonder if Gracefall had sent him to help them. However, Derek immediately dashed their hopes, saying that he had no intention of giving the survivors false promises. Thomas grabbed his hand and began to beg him to check if there was anyone left alive in the village. However, the main character only cast a cold glance at the boy. This alone was enough to make Thomas instantly shut up. Afterwards, Derek explained that he was the one who did all the most dangerous work. He then reminded the boy that their agreement was about bringing Thomas home, not about saving random people. After this, the warrior asked Thomas if he understood why he himself had managed to survive for so long. Without waiting for an answer, the hero explained that he had always relied only on his own strength and never hoped for help from others. That's why he had absolutely no intention of playing the role of a noble savior. At that moment, Derek's mind suddenly flashed back to the times he had interfered in other people's problems. However, Thomas could not hold back any longer. He shouted that a man with such power simply had to help and do the right thing. In response, Derek only smirked contemptuously. Unlike him, he was hardened by numerous battles. Overwhelmed with emotion, the boy began to powerlessly pound his fists on Derek's heavy armor. Through tears, he shouted that he was a real egoist. Derek simply agreed with the insult. Then he noticed that it was precisely such people who usually survived, while the 2 correct heroes died first. After this, the main character, without the slightest effort, intercepted Thomas's fist right as it was about to strike. He advised the boy to first become stronger and only then try to portray a noble savior. Thomas, his eyes full of tears, continued to glare at Derek, but he could not break free from his iron grip. At that moment, the hero himself involuntarily began to think that some of his own strict rules still had to be broken sometimes. Suddenly, with one swift movement, Derek lifted the surprised boy onto his shoulders. Thomas froze in confusion, completely not understanding what was happening. Then the main character silently headed towards the burning village. On the way, Derek said that they would still check if there was anything left there that could still be saved. After some time, they reached a ruined settlement, and what they saw there made Thomas freeze. Thick smoke billowed everywhere, and the surviving houses continued to burn. At that moment, the huge, flame-engulfed monster let out a deafening roar. Right in front of him stood the main character, holding only a simple spear in his hands. The monster rushed forward, intending to crush its opponent. But before it could reach its target, a giant wave of blue energy cut the monster apart in an instant. Derek looked at his opponent, who was killed in literally an instant, with complete calm. Then they continued walking. Along the way, the boys passed by the bodies of dead residents and monsters left behind after the bloody attack. Thomas looked with horror at the terrible consequences of the massacre that had taken place. Meanwhile, Derek asked if the boy was finally beginning to understand the harsh reality of weakness. He explained that this place could no longer be called a rescue operation. Now it was only a matter of searching for survivors. Suddenly, the main character stopped Thomas. He felt that something was moving under the rubble. Almost immediately, a faint, painful groan was heard from nearby, coming from under the collapsed wooden structures. Derek squinted carefully and began to examine the rubble in search of people. A few seconds later, Elder Leon slowly emerged from under the rubble, his entire body covered in bruises and wounds. Thomas immediately rushed to his aid, completely ignoring Derek's warning. Leon stopped the boy and warned him that the surrounding area was still extremely dangerous. The elder then turned his gaze to the body of Brandy's father, which was pierced with a wooden stake. He noted with deep sadness that Travis had fought with dignity, but that he would not be able to survive such injuries. Seeing this, Derek asked if there was a healer nearby who could save him. Leon sighed heavily and admitted that in their remote village there was no healer of such a high level. These words made Derek freeze for a moment. The resurrection potion that was in his inventory immediately popped into his memory. The hero thought silently for a few seconds. However, he refused to use the precious potion, not allowing the sudden desire to become a hero to influence his decision. Instead, Derek suggested that Thomas and his family say goodbye to Travis. Mallory rushed towards her husband in complete horror and fell next to his mangled body. Through her tears, Brandy begged him not to leave them alone. Travis struggled to raise his bloody hand and carefully touched his crying daughter. He then said his last words about how much he loved them and asked Brandy to take care of her mother. After this, his hand fell limply and life finally left his body. Mallory and Brandy were left in complete despair, the girl sobbing uncontrollably, bending over the chest of her dead father. She screamed loudly from unbearable pain, not wanting to accept such a cruel reality. Meanwhile, Derek and Leon walked away in silence. They knew they had to leave this place before more monsters came. Thomas walked quietly behind him, tears continuously flowing down his cheeks. He was deeply upset by what had happened. However, Derek only noted that over time, a person inevitably got used to even such tragedies. Leon suddenly grabbed Derek's hand. The elder was furious at his callous attitude towards what was happening. Then he poked the hero in the chest with his finger and demanded to explain who he really was. Leon said doubtfully that he didn't understand why he should trust this mysterious stranger with the boy's life. However, Derek only looked him in the eyes silently, his face remaining completely calm. At this point, Thomas suddenly stood up for Derek. He admitted that he was actually right. The boy then said that he himself had lost his parents and had already come to understand how cruel reality could be. Thomas admitted that he was even a little envious of Brandy because at least she got to say goodbye to her father. Meanwhile, Derek decided it was finally time to check the accumulated system notifications. Opening the interface, he saw messages that he had defeated several high-level monsters at once. In addition, the system announced that class selection had been unlocked, and the hero began to study the proposed options with surprise. The first option was the Shadow Fighter, a rare class that allowed one to control the forces of darkness. Next came the Chaos Spearman, an epic class that possessed destructive power and was capable of sowing true chaos. The system then offered the Eternal Guardian class, also of epic rank, which was distinguished by its outstanding defensive abilities. Derek wondered how it was possible to choose just one path when all the options looked so attractive. However, suddenly his eyes widened in surprise as another hidden option began to slowly appear on the screen. The hero even shuddered slightly when he read the familiar description. The Void Champion class appeared in front of him. Those words instantly brought back painful memories of Derek's past. It was as if the endless, hungry abyss in which he had once found himself locked appeared before Derek's eyes. He remembered well what a merciless mistress the Void was. Then the monstrous pressure broke his body again and again, causing unbearable suffering. This force literally crushed, broke, and consumed his entire being. However, at the same time, it was precisely the emptiness that gave him the guarantee that he would never again allow anyone to trap him. After some thought, Derek decided to accept his dark past, and without hesitation, he confirmed his choice of the Void Champion class. At that very moment, a blinding column of light shot up around him, and the air around the hero filled with flashes of frantic energy. Leon and Thomas watched in horror as what was happening. The elder pulled the boy back and warned him that such power looked extremely dangerous. However, Derek himself paid almost no attention to their fear. He continued to study the interface. At that moment, the system reported receiving 2 new void skills at once. Almost immediately, the hero extended his hand, and a rotating sphere of dark energy appeared right from his chest. Then the energy storm stopped, leaving Leon and Thomas staring at Derek in silence with shock on their faces. Derek barely audibly spoke the command to activate the new skill, Void Summoning. The next moment, a giant beam of energy struck from the sky. Seeing this, Leon trembled in horror and prayed to the system, hoping that it would somehow save them from this madness. Meanwhile, Derek's hands began to be entwined with writhing ribbons of purple light. A wide smile slowly appeared on his face as he felt the incredible scale of the power being released. Almost immediately, another giant bolt of lightning struck the ground, causing the entire forest to shake. Thomas and Leon looked up at the sky in horror, waiting for what was about to appear. Meanwhile, Mallory and Brandy also noticed a strange glow in the distance, but they just watched what was happening in confusion. Suddenly, a beam of monstrous force struck directly into the center of the settlement, and a huge cloud of dust instantly rose into the air. Derek immediately became extremely serious, his usual relaxed demeanor vanishing without a trace. A huge clawed paw slowly emerged from the huge portal, and a moment later, a giant void creature appeared next to it. The protagonist felt genuine admiration. Even he was amazed by the incredible size of the monster. Meanwhile, Leon, completely confused, asked Thomas where he had managed to find such a terrible warrior. Mallory held her daughter tightly to her and silently prayed that they would somehow survive this crazy night. Derek himself, on the contrary, laughed, imagining that he could now have his own pet. A few seconds later, the multi-eyed purple monster emerged completely from the crack in the sky. It let out a deafening roar, but the hero was not at all afraid. He decided to name the monster Escher. The boy then noticed that the creature was a little smaller than the last beast he had seen in the void, but it still fit him quite well. Hearing such words, Leon and Thomas began to feel as if this strange warrior had completely lost his mind. Leon suddenly realized that Derek had no intention of running away. He was trying to tame and subdue this monster. However, as soon as Derek ordered Asher to sit down, the monster instantly swung its giant clawed paw. The blow was so fast and powerful that in an instant it slammed the hero deep into the ground. Thomas screamed in horror and wanted to rush to help, but Leon held the boy back, not allowing him to get close to the monster. But a moment later, Derek slowly emerged from the clouds of dust, his entire body covered in shining blue armor. In a calm voice, he stated that now he would have to destroy this monster. Asher himself didn't even flinch. He wasn't at all frightened by the enemy's sudden transformation. The protagonist looked at the monster and then ordered the remaining survivors to get out of there as quickly as possible. After that, he began to fill his spear with energy, and Thomas and Leon immediately started running. Derek was determined to end this fight as quickly as possible and not let any of the weaker people get hit by accident. He first tried to determine the monster's characteristics using the system, but the interface unexpectedly returned an error. Derek cursed under his breath and leaped forward with a powerful leap. He remembered very well that during the previous encounter in the void, he had barely managed to leave a scratch on the relative of this monster. Therefore, now the hero understood that he simply had no right to make a mistake, so, having risen high into the air, he sharply rushed down. At the same time, Asher roared and prepared to knock down the approaching enemy in midair with one blow. Their weapons were met with a deafening explosion of energy, but the monster proved incredibly durable. To Derek's great surprise, the monster stopped his spear effortlessly with just the palm of his hand. Then Asher immediately struck back with his other paw, and the hero didn't have time to react. The monster caught him right in the air, after which, with a powerful burst of energy, he slammed him back into the ground with enormous force. The monstrous blow caused serious damage to Derek's heavy armor, and the hero himself began coughing up blood. Asher took immediate advantage, rushing forward to deliver another crushing blow. The next burst of dark energy was so powerful that it completely razed the surrounding area to the ground. Derek gasped for air and spat out more blood as his body took one heavy hit after another. For a moment, the hero even considered pretending to be dead. He hoped that in that case the monster would lose interest in him. However, Asher immediately fired another huge beam of energy at him and continued to mercilessly rain down, blow after blow. At this point, the system warned the hero that his health had dropped below 20%. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Derek immediately activated his meditation skill. With great difficulty, he rose to his feet, trying to find at least some way to get rid of this monster. When the health indicator reached the critical point of 19%, the hero made a sharp lunge with his spear. However, Asher caught the tip of the sword with his bare clawed paw without any effort and stopped the attack completely. The monster then struck back, and after this attack, Derek's health dropped to 18%. But the monster didn't even intend to stop until the main character's health indicator dropped to 14%. Meanwhile, Thomas watched the explosions with tears in his eyes, afraid that their savior might die. At the same time, Leon urged the remaining refugees on and ordered everyone to run as quickly as possible without looking back. Behind them, Asher began to gather a huge clod of dark energy in his paw, the monster preparing to deliver the finishing blow. The glowing sphere slowly aimed straight at Derek to finish him off. The protagonist quickly realized that his passive regeneration could no longer cope with the amount of damage he was receiving. The health bar continued to drain until it reached 8%, and Derek realized he urgently needed to find a way out. However, it was at this moment that Derek spent his last remaining skill point on learning the Heavy Weapons Master skill. Almost immediately, the system detected several dormant skills and automatically began to combine them. The next second, Derek's body was overwhelmed by an unimaginable flow of power. The pain was so intense that he could not hold back a scream. Meanwhile, Asher struck the ground again, but the system managed to complete the fusion literally an instant before the new attack. The Heavy Weapon Master skill instantly rose to level 20 and revealed its full true potential. Almost immediately, a powerful shockwave of bright blue energy erupted from the hero's body. Having gained new strength, Derek instantly unleashed a whole series of rapid blows on his opponent. The hero then jumped high into the air and brought his spear down on Asher again with incredible speed. The guy roared loudly, putting absolutely every last bit of his strength into this attack. The spear collided with the monster's giant claws with monstrous force, sending a shower of bright sparks flying in all directions. However, even after the boost, Derek still couldn't break through the monster's defense. He cried out in irritation, realizing that his weapon was still unable to cut through the enemy's toughest hide. Then the hero finally decided to use his last trump card. He activated the newly acquired skill void channel, allowing the dark energy to flow freely through his body. At that very moment, the spear was entwined with purple lightning, filling the weapon with incredible power. Derek let out a loud battle cry and rushed towards the stunned Asher. He then launched a punch filled with void energy, and this time the attack easily broke through the monster's defense. A massive sickle of purple energy sliced the monster in half, simultaneously destroying a significant portion of the battlefield. After this, the main character landed smoothly on the ground, and gradually the smoke and raised dust began to dissipate. However, Derek's strength had finally left him, and he was breathing deeply after a grueling fight that almost ended in his death. The guy stared at the sky in silence for a few seconds, and then admitted to himself that this fight had been surprisingly interesting. Meanwhile, we find ourselves in a luxurious palace. At that moment, there was a loud knock on the door. The butler entered the room and informed his mistress that she needed to read an important report. It spoke of the discovery of anomalous portal energy belonging to a powerful void beast. The red-haired noblewoman, sitting at her desk, immediately became interested in this news. She immediately ordered her faithful servant to send a hunter to investigate what had happened. Meanwhile, in the forest, a long column of exhausted refugees slowly continued their journey to a new shelter. At some point, one of the women suddenly screamed with joy. She noticed familiar silhouettes in the distance and immediately informed everyone that Elder Leon and the others had finally returned. The residents rushed to meet them, and they began to ask excitedly if everything was okay and where the rest of the people were. However, Leon only lowered his head silently. He could not find the right words. Then a tear slowly rolled down his cheek. The elder could no longer hide the terrible truth. With sadness in his voice, he told the residents that they had nowhere left to return to. He stated that there was practically nothing left of the village. Hearing these words, people froze in complete shock. Leon bowed his head guiltily and sincerely apologized for not being able to protect their home. At that moment, Thomas suddenly noticed a familiar figure approaching from afar. The boy cried out joyfully and ran as fast as he could towards Derek. He ran up and hugged the hero tightly, who also smiled and greeted the boy. Thomas, still not believing his eyes, realized with great relief that their savior had managed to survive this terrible battle. Derek then approached Mallory and Brandy and offered them his sincere condolences over Travis's death. He said that he had placed her husband's body in his spatial ring in advance so that the family could give him a proper burial later. Mallory froze in shock. She had not expected such a caring act at all. Tears welled up in her eyes again, but this time from gratitude, and the woman thanked Derek for his unexpected kindness. In response, the hero only nodded silently. After this, the refugees began to prepare for the night. When night fell on the forest, the tired people set up camp near several fires. Meanwhile, the guards warned everyone not to go far, as the forest had become too dangerous. Leon sat silently by the fire, staring motionless at the smoldering coals, his heart filled with guilt. The elder could not forgive himself for not being able to protect his people from the attack of the monsters. Meanwhile, Thomas asked Derek what ultimately happened to that terrible void beast they encountered. However, the hero decided to lie a little. He answered that the monster simply realized that it could not win, after which it chose to run away. Thomas looked at him with obvious doubt. The boy stated that legendary monsters never retreated. He remembered all too well Asher's massive claws and the monstrous strength the creature possessed. Mallory also agreed with his words. Taming or defeating such a monster was considered almost impossible. But Derek just shrugged carelessly and added with a smile that ancient legends usually greatly exaggerated. The next morning, Mallory gathered the refugees and urged everyone to get ready to leave as quickly as possible. After this, the group of people again moved along the dirt road towards the safety of the city. As he walked, Derek suddenly felt someone gently tug at his wrist. Derek looked down and saw Brandy holding his hand. The girl shyly asked if she could have some animals. She then confessed that she had accidentally overheard the hero last night talking about the monsters he kept in his bracelet. Considering her request completely harmless, Derek opened his inventory, and a moment later, a rabbit appeared in his hands. The protagonist handed the animal over to Brandy and promised that when they reached their destination, he would give her larger animals as well. The girl hugged the rabbit tightly to her chest, her eyes simultaneously showing joy and deep sadness. At that moment, Brandy couldn't help but remember her deceased father. He always supported her and made her feel safe. With tears in her eyes, the girl admitted that she chose the leather working skill. She dreamed of creating armor for the villagers. Brandy wanted to honor her father's memory and do everything she could to ensure that no one else suffered the same way he did. These words touched Derek deeply, and upon hearing them, the hero suddenly realized that he was not able to cope with everything alone. He stroked Brandy's head affectionately and promised that from now on he would give her every animal he could get. After some time, the caravan finally reached the city gates. The local guard loudly complained about the terrible day. He grumbled discontentedly that he hated being on duty in this, as he put it, hole. Seeing the refugees approaching, he stated that he could not let them inside without the appropriate documents. These words immediately infuriated Mallory, and the woman sharply demanded that the guard immediately call Elder Reyna. However, he only smirked contemptuously and stated that he had no intention of leaving his post for the sake of some bunch of peasants. Having lost hope of reaching an agreement with him, Mallory turned to Leon and began to beg him to intervene, since he was also an elder. But the man only sighed heavily. He thought bitterly that after everything that had happened, he no longer deserved to bear this title. Then the woman tried to convince the guard again. She explained that these people had lost absolutely everything. However, the arrogant blonde remained indifferent. He only folded his arms across his chest and repeated again that he was following orders. At that moment, Derek's patience finally ran out and the protagonist stepped forward. After this, the guy looked intently at the guard and asked what would happen if he decided to break this ban right now. Mallory instantly turned pale. She was seriously afraid that the hot-tempered warrior was going to kill the nobleman right on the spot. However, the guard only grinned insolently. He was even glad of the opportunity to teach a lesson to what he considered to be some commoners. Realizing that the situation was escalating, Mallory began to beg him to stop, explaining that killing the nobleman would only make things worse. The guard laughed scornfully and remarked sarcastically that the woman at least had some common sense. But just at that moment, the wooden gate slowly swung open. The woman who came out demanded to know what was happening there and why there was such a noise near the entrance. Wallace Gracefall, Walter Gracefall's youngest son, appeared before the refugees, with the village elder Reyna at his side. She immediately recognized Mallory and asked worriedly what had happened and why so many people had gathered near the gate. After hearing the story of the tragedy that had happened, Reyna expressed her condolences and then immediately invited everyone inside. The elder then ordered Wallace to rein in his subordinates, stating that these refugees were now under her protection. Mallory tearfully thanked Reyna for her help, and Reyna offered to discuss everything that had happened a little later at her house. After this, the woman leaned over to Mallory and whispered a warning to her that another, far more dangerous beast was now roaming these parts. Meanwhile, Leon walked silently past the others, still grieving over the recent tragedy. At this point, Wallace turned furiously to Reyna, accusing her of publicly disregarding the authority of the nobles. However, the elder ordered him to finish his business and leave the city, showing once again who really held power in Torret. Wallace clenched his fists and threatened to crush her and all the villagers like insects one day. But it was enough for Reyna to just mention his father. After these words, the nobleman's self-confidence instantly disappeared. Watching this scene, Derek realized that his agreement with Thomas had already been fully fulfilled, but the hero decided not to leave yet. Reyna noticed that the mysterious warrior was still standing nearby, so she smiled and invited Derek to join them. The protagonist was a little surprised by such a warm welcome, but then just shrugged his shoulders indifferently and agreed. As the guy walked past Reyna, the woman suddenly felt an incredibly heavy pressure coming from his body. This feeling struck her so much that the elder couldn't help but wonder if this young man possessed a legendary aura. Meanwhile, in the elder's mansion, the old man tried to calm his wife, who was walking around the room in agitation. However, Delilah said she could not rest while their beloved grandson Thomas was still missing. Suddenly, the wooden door swung open. Both old men immediately turned their heads towards the entrance and asked in bewilderment what had happened. But the next moment, Delilah froze in place, her eyes wide with shock. Thomas ran through the doorway as fast as he could. The elderly woman immediately ran up to him and hugged her grandson tightly, tears of happiness streaming down her cheeks. She couldn't believe that Thomas had actually returned alive. With a joyful cry, the boy ran straight to his grandmother Delilah and grandfather Richard. A moment later, the grandfather joined in the hug, while the old woman wiped away her tears. The old man admitted that they missed their grandson incredibly much. Raina, Derek, and Leon watched the meeting in silence, all three glad that the boy had finally been returned home safely. The protagonist smiled slightly. He rarely experienced such feelings, but now he truly felt satisfaction. A few minutes later, Raina invited everyone to take seats at the table to discuss the situation. When everyone was seated, the elder turned to Derek first. She stated that it was thanks to him that the refugees managed to survive. Raina then bowed her head and sincerely thanked the hero for his actions during the monster attack. Meanwhile, Thomas's grandfather ruffled his grandson's hair with a smile, teasing him slightly. Derek simply waved his hand and said that there was nothing to thank him for. Then he asked to be addressed simply by his first name. Raina nodded understandingly and noted that protecting the villagers was always the primary responsibility of any elder. However, her face soon became serious, and after a short pause, the woman regretfully admitted that she was forced to report unpleasant news. She explained that if Derek had expected to receive a reward, then, unfortunately, she had no way to pay him. Due to the ongoing crisis, the region had virtually no resources left, so the treasury was already severely depleted. Meanwhile, in the garden, a lazy nobleman irritably demanded that his servant bring him another drink. Derek just chuckled when he heard the talk of a reward. Then he laughed and explained that Thomas had already paid him in full for helping him navigate the forest. After this, the hero warned Raina that they now had a much more serious problem, the forest and its inhabitants. The elder leaned forward and asked if Derek understood exactly what was happening in the forest. The protagonist replied that if this world worked on the same principles as his previous system, then they were faced with a dungeon breakthrough. He then explained in detail how the dungeons were the foundation of the entire system and literally served as its lifeblood. They were isolated worlds filled with countless treasures, enormous power, and deadly monsters. Moreover, such places were specifically created to test, torment, and reward those who dared to enter inside. However, only relatively low-level adventurers could get there. This made every dungeon a brutal challenge for anyone who dreamed of obtaining legendary rewards. Derek also added that sometimes the system would start to malfunction. If any dungeon was left uncontrolled for too long, a real disaster would occur. Then the monsters would break out and descend upon the world. Their destructive power gradually infected and destroyed everything around, turning peaceful lands into devastated territories. Hearing this, the elder became thoughtful and began to discuss this theory with her companions. The hero suggested that a new dungeon might indeed have appeared nearby. Meanwhile, Richard noticed that somewhere deep in the forest, there could well be a previously unknown dungeon hidden. In his opinion, it was precisely this that perfectly explained the sudden appearance of a large number of high-level monsters. Raina wondered thoughtfully if that version really seemed so plausible. While everyone was carefully studying the map, Richard pointed to the parchment and asked Derek where exactly it came from. However, the hero refused to answer. Instead, he stated that it was much more important now to find a way to solve the problem that had arisen. After these words, the guy headed for the exit and noted that the nobles outside should deal with the crisis. Raina called out to him and asked him to stop. Then the woman honestly said that they had absolutely nothing with which to thank him for his help. However, the elder still admitted that she needed his strength. Overcoming her own pride, she sincerely asked the mysterious warrior to help the residents. But Derek still refused, after which the main character headed towards the heavy wooden door and left the room. Thomas looked visibly upset and was clearly upset by the rejection. However, after just a few steps, Derek suddenly stopped. He called Thomas along and explained that he wanted to find Brandy to give her some more skins. When the boys left, the door closed behind them. Richard noticed that Derek's words, no matter how harsh they were still fair, and Raina only sighed heavily. She agreed with this, but still noted that he did not need to express himself so harshly. Then the woman turned to Leon. She reminded him that it was he who spent the most time with Derek. She asked him to tell her honestly what kind of person he turned out to be. Leon paused for a moment, choosing his words carefully. He finally replied that Derek was sarcastic, rather sullen, and constantly asking questions, as if he didn't understand much about this world. Intrigued, Raina asked to tell her more. Then Leon said something that left everyone present speechless. He said that Derek literally knew how to summon the abyss. Meanwhile, the hero himself, together with Thomas, walked through the village streets in search of Brandy. Derek noted with displeasure that the village was quite small, but for some reason they still couldn't find the girl. Suddenly, a rough female voice came from a nearby alley, ordering someone to immediately release the item. As they got closer, it turned out that the noblewoman was forcibly snatching the valuable skin of a high-level beast from the crying Brandy. The woman chuckled contentedly as she took the loot from her, completely ignoring the girl's requests to return the gift. She mockingly stated that Wallace was going to teach Raina a good lesson. After this, the noblewoman turned away and began to examine the skin. But before she could take even a few steps, she suddenly crashed right into Derek's chest. The woman looked up in fear and met his glowing blue eyes. The protagonist looked down at her and briefly demanded that his skin be returned immediately. Shortly after, Wallace arrived at the scene of the quarrel and, in a fit of rage, thrust his sword into the ground with all his might. He shouted loudly that some pathetic peasant had no right to even touch a nobleman. He then warned Raina to step aside immediately, otherwise heads would soon roll in this village. However, Raina firmly ordered him to calm down and refused to allow a fight to start. To herself, she thought with irritation that Derek had managed to cause so much trouble in less than one day. Now the woman was finally convinced that Leon had been right to treat the mysterious warrior with caution. Meanwhile, Thomas was calming the crying Brandy. The girl was hugging the skin tightly and gradually coming to her senses. At that moment, Wallace drew his sword and declared that he would now take care of what was happening himself. Derek responded by grabbing the thief's hand, not intending to speak to her anymore. He tossed the noblewoman aside and told Wallace that he could take his girlfriend back since he was already finished with her. After this, the hero, as if nothing had happened, said that he was planning to leave the village anyway. These words greatly shocked Thomas. The boy immediately began to ask Derek not to leave. The main character only smiled slightly and asked him not to worry. He promised that he would definitely return. After this, Derek handed Thomas an electric razor and asked him to practice using it for now. Finally, he warned the boy not to open his system under any circumstances until his return. Having said this, Derek turned and walked away, and Wallace shouted after him that he was just lucky. But before he could finish speaking, the main character instantly appeared right in front of him, closing the distance in one movement. Then he gave the nobleman such a look that he literally froze in place. Derek warned him that he would kill Wallace if he dared to touch any of the villagers again. The nobleman's comrades froze in shock. None of them understood who this young man really was. Meanwhile, Raina, Thomas, Brandy, and Leon watched silently as the events unfolded. The pressure emanating from Derek's aura grew stronger, completely freezing everyone nearby. As soon as the hero left, Wallace ordered his archer to secretly follow him and eliminate him. Meanwhile, Derek remembered Thomas's words about a rare achievement and decided to find a monster whose level would exceed his own. He had no idea that Wallace's archer was already following him through the trees. Hiding among the branches, the pursuer pulled the bowstring and grinned. He was sure that this commoner would not even understand what exactly killed him. Meanwhile, Derek opened the system window. He noted that he urgently needed to find a really strong opponent. The guy then opened the stats window and carefully examined his impressive stats, as well as his remaining points. After some thought, the hero finally decided to distribute his 40 free attribute points. However, he suddenly stopped, his heightened senses detecting a subtle movement behind him. Derek immediately realized that the persistent pursuer, who had been following him for almost an hour, had finally decided to take action. However, he simply dodged the arrow and distributed the points between wisdom, intelligence, dexterity, strength, and endurance. Almost instantly, the system reported receiving 2 achievements, which increased his stats and unlocked new skills. Meanwhile, the archer, hiding among the trees, frowned. He could not understand why the first shot did not reach its target. However, soon the man just shrugged his shoulders, deciding that the peasant simply had not noticed anything. Then he took out a new arrow, drew his bow again, and fired a powerful projectile straight at Derek's head. The arrow hit his arm with great speed, but simply broke upon impact with his skin. Derek turned slowly, an irritated expression on his face, and asked the archer if he was finished yet. These words instantly plunged the killer into true horror, because the direct hit did not leave a single scratch on the body of his target. Realizing that the enemy was completely beyond his strength, the archer immediately turned around and started running. He quickly jumped from tree to tree, trying to increase the distance between himself and Derek. At the same time, the man feverishly thought only about what kind of monster he had to face. After a while, he stopped to catch his breath and looked around, hoping that he had managed to escape the chase. However, the very next moment the archer froze in horror. Derek was sitting right next to him on a nearby branch. Panicked, the archer suddenly rushed in the opposite direction. But the hero continued to pursue him and think out loud, wondering if the thorn's skill would be a good choice. Realizing that he didn't have a chance in close combat, the killer grabbed a branch. Then he jumped lower, trying to increase the distance again. Once he was at what he thought was a safe distance, the archer raised his bow and activated his skill, Sharpshooter's Volley. The next moment, the sky was lit up by a multitude of arrows that rained down like hail directly on Derek. The powerful attack literally blew the huge tree into pieces, sending wood fragments flying in all directions. The exhausted archer was breathing heavily and peering tensely into the smoke screen. He hoped that his strongest attack had finally reached its target, but suddenly, Derek's calm voice came from above. The protagonist noted with a slight mockery that the enemy had almost managed to get him. Before the archer could process what he had heard, Derek was instantly at his side and dealt him a swift blow. The beaten and bleeding killer managed with great difficulty to crawl back to the noble's camp. He collapsed near the wooden fortifications, and then the guards rushed to open the gates. Seeing his condition, Wallace rushed to his man in horror and immediately asked if he had managed to kill the target. Gathering his last strength, the archer admitted with difficulty that he couldn't even scratch the warrior. Hearing this, Wallace finally realized how dangerous their enemy was. Without wasting a second, he ordered the remaining guards to quickly gather and return to Torret immediately. One of the nobles asked if they were really going to flee from some commoner. However, the nobleman explained that they were not running away at all. According to him, they were only going for reinforcements. Meanwhile, far away in the forest, Derek continued his journey, completely alone. During the journey, the protagonist decided to test the capabilities of his recently improved system. He began to use the identification skill non-stop on literally every tree and stone he came across in order to increase its level. However, his calm pumping was suddenly interrupted by a suspicious rustling sound coming from the nearby bushes. A few seconds later, a rabbit with a small horn jumped out. The system reported that this creature was level 54. Seeing such a charming little animal, Derek squatted down and smiled amiably. He looked curiously at the rabbit's large eyes and its shiny horn, completely losing his vigilance. The boy then remarked that he would never harm such a cute creature, even if it was of a very high level. But not a moment had passed before the rabbit, with incredible speed, darted straight into his face. Derek was so surprised that he barely had time to react before the furry animal flashed past his cheek. The protagonist stepped back and sincerely did not understand why he was even trying to fight him. Meanwhile, the horned rabbit jumped back from the tree trunk and immediately prepared for a new attack. A moment later, he lunged forward again, and Derek had to jerk back to avoid another blow. Then the animal landed on the ground and turned around. The rabbit snorted angrily and looked at him with incredible fury on its face. This picture only amused Derek. He smiled and asked with interest whether the little animal really wanted to continue the fight. After this, the hero raised his hand, as if accepting the challenge. Suddenly there was a loud bang, and the tiny monster took off again, rushing towards the main character. However, Derek easily dodged it, and then, without any effort, he stretched out his hand and caught the rabbit right in midair. The furry little animal began to struggle, completely unable to understand how its attack had been stopped. The main character just laughed, looking with curiosity at such a warlike little animal. But suddenly the rabbit bit his hand with all its might, clearly not going to give up without a fight. A system notification immediately appeared before Derek's eyes. The damage received was only 26 units. The guy just grinned. Such damage was insignificant for him. But after a second, the smile disappeared from his face. He realized that while 26 damage points meant nothing to him, for young Thomas, such an attack could be fatal. It was then that the hero finally realized how dangerous even the weakest monsters of this forest really were. Deciding that there was no point in harming the small creature, Derek carefully lowered the rabbit to the ground. Finally, he called him a psycho-killer rabbit and moved on. The rabbit remained standing in place and looked after him with an extremely offended look. Continuing on, Derek opened the system to select a new recovery skill. 3 options appeared in front of him: cure poisons, lifesteal, and rejuvenation. He first carefully studied the treatment of poisons, but almost immediately abandoned the idea. After that, he switched to lifesteal, a skill that allowed him to restore health by taking damage from enemies. But then his attention was drawn to rejuvenation, and Derek quickly realized that it was an extremely versatile targeted healing skill. After thinking for a bit, he finally made his choice and activated this particular support spell. The hero decided to study rejuvenation in advance in case he would one day have to treat Thomas or the villagers. However, immediately after that, he sighed heavily and thought that he did not understand at all why he continued to worry about these people. Continuing to walk through the forest, the guy began to doubt his own sanity. He asked himself why he had run away into the forest like some kind of coward. Gritting his teeth in irritation, the hero tried to justify his decision. He convinced himself that his presence would only bring further troubles upon the inhabitants, especially after the appearance of the abyssal monster. So Derek decided that staying away was the safest option for everyone. But suddenly something heavy hit him right in the back with enormous force, and the guy was so surprised that he caught his breath. He turned around abruptly and demanded to see who had hit him. In front of him stood that same horned rabbit. The little animal pouted angrily and continued to look at Derek with displeasure. The protagonist was about to ask if he held a grudge against him, but the rabbit suddenly rushed past him. He quickly leaped straight at the decaying undead wolf that had been sneaking up on Derek. The little animal's eyes showed a genuine thirst for murder. Derek watched in complete horror as the tiny rabbit literally tore the undead wolf to pieces in a matter of moments. At this moment, the protagonist realized that he had been wrong when he thought that rabbits were peaceful herbivores. Derek looked at the blood-stained animal in bewilderment and finally realized that this rabbit was a real psychopath. Meanwhile, the rabbit itself sat among the bloody grass and looked incredibly pleased with its prey. Then the main character just shrugged his shoulders and decided that the animal could go with him if it could keep up. So the two of them went even deeper into the dark forest. Later that night, Derek built a fire and began roasting meat, his new companion resting nearby. Earlier that day, the hero had seen with his own eyes how this rabbit effortlessly dealt with a huge wild boar. Then Derek carefully scratched the animal behind the head. It snorted discontentedly, but it was obvious that it liked it. After this, they settled down near a warm fire and finally went to bed to properly restore their strength. The next morning, the rabbit tried to attack Derek again as they continued their journey. The hero himself stretched sweetly, yawned widely, and felt surprisingly cheerful. Then he called to his little killer rabbit, saying it was time to hit the road again. However, the animal suddenly froze in place and flatly refused to take even one more step forward. The protagonist stopped and looked back, not understanding what had changed his companion's behavior so abruptly. Then he carefully examined the gloomy clearing ahead. The whole ground was strewn with bones. It was then that Derek realized that this was where their paths were supposed to diverge. He nodded understandingly, and the rabbit stamped its paw loudly several times, as if trying to warn him of danger ahead. But the hero said goodbye to the little animal and thought that in this forest there was hardly any creature capable of dealing with such a crazy creature. After that, he turned around and entered the ominous territory alone. As he moved deeper into the thick darkness, Derek ordered himself to calm down and focus on his goal. He reminded himself again that he had deliberately chosen the path of solitude so that no one else would suffer because of him. But very soon his thoughts were interrupted by a strange whirlwind of energy that flared up to the side. In the middle of the grove, a glowing green sphere hovered, pulsating with enormous power. Then the main character approached the anomaly and immediately used the detection skill. The system showed that in front of him was a level 100 immortal dungeon that was in a state of critical overflow. Derek immediately realized that this was the perfect place to find the monster he needed to get the achievement. However, then the guy hesitated. He had no idea how exactly the dungeons worked in this world. Memories of the past made him think, and the hero decided that the risk of being trapped was too great compared to the reward. After that, he was already getting ready to return back to the village, muttering discontentedly under his breath that this whole foray had been in vain. But suddenly, a powerful explosion of green energy erupted from the portal behind him. Derek turned around slowly, a confident smirk appearing on his face as he finally saw the source of the energy. A terrifying acid ghoul with a skull-like face and a level of 115 emerged from the rift. Moreover, this turned out to be exactly the high-level opponent he had been looking for so long. The protagonist pulled out his spear and said that he had been holding in his anger for too long. At that moment, the monster roared, preparing to tear the intruder apart. Derek filled the weapon with crackling blue energy. Then the monster suddenly lunged at him, trying to crush him with its claws. However, the hero easily dodged the blow. Then he turned quickly and swung his spear. The blade easily severed the monster's arm, and a powerful wave of energy swept through the forest. Afterwards, Derek thought mockingly that it seemed that this was all that such a high-level opponent was capable of. But the ghoul wasn't that weak. His severed arm was restored in just a couple of seconds. As soon as she had fully recovered, the ghoul immediately rushed at the hero and grabbed him with his paw. This time the attack caught Derek by surprise, so he had to quickly think about what to do next. The protagonist winced painfully and tried to free himself from the monster's sharp claws. However, a moment later he quickly jumped back, increasing the distance between himself and his opponent. Sliding across the ground, Derek admitted that this ghoul was a little stronger than he had originally thought. After that, his face became noticeably more serious. But just a second later, an excited smile appeared on the hero's face. He charged his spear with lightning again and rushed into battle again, deciding that a real test only made the battle more interesting. As another attack came straight for him, Derek reacted instantly. He gripped the spear tighter and with a wide swing cut through the monster's clawed paw. Despite this, the blow still grazed his shoulder and sent him flying back a few steps. Then the protagonist directed a powerful stream of lightning straight at the weapon, preparing a counterattack. With a loud battle cry, he fired a destructive energy beam straight at the ghoul. The blow pierced the monster's defense, causing it to squeal piercingly in pain. Derek then jumped high into the air and prepared to deliver the finishing blow. At the same time, he chuckled that the level 115 monster turned out to be surprisingly weak. Meanwhile, the acid only hissed slightly on his skin and caused virtually no harm. The hero even wondered if the system of this world could really offer only such opponents. After this, he gripped the spear tighter, lightning ran through the weapon, and the guy prepared his strongest attack. Then he told the monster not to make him laugh with its helplessness. The frightened ghoul could only let out a desperate cry as energy rapidly accumulated around him. The next moment, a blinding column of purple light shot into the sky. He instantly vaporized the monster, and a monstrous shockwave rolled through the forest, breaking the surrounding trees. As the dust began to slowly settle, Derek stood in the middle of the ruined clearing and caught his breath. A multitude of notifications immediately appeared in front of him, confirming the kill of an enemy and announcing several new levels. However, the joy of victory quickly disappeared. The hero looked down at his clothes and realized with annoyance that they were practically destroyed. The green acid corroded his armor and it became completely unusable. Derek then put the damaged equipment into the system inventory, deciding to find a way to repair it later. Afterwards, he took off his ruined shirt and said that he definitely should have bought more clothes before leaving Earth. The guy then looked at his spare green shirt. He decided never to wear those medieval tunics again. We soon moved to the near future, 2 weeks after Derek left the village of Reyna. Meanwhile, Thomas was completely focused on work. During this time, he managed to hone his barber skills and now gave haircuts to local residents. He proudly announced that he had finished giving one of the residents a stylish haircut. The visitor carefully examined his new hairstyle in the mirror and was incredibly pleased with the result. After that, he said that Thomas should have sent other clients to him as well. Brandy watched the proceedings and sighed, noting to herself how easily Thomas had managed to win over all the villagers. However, when the boy offered to cut her hair too, the girl immediately raised the sewing needle threateningly. A terrified Thomas instantly jumped back, raising his hands in surrender. Brandy sighed heavily again and looked down at the leatherworking tools laid out on the table. It turned out that she had already completely used up all the skins that Derek had once given her. The girl used them again and again, practicing her leatherworking skills until the material finally became unusable. Thomas admitted that he too was very much hoping for their friend's quick return, especially since his 13th birthday had already passed. The boy then remembered how his grandfather tried to catch a level 7 frog for him so that he could get his first win. However, Thomas refused because Derek had previously advised him not to rush and wait for a much more worthy goal. After this, the guy looked thoughtfully into the distance and decided that the main character would definitely return with something truly incredible. Meanwhile, the action moved to the ruins of the completely destroyed village of Leon. A mysterious traveler in a cloak walked slowly among the silent ruins. He smoothly ran his hand through the air and immediately felt a residual trace of magical energy. The stranger instantly recognized the dark, distorting aura that remained in the wake of the void beast. He realized that someone had managed to defeat this creature, but soon he felt the presence of another unknown force. Then, with a slight movement of his hand, he began to track the new energy direction. The cloaked archer squinted and soon realized that the trail led straight to the neighboring village. Meanwhile, in the forest, Derek continued his journey. He was still grumbling about the destroyed armor and complaining that clearing the dungeon was going to be a real headache. But suddenly the guy stopped abruptly and looked ahead in complete amazement. Right in the middle of the path sat a horned rabbit he knew well. The little animal angrily stamped its paw on the ground and its whole appearance showed strong displeasure. Derek wondered if the rabbit had followed him because it had become attached to him, or if it simply wanted to start another fight. However, the animal did not explain anything. It instantly flew forward, but the main character easily caught it in mid-flight. Derek jokingly warned him that it was time to start behaving decently. Otherwise, he could make him Thomas's next target. Hearing this, the rabbit instantly froze in horror. The hero then gently poked the animal and said that it could travel with him, but was forbidden from entering the village. After this, the boy wondered whether the rabbit really understood even a single word he said. He just sighed wearily, realizing that arguing with the rabbit was completely pointless. Derek carefully lowered the animal to the ground and still allowed it to accompany him further. After this, the main character switched to a light jog along a winding forest path. However, after just a few minutes, the guy thought that constantly calling his companion an idiot or just a rabbit was becoming too boring. Meanwhile, the little animal joyfully hopped after him. Judging by his appearance, the new order of things completely suited him. Later that evening, while relaxing by the fire, Derek began to think of a suitable name for his unusual companion. At first, options like Snowball or Bella came to his mind, but he realized that good names did not suit the bloodthirsty creature. At that very moment, the hero watched in horror as the rabbit devoured a level 59 undead forest bear with great pleasure. Derek then started to consider other options, like Dingbat or Beelze the rabbit, but those names also seemed too strange to him. And suddenly a great idea struck him. The boy smiled broadly, dropped to one knee in front of the little animal, and solemnly announced that he had finally found the perfect name. The rabbit beamed with joy when Derek officially named her Sylvie. After that, they set off again, continuing to search for new monsters. A week later, Derek and Sylvie finally reached the edge of the dense forest. The main character stopped near the bridge, holding a small captured animal in one hand. Then the guy explained to Sylvia that she would no longer be able to accompany him, since there would be a massacre. Sylvie looked at him sadly. Then Derek promised that he would definitely return in a few days. Moreover, he honestly admitted that he had already begun to miss his unusual companion, but the touching moment did not last long. Suddenly, Sylvie leapt forward with lightning speed. The hero managed to dodge only at the last moment, and the rabbit flew into a tree. Derek said irritably that the little psychopath should have stayed in the woods. The hero muttered something under his breath and lifted the level 50 forest chipmunk he was holding in his hand. He then approached the village gate and waved to the guard, who immediately called out loudly to the stranger from above and demanded that he identify himself. However, Derek just smiled and said that there was no need to open the gate. After that, he sat down slightly. The hero, with one incredibly powerful leap, flew effortlessly over the high wall of the village. The shocked guard slipped and began to fall from the observation platform, but the main character instantly grabbed his hand. Derek then noted with a smile that the new haircut suited the man very well and advised him to be careful. The completely bewildered guard only thanked him haltingly, and the guy himself jumped to the ground. After this, Derek called out loudly to Thomas and joyfully announced that he had finally returned to the village. Thomas and Brandy immediately ran towards him as fast as they could. Along the way, they almost hit one of the local residents, who dropped a bundle of hay in surprise. Thomas excitedly reported that he had already managed to raise his leatherworking skill to level 5. Brandy eagerly asked if Derek had brought the high-level monster he had promised. The protagonist nodded silently, and a slightly awkward smile appeared on his face. Thomas pushed Brandy aside slightly and stated that his biggest dream was to become as strong as Derek. However, the hero quickly put an end to their endless chatter. He pinched both of their noses and warmly joked that they both absolutely loved talking. Derek pulled out some knives and some good skins and explained that all of this was supposed to help Thomas open his own class. After this, the guy gently pinched Brandy's nose again and said that he wanted to discuss a special project with her. He then asked Thomas if he had had time to properly think about their previous conversation, and the boy nodded vigorously in response. At that moment, Derek's backpack rustled because there was some kind of unusual gift inside. The hero hinted that he had prepared a special surprise for Thomas and promised to meet him the next morning at the main gate. At these words, both children literally jumped with happiness and screamed joyfully right in the middle of the road. However, Derek immediately added one condition. He asked if someone could show him the nearest local tavern. Approaching the building, the hero opened the door and decided to finally allow himself a well-deserved rest after a long journey. He took a deep breath of the familiar smell of cheap ale and roasting meat. Then he went inside, hoping that on this planet they actually knew how to brew really good beer. But Derek had barely taken a few steps forward, expecting to spend a quiet evening over a drink, when he stopped. The protagonist unexpectedly bumped shoulders with a mysterious stranger in a cloak. He immediately apologized for the accidental collision, but the mysterious traveler said it was no problem. But then he suddenly felt an incredibly powerful wave of dark, abyssal energy coming straight from Derek. The stranger's eye glowed with a bright golden light and began scanning the magic with incredible concentration. This made Derek wonder if there was another nobleman hiding under the guise of an ordinary traveler. When the wanderer said that he had been following this for some time, the guy only tried to correct his grammar. However, the archer completely ignored the joke, and narrowing his eyes, asked if Derek was a void beast. The hero immediately responded in the negative, trying to understand how his cover had been blown so quickly. Realizing that such a situation could cause problems for the village, Derek decided to play dumb. However, the traveler continued to press him with questions about his origin and current level. Then he suddenly accused the guy of lying and pointed a glowing finger straight at his chest. Derek reacted with lightning speed. He intercepted the stranger's wrist right in the air and completely stopped the attack. After this, the protagonist asked him what he was going to do if Derek really was a void beast. In response, the wanderer activated his powerful identification skill. A bright golden light passed over Derek's body as the system tried to analyze hidden characteristics. However, the skill completely failed, and in the end, both were left standing opposite each other in awkward silence. Derek was the first to break the silence, pointing towards the bar and asking if he could finally get his beer. The bartender greeted him warmly and said that Derek's reputation had already spread throughout the village. The stunned archer realized that in front of him must be the very same powerful warrior who had defeated the void beast. The bartender introduced himself as Bart, and the hero ordered a glass of his finest ale. Meanwhile, he watched the hunter go, relieved to realize that a huge fight in the tavern had been avoided after all. Bart slid a mug of beer across the bar and asked for 2 copper coins for it, but Derek was completely broke. So the hero simply placed a high-level badger skin on the stand. The bartender was absolutely delighted by this and immediately offered Derek a free room in his tavern. But before the guy could agree, a familiar voice came from behind the counter. Derek recognized Mallory. The woman invited him to stay with her as gratitude for helping her daughter. In addition, she promised to cook a hot and tasty stew for the hero. They walked together through the busy streets of the village, Derek enjoying a cold beer while they talked. At the same time, the guy brushed off Mallory's questions about the mysterious hunter who had previously encountered him in the tavern. The woman then warned Derek to be careful and explained that the traveler was actually working for the crown. The protagonist slowly sipped from his mug and wondered if Mallory was referring to the kingdom's rulers. However, the woman explained that the crown was the name of a huge, influential organization within the kingdom of Sidaria. Despite their name, they are not officially connected to either the king or the government. It operated as an upscale restaurant and wielded incredible political influence throughout the region. However, only the richest nobles and the most powerful people were allowed to eat there. Mallory smiled and asked if Derek knew what the establishment's most sought-after delicacy was. She then revealed the shocking truth. The restaurant had been serving cooked void beasts to its wealthy patrons. Derek instantly spat out his beer in shock. Mallory explained that consuming a void beast permanently granted massive stat bonuses to whoever ate it. Derek chuckled nervously and guessed that some of the void beasts must have been weak. However, the woman quickly refuted this thought, reminding him that even a single low-level beast could easily destroy an entire village. A memory of the terrible destruction these monsters had caused flashed before Derek's eyes. Mallory looked at the boy carefully and assumed that such a powerful warrior as he had known all this for a long time. Derek sweated nervously under her gaze, trying his best to remain calm. Meanwhile, the sun began to set, so they continued walking towards the Mallory family's house. Soon night fell, and all the guests were already assembled. Derek ate the delicious stew with great pleasure. The hero drank it straight from the bowl, not hiding his joy at all. He then placed the dishes on the table and declared that it was the best meal he had eaten in years. Mallory responded modestly and explained that her cooking skill was only at level 8. However, the grandfather's attempt to tease his wife about her cooking was immediately stopped by her knife. Afterwards, Thomas asked if they were still going to unlock his system first thing the next morning. Derek nodded and agreed, noting that it was okay as long as his grandparents approved of the decision. The elderly couple happily gave their consent, fully understanding how long the boy had been waiting for this moment. Thomas shouted joyfully and raised his fists in the air, smiling widely with happiness. However, Derek raised his finger and added one last condition to their agreement. Before the start, the hero mentioned that it had been an incredibly long time since he had enjoyed a warm bath. Hearing this, the boy immediately jumped up and ran to heat some water for him. The family laughed at Thomas's endless enthusiasm and then continued finishing their dinner. Derek looked out the window at the calm night sky and suddenly felt a rare sense of comfort. Suddenly, Brandy touched his arm, getting his attention. The girl called Derek's name. When the guy turned around, she nervously handed him a small object. Brandy gave him a handcrafted leather amulet and explained that she wanted to sincerely thank him. Working with skins helped her cope with the painful loss of her father. Derek smiled warmly, accepted the gift, and thanked the girl for the kind gesture. And then suddenly, Thomas loudly complained that he needed even more firewood to keep the water in the bath hot. Hearing this, the protagonist suddenly realized that for the first time in many years he was no longer alone. Thus, our heroes spent the evening in each other's excellent company. The next morning, training began, and a huge cloud of dust rose up from the fields. Derek rushed forward with incredible speed, carrying a stunned Thomas on his back, and then jumped high into the air. Landing softly in the clearing, the hero decided that this secluded place was ideal for their task. Derek grabbed the dazed and still spinning boy by the shoulders, helping him regain his balance. The guy then asked Thomas if he was really ready to finally unlock his system. He handed him a sharp dagger, warning the boy to be extremely careful with it. Derek put his hand into his mind and prepared to take out the target he had caught earlier. He told the boy that he had to kill whatever was inside. Thomas nodded bravely and gripped the weapon with both hands, preparing to strike. The next moment, a burst of blue magical energy erupted around, and Thomas's system was officially unlocked. Derek looked at the bloody boy and asked him with a smile how he felt after leveling up. Thomas was completely stunned. He realized that he had just received an achievement for defeating a level 50 monster. Derek then explained that the weapon was created by the same master who made his glaive. The hero then raised his finger and informed the excited boy that he wanted to ask him one very important question. Derek admitted that Thomas wanted to leave the village, become stronger, and see the world. Reflecting on the fact that he himself had been alone inside the void for too long, the hero admitted that the loneliness was beginning to become tiresome. After this, the boy asked Thomas if he wanted to go on a trip with him, and the boy froze in shock. His thoughts instantly filled with delight at the mere prospect of a great adventure. But Thomas quickly cleared his throat, trying to look calm, and then agreed to join Derek's journey. Derek smiled and warned him that traveling together meant keeping all his secrets to himself. Thomas solemnly promised to do this and even swore to protect the hero's secrets with his own life. However, Derek added that although he would protect Thomas, he had to train hard and never rely on others. Moreover, during their travels, he was required to obey absolutely and unquestioningly whenever Derek gave an order. Thomas looked at his new mentor with a little fear, but at the same time he was completely ready to take on any challenge. Derek clarified that he was not an evil man, but he could not be called a saint either. Hearing this, Thomas became even more enthusiastic about his desire to go on this adventure with him. Then Derek officially accepted the boy into the team and sealed it with a firm handshake. The hero then asked Thomas how many skill points he currently had to distribute. However, he immediately stunned the boy by informing him that he was going to spend almost all of his points. Derek told Thomas to immediately invest points in meditation and identification. Noticing the boy's frustration, he explained that these basic skills were actually incredibly powerful. At the same time, he promised that Thomas would be able to spend his very last point on something much more interesting. After this, the main character asked which class the boy wanted to choose. He advised investing in light weapons skills, as it suited his desire to be fast. Thomas touched the glowing screen of his system and locked in his skill selection. Derek then told him to invest all his remaining stat points into vitality and stamina. Thomas didn't understand what exactly the mentor meant by the need to keep up with him, but Derek simply turned and left. The next moment, he suddenly rushed forward with great speed, leaving Thomas behind. At the same time, the hero announced that they were having a race, and the boy was already losing by a huge margin. Returning home, Thomas collapsed from complete exhaustion, while Derek met with the elders. The hero sighed heavily and placed his hand on the wooden table, maintaining a serious expression on his face. He then warned the assembled group that the silver adventurers they had requested would surely die. Reina looked up and asked if the silver team was truly unable to handle the threat. However, Derek stated that the dungeon he found was actually level 120. This news completely stunned everyone in the room. Leon then explained that they needed a golden team of adventurers instead. Richard immediately agreed to draw up a completely new request for the guild. Derek asked for a map of the area, and Grandpa told Thomas to go get it. He then laid out the map on the table and showed the location of all the known local dungeons. The map indicated specific level limits and monster types in each danger zone. Therefore, Derek was able to pinpoint the location where he believed the dungeon with high-level undead was located. Before this, the guy asked permission to make a mark directly on the map. Having received permission, he marked the area on level 120, then Derek asked if he could make a copy of the map. After everything was ready, he returned it to Reina and at the same time asked a curious question. He wondered why her level was only 31 despite living near so many dungeons. Reina explained that her rare class, Stormblade, required a huge amount of experience. Because of this, she had too little time to level up. The thing is, she had to perform the duties of the head of the village. Furthermore, the woman added that the village's standard weapons were still not up to the task of high-level combat. However, Derek suddenly pulled out a beautifully crafted high-quality sword from somewhere and threw it to Reina. The hero then invited her to join him for training the next morning, much to Thomas's surprise. Derek promised that the legendary weapon would remain with Reina if she agreed to train. The woman stared at the blade in shock, amazed by the boy's incredible generosity. She then nodded enthusiastically and accepted the invitation to join the morning workout. After that, Derek said goodbye to everyone and went in search of his new bartender friend. Meanwhile, at the noble castle, Wallace begged his father to send him elite reinforcements. However, instead, the nobleman harshly reprimanded his son for wanting to intimidate a simple border village. The man reminded that the village had already requested a silver-ranked team, so he demanded that Wallace go back there and sort out the situation without creating any new embarrassment. When his son tried to object, the nobleman stepped forward and gave him an incredibly frightening look. He ordered Wallace to get out of his sight immediately and would not listen to any further objections. The humiliated young nobleman left the room in a rage. Wallace glared at his father and said he would destroy the adventurers himself. The next morning, Reina asked if Derek was really ready for training. Meanwhile, he stood in the middle of the field with his torso bare and ordered her to hit him properly. The hero assured the woman that he would be fine even without armor. The guy jokingly added that he would rather ruin his shorts than lose his shirt again. Then Reina reluctantly channeled powerful wind magic into the new blade, deciding to hold back a little so as not to accidentally kill Derek. After that, the woman struck, and a huge wave of sharp wind energy rushed straight towards the hero. However, Derek just stood there and let the attack hit him straight. There was no doubt on his face about what he was doing. Thomas watched from the sidelines, wondering if his mad mentor had gone mad. A powerful blade of wind struck Derek in the chest, but the energy simply scattered to the sides. Raina stared in complete shock at the boy's incredible strength, while Thomas screamed in delight. However, Derek just waved it off and told Raina that next time she shouldn't have held back. Hearing this, the woman narrowed her eyes and prepared to release all her power. Raina lunged forward and unleashed a continuous barrage of magical wind blasts at Derek. This continued until 10 minutes later. When she ran out of mana, Derek calmly advised her to meditate. He then called Thomas over, informing him that it was now his turn. The inspired guy immediately ran up, waiting for the start of his first real training session. However, the protagonist suddenly told him to choose any weapon and try to kill him. Thomas was truly horrified by these words and could not believe what he heard. Derek just sighed heavily and reminded the boy that he had recently withstood 30 air blades without a single scratch. He then explained that Thomas just needed to gather his courage and attack with all his might. After this, the hero jumped back, assumed a defensive stance, and invited the student to make the first move. With a loud scream, Thomas rushed forward with a dagger and began waving the weapon around chaotically. However, Derek dodged the blow without the slightest effort. As a result, the boy missed, and they stood awkwardly opposite each other. Silence hung over the clearing, broken only by a light wind. A moment later, Derek dryly noted that the guy had somehow managed to miss the stationary target. He then said that there was no point in apologizing, and that Thomas should instead focus on becoming a much better person. Hearing this, the boy tried to attack again, but missed the second time too. The protagonist tiredly covered his face with his hand and suggested changing weapons for training. Ignoring Thomas's protests, he handed him the spear and told him to practice his normal lunges properly first. Thus began their hard training, which continued for several days in a row. Raina attacked Derek with combat magic, thanks to which the girl increased the level of her spells. At the same time, the hero himself developed resistance to magic. Meanwhile, Thomas continued to struggle with the daggers, dropping his weapons again and again, causing his mentor to sigh hopelessly. However, it soon became clear that the boy had a real talent for wielding a sword and spear. Derek spent his free time hunting forest monsters and then bringing them to Thomas so he could finish them off and gain experience. Every evening they returned to the village, where they enjoyed dinner together in a friendly atmosphere. During one of these meals, Thomas's grandfather quietly asked Derek to be a little gentler with his grandson. Thomas himself, meanwhile, proudly told Brandy how much stronger he had become recently. Then the elderly man explained that the boy's late father also fought with daggers. As time went by, the day came when Thomas finally reached level 10 in the forest. Then Derek warned him in advance that he should not choose the best class, but the one that was truly strong and promising. The boy smiled confidently and told his mentor that he knew perfectly well what choice he was about to make. After that, he opened the system screen and began choosing a class. Derek watched the proceedings carefully, hoping that the system had offered the boy several rare development options. The hero noted to himself that the boy had really worked hard and deserved it. Thomas then confirmed his choice. At that very moment, a powerful stream of green energy flared up around him, signifying a successful class change. Having completed the transformation, the boy deftly threw the dagger up and caught it with a satisfied smile. Thomas was confident that he had chosen the perfect option. But at that moment, Derek's gaze became extremely serious, and the hero suddenly felt a strong sense of anxiety. Thomas happily announced that he had chosen the regular rogue class, just like the one his father had once possessed. Hearing this, Derek just tiredly slapped his hand across his face, wondering why the boy ignored all the rare classes. Thomas admitted that he had seen some rare variants, but still settled on the bandit because he thought his father was really cool. He looked at the dagger with a gentle smile, remembering its fighting style and heritage. However, Derek reminded that Thomas's father had already died, and the boy himself had no idea how to handle daggers. The hero then stated that he had already begun to doubt whether it was worth taking a small child with him on the trip at all. Upon hearing this, Thomas immediately fell to his knees and began to beg for a chance. He wanted to become strong enough to protect other people. Derek asked how he could trust a man who was unable to follow even the simplest instructions. Then the tearful boy began to ask even more persistently to be given at least one last chance to prove his reliability. In desperation, Thomas swore an oath to the great system to keep all of Derek's secrets. Immediately after this, a notice appeared before them, confirming that the oath had become his contract until death. Derek was genuinely amazed when he saw this, as he immediately recognized the skill of a hard contract, familiar to him from his previous life. After this, the hero asked why Thomas decided to take such a desperate action just for the opportunity to travel with him. He then warned the boy that this was his very last chance and told him to pack his things. In the morning, they were going to the dungeon. Meanwhile, a luxurious carriage was moving quickly along the road to the border village, with Wallace and his troop inside. As the crew drove forward, they drank and complained irritably about their new assignment. One of the girls grumbled discontentedly that she had to return to this dirty border hole again. Another member of the squad complained that he had only recently managed to get rid of the village smell in his hair. The fair-haired girl contemptuously declared that this time she had expected a much more dignified meeting. Wallace himself sat silently in the corner the whole time, but his irritation became increasingly noticeable. Finally, he could stand it no longer and sharply ordered his companions to immediately shut up. The nobleman then demanded that they stop their constant complaints and assured them that this whole story would end in a few days. Meanwhile, in the forest, Derek and Thomas approached the green portal to the dungeon. The hero decided that he was going to run this level 25 dungeon twice while his own level remained low enough. According to his calculations, such an experience should significantly accelerate the student's development. Thomas looked around in bewilderment and asked why they had stopped there. In response, Derek only smiled smugly and said that this was exactly the dungeon they were about to clear out. The boy immediately panicked because he didn't understand how the two of them could even enter a dungeon of that level. Then the hero reminded him of the secrets he had sworn to keep and declared that the time had come to reveal the first of them. After this, Derek walked up to the portal and placed his palm on its glowing surface. A system window immediately opened in front of them, displaying the hero's actual level, only 18. Seeing this, Thomas literally lost the power of speech. He screamed in complete shock, not believing his own eyes. Then it dawned on him that they could now complete almost all low-level dungeons together. Inspired, the boy decided that Derek would easily protect him from any danger inside. However, the hero only grinned slyly and asked who had said that he was the one who was going to fight. Without waiting for an answer, Derek unceremoniously pushed Thomas straight into the portal, explaining that the best training was always survival. A moment later, they appeared inside a damp cave filled with rock formations and thick moss. The sounds of various animals and birds could be heard outside. After looking around, Derek calmly asked Thomas if he was finally ready to start real training. The boy trembled with fear and hesitantly asked if the mentor was really serious. In response, Derek reminded him that he had given him high-level daggers for the fight in advance. He also noted that the armor Brandy had made should have easily protected Thomas from most normal attacks. And if the student does get injured, then his rejuvenation skill also needed upgrading long ago. After these words, Thomas only swallowed convulsively, finally realizing that there was nowhere left to retreat. Realizing that Thomas was now on his own, Derek declared that it was a win-win for everyone. Then they went deeper into the dangerous jungle of the dungeon. Suddenly, a huge flying insect ambushed Thomas. The boy jumped to his feet and started running, calling for Derek's help, but another giant beetle immediately rushed after him. At that moment, a huge centipede wrapped itself around his body and began to squeeze so hard that the boy found it difficult to breathe. Almost at the same time, the giant ant sank its teeth into his hand, and Thomas, unable to bear it, screamed again, begging Derek to help. Only then did the protagonist decide to intervene. He calmly swung his spear and with one precise blow cut the huge insect in half. Thomas collapsed onto the grass, gasping for air, and asked in bewilderment where there was supposed to be joy in all of this. Derek just sat down next to him with a grin and reminded him that the boy hadn't died today after all. After this, he asked to see the broken arm, completely ignoring the student's painful groans and complaints. The next moment, the hero's palms were enveloped in a green glow, and he used the rejuvenation skill, aiming it directly at his injured hand. The bone instantly healed, and Thomas stared at his limb in complete amazement. Derek then gave him a friendly pat on the shoulder and calmly told him to get back to training immediately. The boy reluctantly rose to his feet, finally realizing that he would no longer be able to escape these cruel lessons. Derek merely encouraged him cheerfully, and Thomas muttered quietly under his breath that his mentor was completely crazy. Making his way through the dense bushes, Thomas noticed a huge rhinoceros beetle wandering nearby in a small clearing. Then the boy gathered his courage, gripped his daggers tighter, and decided that this was his best chance to prove himself. Then he suddenly took off and tried to catch the monster by surprise. However, the giant beetle sensed his presence literally at the last moment and sharply turned its head. Thomas swung his weapon, but missed completely, the blade only cutting through empty air. Seeing such an attack, Derek tiredly covered his face with his hand, completely disappointed in his student's technique. The beetle immediately counterattacked, striking Thomas with a huge horn and sending the boy flying far to the side. The boy rolled on the ground with a painful groan, raising a thick cloud of dust around him. The monster squealed loudly and prepared to crush the helpless enemy with its paws. But at that moment, Derek shouted loudly for Thomas to dodge. Hearing the warning, the boy rolled to the side in time. Derek encouraged his student, and Thomas quickly jumped to his feet and prepared to fight again. However, the giant beetle rushed forward again. The monster hit the boy with all his might and threw him straight into the nearest tree. Thomas realized that the armor Brandy had made had taken the brunt of the impact. Mentally thanking the girl, he gripped the dagger tighter and decided to end this fight right now. The guy jumped high and delivered a powerful chopping blow. The blade severed the beetle's horn, and yellow liquid sprayed into the air, causing the monster to let out a piercing cry of pain. Landing right on its back, Thomas drove the dagger deep into the monster's head with all his might. A moment later, the huge beetle fell down dead. The exhausted boy sank heavily to the ground, trying to catch his breath. Derek approached him and informed him that he was now going to analyze his very effective but extremely sloppy performance. Confused, Thomas assumed he must have put too much force into the punch, causing him to lose his balance. However, Derek shook his head and explained that the mistake had been made long before the attack began. He then asked why Thomas didn't use his class's stealth skill to sneak up on the beetle. Hearing this question, the boy literally froze. For several seconds, there was complete silence between them. He slowly turned his gaze to his mentor, who was waiting for an answer. Finally, Thomas admitted that he had simply forgotten about the existence of the stealth skill. Derek was so taken aback that he was speechless for a few moments. He asked how it was possible to forget the only skill of the class. An embarrassed Thomas smiled guiltily and honestly confirmed that he had indeed acted very stupidly. The protagonist only sighed deeply, finally realizing that his new student turned out to be unusually narrow-minded. Meanwhile, Wallace's carriage arrived at the right place. Soon she finally stopped at the wooden gate of the border village. A moment later, the heavy boot of an armored warrior stepped onto the dusty road. One of the guards on the wall immediately demanded to be identified. However, his answer was a huge wave of blue wind magic that instantly knocked him off the wall. Almost simultaneously, the massive wooden gate swung open with a deafening roar. The villagers began to look at each other in panic, not understanding why the adventurers had returned to attack them again. Meanwhile, Wallace and his elite squad walked through the clouds of smoke, dismissively calling the inhabitants commoners. A sinister smile appeared on the nobleman's face, and he declared that they had allegedly come to save the village from danger. Reyna was completely unimpressed by his words. She drew her sword and filled the blade with powerful wind magic. A sharp energy immediately crackled around the weapon. Then the girl stepped forward decisively and said that they did not need such help at all. After that, she completely released her aura and demanded that Wallace leave the village immediately. But he only answered her with a cold, mocking smile. Meanwhile, in the level 25 dungeon, a huge level 18 spider ant screeched shrilly and prepared to attack. This time Thomas reacted much faster, and at the last moment he managed to dodge the monster's huge, sharp paws. It was then that the boy realized that after several days of continuous battles in this real hell, he had finally reached level 17. With a loud battle cry, Thomas rushed forward and plunged his blade deep into the monster's neck. A fountain of yellow liquid immediately gushed out of the wound. The monster fell down dead, and the guy broke into a wide, satisfied smile, rejoicing at his first independent victory. But suddenly, Derek loudly warned him of the danger. While Thomas was celebrating his success, another huge insect came up behind him and rushed towards him at full speed. The situation became even worse when the guy realized that his dagger was firmly stuck in the body of the slain monster. In a panic, he screamed again for help and could only watch helplessly as the monster rapidly approached. Luckily, Derek intervened instantly, and with one crushing blow he destroyed the monster, leaving it no chance. Thomas sank to the ground tiredly and complained with annoyance that he had been very close to victory. Then he thought that a longer weapon with better leverage would have allowed him to easily escape this situation. Looking at the sticky dagger, the guy finally honestly admitted that daggers were completely unsuitable for him. Hearing this, Derek threw his weapon into the air with a smug smile and agreed that the student had finally come to the right conclusion. After this, the protagonist noted that the boy had made truly impressive progress. And with the rest of the cave now completely clear, Derek reported that Thomas was finally ready for the next test. With these words, he led the student straight to the huge gate of the boss room, surrounded by sparkling bolts of lightning. Before entering, Derek reminded Thomas that he should use his stealth skill and strike directly at the enemy's head. Finally, the hero sternly warned his student not to make any mistakes, after which they stepped together into the glowing portal. As soon as they were inside, a powerful gust of wind cut through the air. The boss launched a surprise attack, trying to catch them off guard. However, Derek blocked the blow without much difficulty, protecting the confused Thomas from the unexpected danger. Seeing a terrifying giant insect in front of him, the guy immediately doubted his own strength. Noticing this, Derek changed his plan, deciding to hold off the monster himself so that Thomas could deliver the finishing blow. With a burst of bright blue energy, the protagonist rushed forward and met the monster face to face. He grabbed the huge boss by the neck and with just his physical strength completely stopped his movement. A confident smirk appeared on Derek's face before he slammed the monster into the ground with great force. A powerful shockwave rolled through the cave, and the hero effortlessly pinned the giant insect to the ground, immobilizing it. He then loudly ordered Thomas to act while he held the struggling boss down. Gathering his courage, the boy gripped his weapon tighter, his eyes flashing with determination. The guy then rushed forward at full speed, aiming straight at the immobilized monster's weak spot. The next moment, he plunged the dagger deep into the boss's head. The huge monster instantly went limp, its massive paws buckled, and life quickly left its body. A second later, the monster completely dissolved, turning into a beautiful rain of glowing blue particles. A system notification immediately appeared in front of them, officially informing them that the dungeon boss had been defeated. Thomas couldn't contain his delight. He let out a joyful shout when he realized that he had managed to survive and successfully complete his very first dungeon. However, Derek quickly brought him back down to earth, warning his student that the tests would only get more difficult. The hero then added that it was time for them to go back, since Thomas's grandmother was probably already very worried. But the guy continued to stand silently in place, looking at the remains of the defeated boss. Not understanding why the student was so late, Derek turned around. Then he saw that Thomas was struggling to pull his dagger out of the monster's head. Snorting in displeasure, the boy admitted that the weapon was stuck again, after which he irritably kicked the monster's durable shell. Meanwhile, the system gave Derek a new ability, Poison Cleansing, which allowed him to get rid of any poisoning. In addition, for his first successful completion of the dungeon as an explorer, he received 2 more valuable skill points. Having received all the rewards, the protagonist asked Thomas if he was ready to go back, and Thomas immediately agreed. On the way back, Thomas admitted that he finally understood why daggers had been such a poor choice for him. Derek then promised that once the student reached level 25, he would definitely give him a truly powerful spear. Suddenly, the hero stopped abruptly, his relaxed face instantly becoming extremely serious. He noticed that the village gates were completely unguarded, and several expensive carriages were parked near the entrance. Sensing that something terrible had happened, Derek narrowed his eyes flashing an ominous blue light. He immediately rushed through the gate and saw a destroyed village. Derek, in a panic, began calling loudly for Raina and Mallory. He soon found Brandy unconscious on the ground, the system showing that the woman was barely alive. Lying nearby was Mallory, in critical condition, with a timer indicating she had only 13 minutes to live. Thomas ran up, looked at the destruction in horror, and asked what had happened here. Without wasting a second, Derek quickly stabilized both women and assured the boy that they would definitely survive. The hero then placed his hand on Thomas's head and firmly ordered him to stay put. Trembling with fear, the boy asked where the mentor was going in such a hurry. However, looking into his eyes, he saw only rage. Derek was going to find the culprits of what happened. Meanwhile, Raina lay bleeding and breathing heavily on the ground, with a sharp sword pressed to her throat. Wallace stood over her arrogantly and declared that the inhabitants had only themselves to blame for all their suffering. He then announced that, in the name of his noble house, he was condemning Raina to death by beheading. The executioner had already raised his sword for the fatal blow, but suddenly, a dark shadow loomed over the square. The next second, a powerful purple energy whip wrapped around the nobleman's blade and stopped the blow in midair. Derek's cold voice echoed across the square. The hero warned that if they dared to touch even one more person, he would personally take their lives. Feeling the unbearable pressure, Wallace panicked and pointed at Derek and ordered his men to kill him immediately. However, the protagonist remained completely unperturbed, dark energy swirling around him as the warriors prepared to attack. The swordsman was the first to rush forward. He tried to deliver a fatal blow straight to Derek's neck. But the hero easily counterattacked. One blow was enough to send the enemy flying back with great force. The guard collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. He was completely defeated. Seeing her comrade's defeat, the girl mage screamed in rage. She began to rapidly accumulate a huge amount of fire magic in her palms, and her eyes flashed with a bright orange light. She then declared that she was going to burn Derek to ashes for daring to speak out against them. The next moment, the mage released a colossal stream of flame that completely covered the street. A monstrous explosion swept through the village, raising a huge cloud of smoke and debris. Having finished the attack, the girl breathed heavily, being completely confident that she had destroyed the target completely. A tear even rolled down her cheek. She sincerely believed that she had just avenged her fallen comrade. Meanwhile, Wallace and the remaining guards peered tensely into the thick smoke, hoping that the danger had finally passed. But suddenly, a figure began to appear from the raging flames. Soon, everyone saw a face in the fire with brightly glowing purple eyes. Derek walked calmly straight out of the fire, without a single scratch on him, and his clothes remained completely undamaged. Seeing this, Wallace panicked and ordered the last archer to shoot the monster immediately. The arrow whistled through the air, heading straight for Derek's head. However, the main character didn't even flinch. He caught the projectile with one hand right in flight. The archer turned pale. He finally realized that a real monster stood before him. The next second, the man turned around, jumped onto the roof and tried to escape. But Derek instantly threw the caught arrow back, the projectile piercing the fugitive's head with impeccable accuracy. The archer's lifeless body fell from the roof and collapsed to the ground. Richard, along with the terrified villagers, ran forward, trying to stop Derek. Everyone begged him to stop, reminding him that influential nobles stood before him and could not be touched. However, Derek coldly replied that they had already had their chance, but now they had completely lost it. At that moment, his eyes flashed a frightening purple light, and the hero himself was completely overwhelmed by the desire for revenge. The last remaining guard, trying to save his life at any cost, rushed into the attack with a loud cry. However, the main character easily stopped the sword flying towards him with his bare hand, which left the enemy in complete shock. The soldier watched in horror as Derek calmly gripped the sharp blade without receiving a single wound. The hero then suddenly released a burst of purple energy and literally crumpled the sword like paper. After this, Derek calmly walked past the defeated enemy, who collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain. Seeing this, Wallace gritted his teeth in rage and declared that his entire elite squad had been completely useless. He then released all his power, causing a huge stream of blue wind magic to swirl around the nobleman as he rose into the air. At the same time, he began to demonstrate the superiority of noble blood, convinced of his own power. In response, Derek activated the magic of the abyss. The next moment, a giant pillar of dark purple energy struck the sky, completely absorbing the wind attack. Wallace hung helplessly in the air, because the hero already had a firm grip on his throat. The frightened nobleman began to choke and tried to beg for his life. However, the protagonist stated that he had no intention of letting him go alive, and then he only squeezed his hand tighter. Wallace struggled helplessly, gradually losing his ability to breathe. His vision began to fade, and then, almost without strength, he continued to beg for mercy. At that moment, the fire mage held a flaming blade to Richard's throat and demanded that he release Wallace immediately. The old man asked Derek to stop, explaining that otherwise the consequences would be even worse. He warned that the kingdom prescribed extremely severe punishment for the murder of a nobleman. The hero fell silent for a moment and looked calmly at the hostage. The sorceress called Derek a dog and ordered him to do as he was told. Richard continued to desperately try to convince Derek to stop. He explained that if Wallace died, the entire village would be executed, and then shouted at him to release their leader. However, just as the sorceress was preparing to kill the old man, a sharp blade suddenly pierced her chest. Leon stood behind her, and he only briefly stated that the opponents could try to do whatever they wanted. The chief then declared that it was his duty to protect his people, and after these words, the woman's body went limp and collapsed to the ground. After this, Derek turned his gaze back to the captive and continued to hold the trembling nobleman tightly. He demanded an oath that no retribution would follow if released. Wallace, in a panic, began to nod frantically, cry and agree to any conditions just to save his life. Smiling coldly, the hero said that he accepted this answer, but immediately after that, he decided to finally eliminate the threat. With one sharp movement, he snapped Wallace's neck, a dull crunch echoing across the square. Richard gasped in horror, finally realizing that there was no turning back. Wallace's lifeless body fell heavily to the ground, and the battle finally ended. Derek himself just shrugged indifferently and noted that during such a tense moment, his hand had simply slipped by accident. Then the main character approached the unconscious Reina. He looked closely at her pale, wounded face, lifted the girl up, and made sure that she was still breathing after the hard battle. After that, the guy carefully carried her to a safe place. Passing by the residents, who followed him with admiring and frightened glances, Derek calmly moved on. Meanwhile, Leon helped Richard to his feet, and Richard only muttered doomedly that they were all doomed now. The stunned crowd silently parted before the hero as he carried the wounded Reina through the streets straight to the house of the head of the settlement. He wanted to find a quiet place for her where she could recover. Leon quickly took control of the situation, ordering the residents to stop standing around and start cleaning up immediately. Then people immediately began to clear away the rubble and carefully hide all traces of the recent battle. Meanwhile, inside the house, Derek sat by the fireplace while Reina relaxed on the couch. The girl lay peacefully, her breathing gradually becoming more even, and the healing magic continued to do its work. The hero himself watched her patiently, waiting for her to finally regain consciousness. Suddenly, numerous system notifications began to appear before his eyes one after another. They reported that he received a huge amount of experience and leveled up for defeating high-level opponents. Derek only noted ironically to himself that he was probably the first person to be upset by the level increase. Soon, Reina slowly opened her eyes and, barely coming to her senses, quietly said Derek's name. Then the girl, with a painful expression on her face, tried to get up, and the first thing she wanted to know was whether the village was safe. The hero calmly assured her that everything was over, and there was nothing more to worry about, after which he advised her to simply rest. Reina sighed with relief and sank back onto the pillows, thanking him profusely for saving her. However, Derek jokingly stated that he had done nothing at all, and that the nobles had allegedly died unexpectedly on their own. The girl immediately grabbed his hand in panic and reminded him that the deceased were very influential noblemen. She warned that if the kingdom ever found out the truth, the entire village would be hanged. However, the main character answered quite calmly that no one would ever know about it. He then explained that he had already come up with a plan that would work on one condition, if everyone kept quiet. At that moment, Leon entered the room and invited the others inside. He reported that the bodies of the nobles had already been securely hidden, and all the coachmen had taken the systemic oaths. Derek approved of these actions and explained that he later intended to completely hide all the evidence in his spatial bracelet. But then Richard stepped forward and asked how they were ever going to survive the aftermath of what had happened. The old man admitted that he wished that Derek had listened to him back then and left the leader of the nobles alive. However, the protagonist asked no one to worry and stated that he already had a reliable plan. Then he honestly admitted that he could not carry out such a large-scale cover-up on his own. Looking around at everyone present, Derek explained that it wasn't just their help that he needed. For success, the full cooperation of every single villager without exception was necessary. After this, he turned to Richard and asked how much time was left before the investigation team arrived. The man suggested they had anywhere from a few days to weeks, so Derek decided they needed to call a meeting quickly. He was going to explain in detail to all the residents how dangerous the current situation was. The hero then offered the official version of events. According to her, the nobles simply bought the map and immediately left the village, almost without stopping, after which they went straight to the dungeon. After this, Derek apologized to Richard for losing his card, but the old man took it calmly. The hero then turned his gaze to the others and demanded that everyone take a systemic oath to keep what had happened a secret. These words surprised Leon, and he wondered why it was necessary to swear before the system itself. Derek explained that it was the same binding system oath that Thomas had previously taken to keep his secret. However, Leon refused, saying that, despite all his respect for Derek, he did not want to bind himself with such an oath. Richard also supported him, admitting that in his life he had already seen what terrible consequences oaths could lead to. Then Reina looked up and asked if such an oath could really protect the entire village. The protagonist firmly promised that he would protect them as best as he could. Hearing this, Mallory agreed and said that she did not need any oath at all to trust him. Meanwhile, Brandy immediately stepped forward and confidently declared that she would gladly take such an oath too. Derek sincerely thanked them both for their trust and loyalty. He then turned to the men and said that he understood their decision and was not going to insist. The next moment, a bright blue light flashed, and the system officially registered the oaths taken. Reina, who had already recovered a little, sat up more comfortably and asked what exactly his plan was. Smiling confidently, Derek began to explain in detail the prepared legend. In it, the nobles politely received a map from the village chief and then immediately went to the dangerous dungeon of the 100th level. According to the story, an elite squad heroically entered the battle, trying to stop a large-scale dungeon breach. They allegedly fought against countless hordes of the undead to protect the surrounding lands from complete destruction. However, the entire elite group ultimately perished in a battle with a powerful boss. The leader of the nobles only miraculously managed to escape alive, but later bled to death somewhere in the forest. Thus, he became a tragic hero who sacrificed his own life to save the entire region. After this, Derek said with a grin that this was exactly the version that official investigators would hear. A heavy silence immediately fell over the room as everyone silently tried to comprehend what they had heard. But after just a few seconds, they both cried out simultaneously, amazed at how thoughtful and detailed this lie was. Sometime later, the hero gathered everyone outside and asked if they were ready to set off. Then he checked if everyone had already packed their things. However, Reina was surprised to ask why they were heading specifically to the level 50 beast dungeon. Derek explained that they would only take on more difficult dungeons once they had become significantly stronger. Now this place was ideal for quickly leveling up while the hero was pursuing another hidden goal. He wanted to test the theory about class mechanics. The guy believed that the experience a person gained before level 10 influenced their future class. If his guess is correct, Brandy will be able to unlock an incredibly rare class. Then Mallory asked if they were just going to run low-level dungeons while they waited for the right moment. Derek just winked at her and asked her to trust him a little. He added that she would soon understand everything herself. In addition, the hero promised to feed them experience so that they would not have to fight hard for each level. After this, Derek suddenly picked up Brandy on his back to speed up the journey. After this, the whole group moved forward. Carrying the girl on his back, the hero rushed forward at incredible speed. The others barely kept up with him as clouds of dust rose up behind them. Thus, they quickly overcame the winding mountain path and finally reached the entrance to the 50th level beast dungeon. As soon as they stopped at the bridge, Mallory immediately complained that her legs had literally turned to jelly after such a race. In response, Derek reminded everyone of the systemic oath he had given and then prepared to open the dungeon. He touched the glowing system interface, registered a group for the raid, and opened a window with a list of participants. The levels of all the team members appeared on the screen, and Reyna froze. She couldn't believe that the hero's level was lower than her own. However, Derek only laughed quietly and promised that one day he would definitely reveal this little secret. Then the guy stepped forward, activated the portal, and was the first to enter inside. The next moment, the entire group was teleported into the dungeon. They found themselves near a small stone safe haven. Derek peered out cautiously, carefully examining the surroundings. He then returned back and began to explain to his team the most effective leveling strategy. He said that he would go out alone, beat the local monsters almost to death, and then bring them back. After this, Thomas and Brandy will be able to finish off weakened opponents without much difficulty and gain full experience. The protagonist then warned Brandy to prepare for a class change and advised Thomas to give up the daggers. As for Reyna, Derek decided that she was already strong enough to fight with him outside. True, he immediately warned the girl that at the slightest danger, she would have to immediately retreat to a safe place. Meanwhile, Brandy eagerly asked what role she personally was assigned in this plan. However, Derek replied that she would have to do practically nothing. He simply instructed the girl to perfect her craft using a huge pile of monster skins. After this, the hero turned to Mallory and asked if her spear was really the best weapon she had. The girl confirmed this and explained that in their village, good equipment was incredibly rare. In response, Derek immediately opened his inventory. The next moment, he dumped a huge pile of high-quality weapons on the floor. The entire group stood frozen in silent admiration, looking at the truly legendary arsenal that stood before them. The hero himself only casually noted that he had no need for these things anyway. He then handed Mallory a magnificent spear of excellent quality that was perfectly suited to her fighting style. After this, Derek showed Thomas how to use the new weapon. It fired several chaotic energy beams. The protagonist just laughed, watching the commotion that had arisen, and then threw him a few more daggers just in case. True, when Thomas asked for more weapons, Derek immediately reminded him that he had already received the spear. When everyone was fully equipped, the hero looked at Reyna and asked if she was ready to go. The girl nodded confidently, and together they left the safe haven. Almost immediately, a flock of huge horned beasts appeared in front of them. The monsters growled angrily, snorted loudly, and prepared to tear the uninvited guests apart. However, Derek only grinned contentedly, genuinely happy that he would finally be able to have some real fun. The next moment, the entire horde took off, causing a real tremor in the earth. The monsters rushed forward with incredible speed, but Derek and Reyna easily dodged them and immediately launched a counterattack. The protagonist slammed one of the huge beasts into the ground with a powerful blow, instantly knocking it unconscious. He then dragged the stunned monster back to the shelter. There, the beast appeared right in front of Thomas, who dealt it the finishing blow with his new weapon. Inside the shelter, Mallory also immediately tested her new spear and successfully finished off another monster. Meanwhile, outside, Reyna unleashed a powerful slash that sent another beast flying with force. Watching this, Derek sat down right on the defeated monster and praised the girl for her impressive fighting skills. Finally, the last of the captured animals was finished off with a decisive blow. Thanks to this, both Thomas and Mallory reached level 25 at record speed. Derek clapped his hands contentedly and advised them both to carefully study the available options for class development. He then asked Thomas to open the system window and see what development paths were now available to him. The guy gasped in surprise. Among the options offered was the rare Soul Spearman class. The system reported that this class allowed the creation of energy extensions of the spear and the infliction of powerful piercing damage with them. Thomas suddenly looked down and thought that he really wished his father could see this day. Then Branley reminded him that his father's spirit would always be there and was probably already proud of him. Mallory then revealed that she herself had received an unusual growth class called Ohm's Fury. This class focused on strength and endurance, allowing for incredibly powerful strikes with a staff. Hearing this, Derek smiled warmly. He realized that all of his companions were developing even better than he had originally expected. Then he involuntarily began to think about how sometimes even a little help from the outside could completely change someone's destiny. Curious about his own progress, Derek decided to test his own achievements. The system notification informed that the hero had already reached level 25. Derek realized that he had received it after the battle with the nobles. A bright purple light flashed around Derek. As a result, his Abyssal Champion class successfully moved to the next level. At the same time, the system rewarded him with a large number of characteristics and opened up 2 skills at once. The first was the Void Shift, which allowed one to transcend time and move freely through space. The second was void perception, a passive skill that connected the user to the abyss and greatly expanded their perception. The description of both abilities impressed Derek greatly with their versatility, so he immediately studied them without the slightest hesitation. However, the very next moment his eyes widened in surprise, and a strange wave of sensation swept through his entire body. The hero slowly raised his hand and suddenly realized that he could now literally feel the entire space around him. Derek clenched his fist tightly and couldn't hide his satisfied smile. His new abilities were even more useful than he expected. However, the guy did not use Void Shift right now. It would be safer to test this skill when he was alone. At that moment, Reyna approached him and said that she was completely ready for the second round of hunting. Thomas also immediately became inspired and supported this idea. Then Derek and Reyna went outside the safe zone again in search of new enemies. Soon they came across another pack of monsters, and the battle began almost instantly. The protagonist quickly rushed into the thick of the enemy, and Reyna finished off those who were still on their feet. Then Derek pushed off from the huge tree and jumped high into the air. Then he brought his spear down with crushing force on one of the beasts, literally smashing it into the ground. After this, the girl quickly dealt with the remaining monsters, but the battle noticeably tired Reyna. It was then that Derek's expression changed dramatically. The hero felt the approach of a powerful enemy. The ground beneath my feet began to tremble noticeably, and a huge horned beast slowly emerged from the depths of the dungeon. The monster snorted heavily, burning people with its bright red eyes. The system almost immediately identified the monster as Iron Hoof, a level 65 boss. After assessing the situation, Derek ordered Reyna to return to the hut immediately, and the girl did not argue. When they were alone, Derek only chuckled slightly. He noted that the boss was only 30 levels above him, and therefore decided not to use all his power at once. Instead, the boy wanted to test the new abilities of the Abyss in a real fight. The monster roared furiously and brought the giant axe down with all its might. The impact literally exploded the ground, sending up a huge cloud of dust and rocks into the air. However, Derek dodged the attack without the slightest difficulty, and then instantly activated Void Shift. The next second he found himself in a strange starry space where absolute silence reigned. Everything around froze completely. It seemed as if time itself had ceased to exist. The hero looked around with interest and wondered if his new skill really allowed him to stop the flow of time. Then he calmly walked up to the motionless boss. After this, Derek was finally convinced that the monster was indeed completely frozen. Continuing to look around, the guy noticed several purple portals that were floating motionless in the void. Curiosity quickly got the better of him, and the hero carefully stuck his hand into the nearest portal. And then he suddenly felt a light poke on the back of his head. Turning around sharply, he was surprised to find that his own hand had appeared from another portal and touched his head. Derek stared at his hands for a few seconds before finally understanding how his new ability worked. Realizing the enormous combat potential hidden within these interconnected portals, he couldn't help but laugh. Then, out of curiosity, the guy even scratched his head through the portal and admitted that he still had to get used to this kind of mechanics. But suddenly a system warning flashed. It reported that his mana reserves had already decreased to 10%. Not wanting to completely exhaust his energy, the protagonist immediately turned off the Void Shift and returned to the real world. He appeared literally at the very moment when the boss's huge axe fell to the ground behind him with a deafening roar. The monster turned his head in confusion, completely unable to understand where his prey had disappeared to. Derek just chuckled, pointed his finger at his eye, and mockingly told his opponent that he had missed again. Even more enraged, the beast immediately rushed forward and again delivered a powerful blow from above. However, the hero easily ducked, slipping under the huge blade. He calmly stopped the next blow with his spear, and the collision of the weapon sent a powerful shockwave in all directions. After this, Derek calmly told his opponent that he should calm down a little. Then, right in the middle of the fight, he activated the meditation skill. Closing his eyes, the guy concentrated on restoring his mana. At the same time, it was as if he deliberately allowed the monster to attack with all its might, testing the limits of its capabilities. Once his energy reserves had recovered a bit, Derek used Void Shift again. The monster struck again only at an empty spot, while the hero had already appeared behind him. The enraged beast snorted loudly, and Derek continued to test the capabilities of the new skill. He stepped into another portal and found himself right above the boss's head. He then plunged back into the abyss, where no physical attacks could reach him. The huge monster slashed furiously at the ground with its axe again and again, but all its efforts were useless. Meanwhile, the protagonist calmly settled down on a cliff and watched as the enemy gradually ran out of steam. He then began to quickly teleport across the battlefield, confusing the boss and forcing him to waste his last strength. When the right moment finally arrived, Derek rushed forward and dealt the monster a crushing blow. The monster roared loudly in pain, and its health reserves collapsed almost instantly. Without giving his enemy time to recover, the hero jumped high and with a final, decisive blow thrust the spear straight into his chest. Thus, he finally cleared the dungeon and at the same time received a huge amount of experience, increasing his level. A few seconds later, a glowing scroll, a rare scroll of restoration, slowly fell into his hand. However, Derek only frowned slightly. In his opinion, the reward for a boss of this level looked rather mediocre. After some time, Mallory approached him, the girl holding the scroll of resurrection in her hands, and tears slowly flowed down her cheeks. She said she would have loved to have received such an item earlier, before Travis died. Watching her grief made Derek think, once again he was convinced how cruel and unfair the system could be. Reyna excitedly showed everyone her scroll with the high-level skill Chain Strike. At the same time, Thomas received a scroll of restoration, although he himself wanted to get something else. Brandy revealed that she had received a special contract that would permanently bind a magical beast to its owner's soul. Hearing this, Derek froze for a moment. Then a crazy idea suddenly popped into his head. He immediately remembered that incredibly bloodthirsty fluffy rabbit he had met deep in the forest. The hero suddenly realized that he really wanted to try to tame this dangerous little creature. A little embarrassed, the protagonist scratched the back of his head and carefully asked Brandy if she would agree to give him this scroll. The girl handed it to the hero with a wide, friendly smile. She recalled that from the very first meeting, Derek had only saved their lives and constantly helped the entire village. The hero admitted that he still isn't used to people treating him so sincerely and kindly. However, Mallory just smiled and said that he should have gotten used to it a long time ago. The girl then asked where they would go next, after which the whole group continued on to the next bridge. Soon the travelers reached the fiery dungeon of the 50th level. Red-hot rivers of lava flowed everywhere, and huge lava crabs began to emerge from the molten rock almost immediately. Derek then ordered Reyna to go into battle first, reminding her that they had practiced this order many times during training. The girl drew her sword and, without the slightest hesitation, rushed towards the blazing horde of monsters. Meanwhile, the hero himself activated Void Shift, instantly moved to one of the crabs and slammed it into the ground. Reyna then released a powerful wave of water that cut through several monsters at once with incredible speed. After this attack, the system informed her that the Wind Blade skill had increased in level. Then Mallory brought the heavy staff down on the lava crab, literally crushing it with one blow and leveling it up as well. Thomas ended the battle with a precise thrust of his spear, unerringly finishing off the last remaining opponents. After this, the team immediately headed to the level 45 feathered dungeon, where they were met by huge flocks of flying monsters. While the others fought, Derek rode a giant bird. At the same time, he continued to increase the level of his meditation skill. At the same time, Thomas was practicing the techniques of the new Soul Spear class. Brandy diligently collected valuable feathers for her future craft. The group then moved to a level 55 underwater dungeon. They were swimming among the jellyfish when suddenly a huge sea monster emerged from the depths and swallowed Derek whole. Reyna screamed in horror as she saw the boy disappear under the water. However, the monster had no idea how dangerous the prey he had just swallowed was. Within a few seconds, a powerful energy flared up inside his body. Then, the monster's belly literally burst open from the inside, and the protagonist burst out, increasing the level of the Void Channel skill. After that, the journey continued into a level 50 flower dungeon covered in purple plants. Looking around, Reyna noticed that it was suspiciously quiet around and wondered where the local monsters were hiding. However, the answer appeared almost instantly. A giant plant monster silently grew right behind the group. 3 days after clearing the beast dungeon, the team was already climbing a steep mountain path. On the way, Mallory noticed that she felt invigorated and there was no trace left of the previous fatigue and muscle pain. Derek explained that this effect was achieved thanks to high performance and correct meditation techniques. During the climb, the hero finally decided to open his status window to distribute the accumulated characteristic points. A second later, he burst out laughing in surprise when he saw that he had accumulated a whopping 618 undistributed points. After some thought, the guy decided to increase his strength and agility, hoping to unlock even more free skills. For a moment, he even imagined himself as an incredibly muscular and at the same time, very agile warrior. Having finished distributing the characteristics, Derek flexed his arm contentedly, feeling how much stronger his body had become. Almost immediately, the system offered him several new attacking skills to choose from. Derek came to the conclusion that the sweeping strike had a high probability of being able to combine with his existing abilities and that's why the hero chose Sweeping Strike and Multi-Strike, completing the formation of his new combat arsenal. Almost immediately, another notification appeared, informing that a hidden skill had been discovered that was ready to be merged. Despite the intense pain that accompanied the process, Derek calmly endured the merging of his abilities. Reyna, noticing the strange blue glow around him, turned around in surprise. At that moment, the protagonist raised his spear, and energy began to rapidly spread throughout the shaft. Smiling contentedly, he asked the others to move back a little and make more space. He was about to test the limits of his new skill, and in a moment, blue lightning completely enveloped the weapon. Then Derek let out a loud cry and put all his strength into the blow. The next second, a giant crescent-shaped energy slash shot forward. It cut through the ground with monstrous force, causing an explosion that split the surrounding landscape. It created a colossal shockwave that rolled across the entire valley. The rest of the group literally froze in place, watching in shock at the aftermath of this attack. A huge, smoking canyon formed in front of them, as if someone had cut the earth in half with one blow. Derek himself only smiled with satisfaction and declared that they were now ready to go to the dungeon of the undead. Meanwhile, in the luxurious dining room, Walter Gracefall was dining alone at a large table. As he chewed his food slowly, he looked increasingly worried. Then he finally asked the servant if there was any news about his missing son. He reported that the last message pointed to the area of the mountain shelter. Hearing this, the nobleman angrily stabbed his fork into his food, finally convinced that something serious had happened. He then called over his elite knight Bronson, who silently awaited orders. The heavily armored warrior stepped forward. Then the owner ordered him to immediately go in search of the missing heir. Meanwhile, Derek and his companions had already approached the entrance to the level 100 undead dungeon. Feeling the energy emanating from here, the hero noted that now it felt much more dangerous than last time. After that, he announced that he was going to go through this dungeon alone, and everyone else should stay in a safe place. Gathered near the glowing portal, the group members confirmed their readiness for the raid. The system started a countdown, and within a few seconds they found themselves inside a huge, gloomy stone temple. Derek once again warned his comrades to stay inside the shelter and not open the stone doors. After this, the main character went outside alone. He ended up in a huge cemetery, hidden by thick fog. Looking around at the eerie ruins around him, the guy quietly remarked that the cemetery was the most suitable place for such a dungeon. However, he didn't have time to finish his thought. Suddenly, a huge bony hand burst out of the ground. Then Derek just calmly rolled his shoulders, muttering discontentedly that he always hated fighting skeletons. A massive horde of level 100 skeleton warriors rose from their graves, already clutching weapons in their bony hands. At the same time, a flock of level 98 vampire bats descended from the dark sky with a piercing screech. Derek just sighed heavily, knowing that this high-level dungeon should have given him a huge level boost. At that moment, one of the skeleton warriors rushed forward and struck with a rusty blade. The hero easily stepped back and dodged, but the monster immediately followed him with a quick swing of its sword, the blade barely missing Derek's chest. So the guy was a little surprised when a random glancing blow still managed to leave a scratch on his skin. The skeleton brought the sword down with all his might, and the protagonist realized that the level 100 monsters were not harmless opponents at all. So the guy finally decided to take the battle a little more seriously. A crackling blue lightning coiled around his arm. The hero prepared to release the skill and performed a huge, sweeping blow. The wave of attack instantly shattered several skeleton warriors, turning them into dust. The next skeleton lunged at Derek. However, the guy grabbed the monster by the neck and directed purple void energy into its body. The next moment, the enemy exploded in a bright flash of light, and almost immediately after that, a notification about a level increase appeared in front of the hero. Derek twirled his spear easily and smoothly, preparing to deal with the remaining undead. He then gathered swirling blue energy in his palm and directed it at the flying mice. A volley of precise energy beams shot into the air, one after another knocking the vampires right out of the sky. One bat tried to dive at the hero, but Derek merely swung his weapon and threw it away. But suddenly he felt a strange vibration coming from right under his feet. The next second, numerous skeletons with sharp swords suddenly burst out of the ground. At that moment, the hero froze, as the opponents pointed a weapon right at her. Derek then took a step back, causing confusion among the skeletons. The guy thought that this dungeon wasn't so bad. The protagonist even decided that he could easily deal with such a number of enemies, despite the serious overcrowding of the dungeon. However, Derek suddenly stopped and a loud crunch was heard behind him. Much to the boy's annoyance, the shattered skeletons began to reassemble their broken bones. Derek watched silently as the entire cemetery was gradually restored. But then the hero froze and noticed one peculiarity. One particular skeleton was not moving at all. Derek realized that the monster he had destroyed with the Void Channel skill was indeed still dead. A satisfied smile appeared on the guy's face. Then he covered his entire body with a dense aura of purple energy. The hero then jumped high into the air, leaving behind a bright glowing trail. Derek raised his spear, the dark power of the void capable of destroying souls, sparking along his weapon. The hero then brought the spear down with all his might, and a huge purple column of energy erupted from the ground and completely engulfed the cemetery. Level up notifications started appearing before Derek's eyes, one after another. The guy stood among the remains and was convinced that this time the enemies really did die. Derek then stretched his neck and smiled as he prepared for the second round. Just at that moment, a deep rumble rolled through the fog-covered cemetery again. The stone buildings began to crack and split. Soon green explosions came from the ground, and clods of dirt and fragments of broken gravestones flew into the air. Then a level 112 acid ghoul burst out, the toxic monster roaring and covering itself in green slime. Derek, however, merely chuckled and remarked that he was beginning to wonder when the real test would finally arrive. The boy gripped the spear tighter and directed lightning through his hand again. The ghouls rushed forward at great speed, but Derek remained in place. The hero then broke through the monsters, not even giving them a chance to attack him. Derek took a moment to catch his breath, then immediately moved on to the next powerful move. He activated multi-strike and unleashed a barrage of rapid cuts on the hovering ghouls. Numerous level-up screens flashed in front of Derek, and the system announced that the hero had reached level 50. Derek was slightly surprised to realize how incredibly fast he had been moving through this dungeon. However, suddenly, a pair of creepy, clawed hands silently emerged from the shadows behind him. A huge ghoul snuck up on the hero while he was distracted by the system windows. Derek merely noted that he was gradually beginning to like the system, completely ignoring the approaching danger. At that moment, the skeleton struck from above, but Derek managed to dodge in time, and in an instant found himself right behind his opponent. He wondered irritably why nothing in this place could stay dead. Suddenly, the huge bell of the clock tower rang loudly, its sound echoing throughout the cemetery. Derek looked up and finally realized where this endless resurrection was coming from. A floating skeleton with glowing red eyes began to descend from the top of the tower. The system identified him as a lich. The boss roared and commanded the undead to rise, and the ghouls shrieked and charged. Derek sighed in irritation as one of the skeletons reformed right in front of him. The hero delivered a powerful blow filled with purple energy and turned the monster's chest into dust. The boy then kicked another skull aside and thought irritably about how annoying it was to kill the same enemies twice. After this, the hero looked up at the hovering boss and demanded that this battle finally end. Derek also noticed that his friends were probably tired of waiting for him outside. At that moment, the flaming lich commanded him to die and began to descend, surrounded by fire. Ghouls and skeletons rushed forward straight at the main character. However, Derek rushed forward, a trail of purple energy following him as the hero dodged the attacks. The boy delivered quick and smooth blows with his spear, cutting down several enemies one after another. Derek then activated multi-strike and leaped forward, cutting down the monsters with his spear. After this, the hero's eyes glowed with a deep purple light. Derek prepared to use the void channel. The lich watched in horror as the boy directed his power directly at him. Then he clapped his hands and concentrated a huge ball of energy in his bony hands. Energy wrapped around the monster's limbs and began to connect them back together. The lich resurrected his fighters once again, completely restoring their destroyed bodies. However, Derek only said irritably that he had no intention of allowing the boss to drag out the battle again. The hero rushed forward and decided that they would definitely not start this endless cycle of resurrections again. Then the guy delivered a decisive blow. Derek's spear cut through the lich's body. A powerful explosion of purple light illuminated everything around and in an instant split the huge clock tower in half. The crackling blue energy slowly dissipated on Derek's hand, and the dust that had risen gradually began to settle. The protagonist stood calmly under the light of the full moon and silently watched as the remains of the tower collapsed with a roar. Within a few seconds, the giant structure finally collapsed. Derek then slowly walked up to the remains of the lich and noticed a small glowing object on the ground, similar to a lantern. It shone brightly with a golden light, and the hero immediately realized that in front of him was the lich's phylactery. Without a second's hesitation, the boy stepped on it with his foot and crushed the artifact into many tiny fragments. At the same time, he mockingly noted that hiding one's phylactery was the most basic mistake of any lich. Remembering that he still had to figure out how to improve his class, Derek decided to put that issue off for now. After this, he called out to his companions and informed them that they could now go outside in peace. The heavy doors creaked open and the entire group emerged into the ruined cemetery. Brandy almost immediately let out a joyful cry when she spotted the vampire bat, which she immediately decided to take as material for her craft. In response, Derek said with a satisfied smile that the first part of his plan had been successfully completed. Almost immediately, the system announced that the dungeon had been fully completed, and what's more, all rewards were doubled. Reyna gasped in shock as 2 legendary rings of storage appeared in the air in front of her. The rest of the group also froze, hardly believing their eyes and not taking their eyes off the incredible prey. Derek calmly picked up one of the rings and asked Reyna if it was really that good. The girl carefully examined the artifact, after which she admitted that she had never even heard of such awards before. At that very moment, a huge pillar of light shot into the sky, informing the entire world of the extraordinary achievement. However, Reina wondered whether this loot would bring prosperity to their village or, on the contrary, become the cause of great troubles. Meanwhile, Derek had come to the conclusion that his own storage was at least twice as large. Thomas literally jumped with delight, realizing that he would now be able to carry a huge amount of materials. Brandy also didn't waste any time and immediately dragged the boy to collect the remains of the monsters that were lying around. Meanwhile, Reina was still worried about the possible consequences of such wealth. However, Mallory assured the girl that they were now strong enough to protect both themselves and the village. Derek himself just chuckled quietly. He imagined what the others' reaction would be if they saw the amount of things stored inside his bracelet. After some time, the children returned, and Thomas immediately began to beg Brandy to do something interesting for them. Having gathered everyone together, Derek announced that it was time to begin the second part of his plan. To do this, one of them needed to borrow his new storage ring for a short time. However, before the hero could even finish speaking, the girls, without the slightest hesitation, offered him their rings. He ended up taking Thomas's ring, and Thomas was visibly upset. After this, Derek's palm flared with red energy. He directed his power into the surrounding space, stabilizing the area. Almost immediately, the system reported that the dungeon's critical overflow status had been reduced to a normal level. Thomas looked around the gloomy forest in confusion and didn't understand why everything around him still looked so dead. Reina explained to him that the source of the problem had already disappeared, but nature needed time to fully recover. The protagonist slightly ruffled the boy's hair and, with a smile, asked him to be patient. Then a sly smirk appeared on Derek's face. Now the most important part of their real mission began. At that moment, his palm was once again enveloped in a bright blue glow as he prepared everything he needed. When Thomas saw what his mentor was about to do, he looked at him with obvious disgust. Derek began to sit up Wallace's lifeless body, intending to turn the dead nobleman into a true hero. He roughly adjusted the position of his body, as if demanding that the dead man sit more straight. He then coated his palm with caustic green acid and deliberately caused further damage. The acid began to melt the golden armor, making it appear as if the ghoul had dealt the fatal blow. After this, the hero scattered empty potion bottles around to make it look like there had been a fight for life. As he concluded the performance, Derek placed the Ring of Keeping in Wallace's hand, as if it were the fallen hero's final reward. Taking a few steps back and examining his work, the hero asked the others how convincing the scene looked. Reina, having carefully examined everything, admitted that what she saw looked frighteningly realistic. Wallace's body leaned against the tree, truly resembling the legendary hero who died in the final battle. The green acid continued to slowly eat away at his face. Brandy felt very uneasy from what she saw. She even started to feel sick, but Derek himself calmly asked everyone to relax. Several days passed since then, and the group returned home safely. Thomas immediately rushed to his grandparents to show off all his successes. Derek just shook his head with a smile, wondering where the boy got so much energy from. Reina was relieved that the village was safe again and praised Leon for a job well done. Hearing this, the main character decided to find him, leaving the girls to rest a little. However, Brandy suddenly grabbed her mother's hand and happily reminded her that she had finally reached level 10. The girl then quickly dragged her to see what class options the system now offered her. Derek couldn't help but smile. This was exactly why he had brought Brandy with him in the first place. He remembered all the trials she had gone through. The hero remembered dangerous monsters, rare materials, and a huge amount of experience. The girl managed to obtain all of this even before reaching the first important milestone. Now he could only guess how rare and powerful a class the system would offer her. While the girls sat outside the house, Brandy carefully studied her status window. The hero noticed that she was taking a suspiciously long time to choose a suitable option. While the girls were busy with their own business, the hero also opened the system menu to view the rewards for completing the dungeon. However, instead of the usual list of loot, a huge notification appeared in front of him. His class had been promoted to legendary rank. Almost immediately, Derek received a huge boost in stats, as well as 2 completely new skills. The first skill was Absolute Suppression, which allowed one to absorb any magic and send it straight into the abyss. The second was the Void Storage, which significantly increased the capabilities of his spatial storage. Having figured out the new skills, Derek began to distribute the remaining stat points. He increased his intelligence and wisdom to 500 at once, which unlocked the Magic Glass Cannon achievement. He then also learned Physical Resistance, which greatly increased his resistance to physical attacks. Having completed all the improvements, the hero sighed with satisfaction. He was pleased with how strong he had become in such a short time. After this, Derek calmly leaned back on the bench and thought that now everything really was going to go as he had planned. Derek never got a chance to relax because Brandy soon approached him and asked for advice. The girl admitted that she managed to narrow the choice down to 2 completely different classes, but she couldn't decide which one to choose. According to her, one option looked incredibly attractive, while the second seemed very strange. She then revealed that the first offer was the epic leatherworker class, Talon's protege. Hearing this, Mallory dropped her plate in surprise. The woman was shocked that her daughter was able to open an epic class. She immediately hugged her tightly and congratulated her on such an achievement with sincere pride. However, Brandy immediately explained that this class had a very serious drawback. The description stated that its owner would never be able to surpass their mentor and would forever remain in the shadow of the class owner. Mallory tried to convince her daughter that this wasn't a problem at all, since even so, the epic class remained incredibly rare. Derek realized that the system had given Brandy enormous power, but at the same time had placed a strict limit on her development. Mallory inquired about the second option, and Brandy replied that it was called the Universal Smith and was a rare growth class. According to the description, this class allowed one to gradually master absolutely all craft professions. However, the description itself turned out to be so vague that the girl did not understand how useful it would be. Then Derek and her mother suggested that they choose the path that they felt most comfortable with, but Brandy was not at all satisfied with this answer. She looked at them with displeasure and declared that such advice was absolutely useless. After this, the girl took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and decided to make the final choice herself. Derek and Mallory watched her silently, waiting to see what decision she would make. But as soon as Brandy touched the system window, a powerful stream of energy suddenly flared up around her. The next second, the girl lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground, causing Mallory to panic and rush to her daughter. Luckily, after a few moments, Brandy slowly opened her eyes and rubbed her head in confusion. Derek and Mallory immediately sat down next to her and hurried to find out if everything was okay and how she was feeling. The girl only smiled weakly and assured them that she had successfully acquired new skills. Then the main character asked how many abilities exactly she had received. He assumed the system had given him 3 or 4 new skills, but Brandy replied that she had received 42 skills at once. Meanwhile, not far from the village, an elderly farmer slowly led his huge bull along a dusty road. The man looked visibly nervous as he passed a heavily armed knight patrolling the area. The knight himself only nodded briefly in greeting and headed towards the forest, intending to begin his own investigation. On the way, the warrior quietly said Wallace's name and wondered what kind of trouble he had managed to get into this time. The knight then continued on his way towards the setting sun, intending to find out the fate of his subordinate. About an hour later, Derek reflected on what had happened and was finally convinced that his guess had been completely confirmed. He concluded that Brandy's experience in high-level dungeons had given her a huge development bonus. Derek imagined the girl creating legendary armor, incredible weapons, and powerful magical runes. Then he thought that she would be able to brew the most powerful potions, prepare food with huge stat boosts. Realizing the full extent of her potential, the protagonist involuntarily shuddered, but then Derek suddenly grinned. What pleased him most was the thought that now the girl would finally be able to brew really good beer. With that thought in mind, he took a big sip from his mug. He then placed it face down on the counter and complained to the innkeeper that the drink still tasted terrible. At that moment, the doors of the tavern suddenly swung open and Thomas literally flew inside. The out-of-breath guy called out loudly to Derek, who was sitting behind the counter. The boy ran so fast that he didn't have the strength to put words together into meaningful sentences. Then the bartender asked him to calm down, catch his breath, and then talk. After catching his breath a little, Thomas reported that an armed adventurer from Tarit had just arrived in the village. He then added that the stranger was now talking to Reyna and his grandfather near the entrance to the village. Hearing these words, Derek instantly became serious and immediately headed outside. The locals watched the heavily armored warrior with both curiosity and alarm. Wanting to understand how dangerous the stranger was, Derek tried to use the identification skill, but the ability immediately failed. The knight's level was so high that the system was unable to provide any information. Realizing this, Derek told Thomas to go home where it was safer. After this, the protagonist confidently stepped forward, preparing to meet the stranger face to face. A self-confident smile appeared on his face, as if he was already prepared for another confrontation. Derek looked mockingly at the sword behind the knight's back and asked ironically what he was trying to compensate for with such a weapon. However, the warrior only looked at him coldly and replied that if Derek wanted to, he could find out for himself. The protagonist merely sighed mentally, realizing that the modern joke had completely missed his interlocutor. After this, the knight introduced himself as Bronson and said that he was a loyal servant of the Gracefall family. Hearing the familiar name, Derek only winced wearily. Another connection with annoying nobles did not make him happy. Bronson then revealed that he already knew about the conflict between Derek and Wallace. Hearing this, the hero feigned genuine surprise and asked if the guy had really gone missing. However, the knight took this reaction with suspicion. He assumed that Wallace had managed to successfully clear the dungeon. Bronson noted that the disease, which had been spreading throughout the area, had noticeably weakened in the past few days. He also added that he himself could easily clear a level 100 dungeon if he had the opportunity. Derek decided to support this version of events and pretended to be genuinely impressed by the arrogant nobleman's success. After this, Bronson demanded that Derek immediately take him to the entrance to the dungeon. The protagonist agreed, but on one condition, he asked Bronson to do him a small favor later. This request immediately alerted the knight, and he asked what exactly this guy wanted. Derek explained that he was planning to visit Torret in the near future and would like to have a personal guide there. After this, he led Bronson through the dense forest to a hidden entrance to the dungeon. Having reached the right place, the knight immediately noticed Wallace's body. He swore quietly and sank down next to him, carefully studying the signs of the battle that Derek had staged beforehand. The examination completely convinced Bronson of the veracity of what he saw. The knight then used magic to raise the body and prepare it for the return journey. He noted that the head of the Gracefall family would want to personally learn the details of his son's death, as well as get his storage rings back. While Bronson was busy with the body, Derek wondered if all the Gracefall nobles were as arrogant as Wallace. The knight honestly admitted that the young man had indeed turned out to be too self-confident and arrogant. Moreover, he said that the head of the family always feared that his son's reckless actions would one day lead to his death. Hearing this, Derek only chuckled to himself, mentally agreeing with it. Bronson bowed his head and prayed earnestly that the nobleman's sacrifice would serve as a lesson to all and inspire people to become better. However, their peaceful moment was suddenly interrupted by a powerful explosion of purple energy that came from nearby. The shockwave was so strong that it threw the knight back. He instantly drew his sword and warned Derek to prepare for the appearance of a dangerous magical beast. But the very next second, Bronson froze in complete bewilderment, seeing a completely absurd picture in front of him. Derek sat perfectly still on the grass and handed a rare contract scroll to a tiny horned rabbit. Seeing this, Bronson could not stand it and shouted that the hero was recklessly wasting such a valuable thing on some little rabbit. However, Derek did not pay attention to the knight's indignation. He only replied that he simply liked this cute creature. At that very moment, a notification appeared in front of him, confirming the conclusion of a contract with a level 64 horned rabbit. The system then suggested establishing a connection between the owner and the pet, which would allow them to share characteristics. The hero then looked at the little animal and jokingly asked if it was by any chance a miniature vampire. Afterwards, he bit his finger to provide some of the blood needed to complete the magical contract. Bronson watched with undisguised horror as the rabbit licked Derek's bloody finger with obvious relish. The next second, a powerful vortex of purple energy swirled around them, finally connecting their souls. The astonished knight hastened to warn Derek that linking his soul to such a weak creature was extremely dangerous. However, the main character just shrugged his shoulders carelessly. He was absolutely confident in the correctness of his decision. To demonstrate her newfound strength, the little rabbit stamped her paw on the ground. At that very moment, Derek heard a strange voice in his head. The rabbit mentally demanded that he feed her. Then she bloodthirstily asked if it was possible to kill and eat the man standing nearby right now. She then added that human flesh was probably tough, but most likely quite tasty. Soon night fell on the forest. Bronson sat by the campfire and still could not recover from what he had seen. He watched in amazement as a tiny horned rabbit hopped around the fire and roasted a huge beast on a spit. The knight just scratched the back of his head, completely unable to understand what was happening. Meanwhile, Derek sat nearby and was openly amused by his companion's confused reaction. Finally, Bronson pointed with a trembling hand at the fire and stammered that the rabbit was cooking. Derek then explained that he had spent 2 precious skill points to teach Sylvie the corresponding skill. The knight sincerely didn't understand why anyone would waste such valuable development points on a pet. However, after a moment, Bronson only sighed and admitted that trying to understand Derek's logic was useless. Deciding to change the subject, the protagonist asked permission to take one of Wallace's storage rings. He explained that he wanted to give it to his new companion as a reward. While they were talking, Sylvie, looking very pleased, dragged a large piece of meat towards them. Bronson, deep down, even envied Derek, dreaming of one day having such a talented pet. The next morning, the whole company finally returned to the village. Derek suggested that Bronson go to the tavern, while he decided to visit his friends first. On the way, Sylvie asked how many people she was allowed to kill, but Derek immediately scolded the rabbit sternly. He explained that the inhabitants of this village were good people, so she was forbidden to harm any of them. Sylvie stamped her paw in displeasure, clearly upset by such strict restrictions. Meanwhile, nearby, Brandy worked at her crafting table, and Thomas continued to diligently train with his spear. Soon, the boy noticed Derek approaching and joyfully called out to his sister. Coming closer, Derek greeted the boys warmly and announced with a smile that he had brought them a new friend. He then introduced the children to Sylvie, and as soon as they saw the little horned rabbit, they were immediately delighted. Sylvie herself was quite accepting of all the attention and agreed that she was indeed sweet and very cool. Derek said that he wanted to introduce them to the new pet also because he was soon going on a long trip. These words instantly filled Brandy's eyes with tears, and the girl anxiously asked if he ever intended to return. The protagonist carefully wiped away her tears and calmed her down, assuring her that he would never leave his beloved craftswoman. However, he strongly warned Brandy that she must keep her new class and all her skills a secret at all costs. The girl nodded with tears in her eyes and promised to be careful and not to reveal her abilities to anyone. At that moment, Derek's gaze turned cold. He vowed to destroy anyone who would ever dare threaten Brandy. After this, the hero turned to Thomas and told him to pack his things because they were leaving the next morning. Looking around the village, Derek realized that it would be a very long time before they returned here again. Later that evening, Derek and Bronson were sitting at a local tavern having dinner. At one point, the protagonist teased the knight with a smile, noting that he was too picky about food. In response, Bronson explained that he was not only the captain of the guard, but also his master's personal butler. Meanwhile, Sylvie sniffed the dish served in the tavern with suspicion. She mentally complained to Derek that the food smelled completely unappetizing. After carefully trying a small piece, the rabbit immediately asked if it could all be cooked at least a little better. Derek just laughed quietly and explained that the food was already fully cooked. Hearing this, Sylvie visibly drooped, clearly unhappy with this answer. The innkeeper sheepishly apologized for the quality of the food and admitted that he was far from being a real chef. However, Derek merely raised his mug and cheerfully remarked that even bad food wouldn't stop this place from becoming popular. During the conversation, Derek casually mentioned the storage rings he received for clearing the dungeon. He explained that he wanted to give local residents a slight advantage over others. However, the knight's surprise quickly turned to alarm. Derek suddenly released his aura, reminding Bronson that he had a duty to keep the villagers safe. The knight froze at this display of force, unable to utter a word. After this, the hero took another sip of the drink as if nothing had happened. The next morning, the warm sun rose over the village. Its golden rays filled the streets with light as the entire company prepared for the long journey. Local residents gradually gathered to see off their favorite adventurers. Thomas's grandmother fussed around her grandson, worrying whether he had taken everything with him, and reminded him to take care of himself on the road. After this, the whole family hugged the embarrassed boy tightly, which only made Thomas blush deeply. Thomas, barely holding back tears, admitted that he would miss his grandparents terribly. Meanwhile, Leon firmly shook the hero's hand, sincerely wishing him luck on the long journey ahead. At that moment, Brandy ran up to them, holding in her hands a gift that she had specially prepared for them. The girl proudly handed Sylvie a small cloak, sewn with her own hands, so that the rabbit would be warm and comfortable on the road. A pleased Sylvie immediately put on her new outfit, and after spinning around, admitted that she now looked even more charming. Brandy then handed Derek a whole stack of new black shirts in modern cuts, knowing how much he liked them. The protagonist was sincerely touched by such attention, noting that his favorite craftswoman had once again outdone herself. The surprises didn't end there. Mallory brought a large basket filled to the brim with fresh bread, cheese, sausages, and apples. However, as soon as Sylvie noticed such an abundance of food, her eyes literally lit up with hunger. Before anyone could say anything, the little horned rabbit jumped forward and flew straight into the basket. Derek immediately rushed to stop her, but it was too late. The greedy little animal managed to stuff the buns into its mouth and continued to gobble up the food at an incredible speed. Soon, she became bloated from overeating and collapsed on the ground, not reacting in any way to the hero's displeased remarks. Meanwhile, Raina approached them and asked them not to forget about the village during their journey. She then hugged Derek tightly, sincerely thanking him for saving all the residents. After that, she hinted that one day she and the others might also join his squad. The protagonist happily replied that he would always be glad to see them by his side, and that there would be a place for them in his group. When the goodbyes were finally over, Derek and Thomas ran out the gate briskly. Bronson was already waiting for them there, ready to accompany them to their next destination. On the way, Thomas looked at the surrounding city with genuine delight. After some time, the huge and majestic fortress city of Torret finally appeared before the travelers. Upon entering the city district, travelers immediately found themselves among bustling streets filled with the smells of fresh street food. The aromas immediately made Sylvie drool, and she immediately asked to buy her some delicious meat on a skewer. Derek just grinned, and without further ado, bought the little glutton exactly the treat she wanted. The rabbit immediately pounced on the long-awaited treat. While everyone was snacking, Bronson warned his companions that in the lower district, they should carefully choose what food to buy. Hearing this, the protagonist inquired why the locals were so wary of the nobility. The knight sighed heavily and explained that most of the nobles never visited the lower city, and those few who did appear here were most often spoiled and extremely cruel people. Hearing this, Derek agreed with his words. Bronson then led them to the gates of the middle-class district, warning the hero in advance not to cause trouble. The guards immediately recognized the knight, greeted him respectfully, and allowed the entire company to enter without hindrance. Beyond the gates, the area looked more like a cozy village. However, Derek immediately noticed how deeply this world was divided by social class. He understood perfectly well that without Bronson's high position, they simply would not have been allowed in here. Meanwhile, Sylvie had settled comfortably on Thomas's head and was continuing to gnaw on the meat skewers with great pleasure. Seeing this, Derek came up with an interesting idea on how to take advantage of his companion's high status. Smiling slyly, he called the night. The hero suggested that Bronson go to lunch at an expensive restaurant that he had long wanted to visit. Soon, the whole company headed to the Corona restaurant, located right in the heart of the noble quarter. There, a red-haired aristocrat was enjoying an expensive steak. While she was tasting the dish, the cook froze in fear, hoping that the noblewoman would not be disappointed with her cooking. However, the woman sincerely praised the chef's skill. After these words, the woman sighed with obvious relief and mentally thanked the system. However, the calm atmosphere was suddenly broken. At the entrance, security guards blocked Derek's path and demanded that he leave the establishment before he got into trouble. Bronson hastened to restrain the hero, fearing that he was about to cause a major diplomatic scandal. The noise attracted the attention of the red-haired woman, and she looked out from the balcony to find out what had happened. The guards quickly explained to her that some commoner had caused a disturbance and needed to be thrown out. However, the hostess did not pay attention to their words. She recognized Bronson and asked if everything was all right with the Gracefall family. The knight bowed respectfully, and Derek only winced at the mention of the now-deceased psychopath. Then the woman looked carefully straight at the young man. Taking advantage of the moment, Derek walked past security, introduced himself, and stated that he wanted to offer her a lucrative deal. These words immediately interested the restaurant owner, who, with a slight smile, admitted that she had already heard his name from various reports. Then she invited the hero to come up to her personal office for a private conversation. The woman then called over her head waiter, Benito. She ordered a sumptuous dinner to be arranged for Bronson and Thomas at the house's expense. Once in the office, Derek wasted no time in releasing a huge amount of magical energy. The next second, the massive body of the abyss monster fell straight to the floor with a heavy crash. The huge carcass hit the wooden floor with force, and the woman froze in complete amazement. Not believing her own eyes, she froze in place. She then took out a dagger and asked if she could personally inspect such a rare specimen. After cutting the monster's flesh, she declared that its condition was perfect and asked where Derek had managed to obtain such valuable prey. However, the hero was not going to reveal his secrets, and instead of answering, he asked what price she was willing to offer. The woman honestly admitted that an item of this level was too valuable, so she would have to contact management first. Derek agreed to wait, specifying only that he would like to keep the monster's skin for himself. In his mind, he was already imagining Thomas in a ridiculous, massive suit of purple armor made from the skin of an abyssal beast. After this, the woman suggested placing the carcass in special storage chambers, where it could be preserved in perfect condition. The protagonist agreed, realizing that this would free up a huge amount of space in his storage. Thus, they reached a preliminary agreement and exchanged a firm handshake, marking the beginning of their collaboration. But right at the door, Derek suddenly stopped and asked the woman to answer one more question. Intrigued, she turned around, expecting to hear something important. A sly smile appeared on the hero's face, after which he asked if she had ever heard of such a drink as coffee. Meanwhile, in the main hall, the rest of the restaurant's patrons watched what was happening with undisguised horror. Thomas and Bronson were practically bursting from the endless dishes and sat surrounded by a huge mountain of empty plates. However, the rabbit had no intention of stopping. She continued to devour all the new dishes with incredible appetite. The exhausted waiter merely sighed heavily and brought out another huge portion of stewed venison. Sylvie accepted the new plate of food with delight. Derek finally returned to the table and, looking at the huge pile of empty plates with a smile, laughed cheerfully. Then, as if nothing had happened, he informed his companions that he had just concluded a very large deal with the crown. However, the hero only invited everyone to follow him. Derek confidently stated that it was time to meet the main man. The action soon moved to the luxurious estate of the Gracefall family, over which the sunset was already setting. Walter Gracefall sat silently at his desk. A few moments later, Bronson entered the room. Placing his hand on his chest, the faithful knight respectfully announced his return. The stern nobleman looked up and immediately demanded a full and detailed report. Bronson confirmed that young Master Wallace had indeed died in the dungeon. Hearing this, the father sighed deeply and quietly admitted that he had feared exactly this outcome. Then he looked up and asked if there was any malicious intent behind what had happened. There was a heavy pause between them for a moment. The knight prepared to continue his carefully prepared but completely fictitious story. However, Walter abruptly interrupted him and demanded that he immediately tell the whole truth. Afterwards, Bronson admitted that the story of Wallace's heroic death was completely out of character. These words made the grieving father narrow his eyes and wonder what exactly he was trying to say. The knight then explained that the young master had most likely managed to insult someone powerful in that dungeon. That is why he came to the conclusion that Wallace was actually killed by a very dangerous person. The knight said that he was now right under their noses and was staying in the Gracefall family's guest house. Meanwhile, Derek himself was having a great time, taking a bath and singing modern songs at the top of his voice. Next to him, two completely exhausted water mages continuously poured powerful streams of water on him. They used their strongest attack spells, but they didn't leave even the slightest scratch on the guy. The hero himself continued to sing carefree, as if what was happening was part of a pleasant vacation. Derek even asked the magicians to increase the water pressure even more, so that the sensation would become more like a good massage. Hearing this, the frightened magicians realized why the captain had warned them in advance not to anger this man under any circumstances. Having finished his water procedures, the main character wrapped himself in a towel and, continuing to hum under his breath, walked down the corridor. He soon stopped, noticing Thomas waiting for him with a clean set of clothes. As it turned out, the boy and Sylvie also managed to take a relaxing bath. Derek looked at the little horned rabbit with a slight grin and noted that she now looked unusually clean. Thomas proudly said that he had finally managed to persuade the stubborn little animal to swim with him. Sylvie herself felt incredibly charming and declared that she was now ready to eat another huge mountain of food. Her logic was so flawless that Derek didn't even argue and just laughed quietly. Thomas then informed him that the owner of the estate had formally invited him to a private dinner that evening. After this, the whole company returned to their rooms to prepare for the upcoming meeting. When evening came, Bronson knocked on Derek's door to escort him to the dining room. However, as soon as the door opened, the knight froze in complete bewilderment. The protagonist categorically refused to wear expensive noble clothes and went out in his favorite simple black t-shirt. Moreover, he noted that if someone was not satisfied with his appearance, they could always simply return to the Corona restaurant. Thomas and Sylvie immediately enthusiastically supported the idea, as both still dreamed of trying the local dishes again. Meanwhile, at the Corona restaurant, Stella was preparing for something important. She was alone in her office. She was noticeably nervous as she was about to contact her boss directly. The girl took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, and then activated the glowing communication crystal. At that moment, she involuntarily glanced at the pool of blood on the floor nearby. While the magical artifact was gradually filling with energy, Stella became noticeably nervous. She then greeted her mistress respectfully and said that she wanted to discuss a very important business proposal. In response, she heard a warm and friendly voice. The interlocutor praised her beauty, which made Stella embarrassed. The girl objected that she couldn't even come close to comparing with her mistress, who only laughed and noted that Stella was too modest. At the same time, the restaurant manager noted how incredibly strong the charm of her mistress was. It affected her even through the communication crystal. However, Stella soon turned the conversation to a truly important topic and began talking about an extremely lucrative contract. The boss sighed theatrically, admitting that she would prefer to just chat rather than discuss business. But as soon as she heard the name Derek Hunt, she instantly approved of the deal involving the monster of the abyss. After this, Stella also spoke about a second, very unusual contract. She said that Derek had introduced her to a new drink called coffee. The girl described in detail the rich chocolate flavor of the beans and their amazing invigorating effect. According to the terms of the agreement, Derek was to receive 3% of all profits if they successfully reproduced the drink. The boss immediately realized that such a contract could bring him tens of thousands of gold coins every month. She praised Stella's business acumen and urged her to treat the young man with the utmost respect. However, Stella warned that Derek would almost certainly cause serious trouble in the city very soon. In her opinion, he will definitely clash with the notoriously arrogant city lord Malcolm Thorith. However, Stella mentioned that Derek himself was too decent a person. In response, the boss only spoke disdainfully of the city ruler and advised Stella to trust her intuition. She also gave her permission to help Derek in any way possible if he ever asked for support. Meanwhile, Bronson led Derek to the huge double doors of the luxurious dining room. On the way, he explained that Thomas and Sylvie would be dining separately as the host wanted to talk to the protagonist alone. Hearing this, Derek collected his thoughts. He prepared to come face to face with the nobleman who had recently lost his son. Entering the spacious hall, the guy followed Bronson past the expensive furniture. Soon they made their way to the huge dining table, where Walter Gracefall sat silently at the head of the table. The owner of the house dismissed Bronson with a slight movement of his hand. He then gestured for Derek to take the empty seat opposite. The protagonist sat down at the table without showing the slightest fear. For a few seconds, both men stared silently into each other's eyes, as if trying to suppress the other by sheer force of will. Finally, Walter broke the prolonged silence and asked directly if Derek had killed his son. These words hung in silence for a while. However, instead of making excuses, Derek suddenly laughed loudly. His mocking laughter echoed throughout the hall. At the same time, the stern nobleman continued to look at him silently, his face completely unchanged. Derek chuckled softly and remarked that Bronson fully deserved a medal for his incredibly convincing performance. Hearing this, Walter leaned forward slightly and asked if Derek was trying to deny what he had done. However, the playful smile instantly disappeared from the protagonist's face. He also leaned forward, and his gaze became extremely serious. Derek admitted outright that he had indeed killed the spoiled Wallace and felt no regret about it. After this confession, Walter took a deep breath and asked what exactly his son had done to deserve such hatred. In response, Derek noted that Wallace could irritate and insult him as much as he wanted, but no one had to die for it. Then the hero, in a harsher tone, explained that there was one line that the nobleman had crossed irrevocably. He recalled how Wallace brutally beat an innocent girl and her mother, nearly beating them to death. After this, the young nobleman tried to execute his faithful friend simply because he stood up for the child. The protagonist warned that if he had arrived later, there would have been nothing left of the Grace Falls house in this city. However, Walter remained calm, noting that destroying his family would be much more difficult than Derek had imagined. In response, the guy smiled smugly. The next moment, he simply disappeared from his place. Derek appeared right behind the nobleman's shoulder and quietly whispered that he could handle it without much difficulty. However, before Walter could react, the hero was already sitting opposite him at the table again, as if nothing had happened. After that, Derek, with a completely casual look, suggested that they simply enjoy a delicious dinner. However, the protagonist was genuinely curious as to why the father of the deceased Wallace remained so calm. Then Walter honestly admitted that he was indeed furious, but not because of Derek. He explained that he was most angry with himself because he had been too soft with his son and allowed him to turn into a monster. Moreover, the story of Wallace's heroic death preserved the family's honor, and this was of great importance for a noble family. Then Walter suddenly admitted that in some strange way he was even grateful to Derek. This reaction completely threw the main character off balance. After this, the nobleman noticed that there remained one riddle which he could not understand. According to him, Derek was obviously too high level to clear that low-level dungeon the normal way. In response, the guy smiled mysteriously and offered to reveal this secret, but only in exchange for a systemic oath. An interested Walter agreed, provided the conditions were not too harsh. Then Derek raised two fingers and voiced his demands. He demanded that Walter not tell this information to anyone and never use it to harm other people. The nobleman considered these conditions in silence for some time and finally found them quite acceptable and declared that he was ready to take the oath. A bright light flared around him, sealing the unbreakable oath. The protagonist then asked Walter what he knew about the legendary classes. The nobleman honestly admitted that his knowledge was extremely meager. He had only heard that such mythical powers really existed. Then a smug smile appeared on Derek's face and he calmly declared that he himself had a legendary class. These words truly shocked Walter. He immediately perked up and asked to tell him more about it. Derek agreed with a shrug and noted that it all depended on what specific questions interested him. Walter then asked if Derek knew the exact conditions for obtaining the legendary class. The protagonist explained that a person had to push himself to the absolute extreme before making his final choice of path. He used the example of a swordsman. He had to train, live, and literally sleep with a sword in his hands to obtain a legendary class. He then mentioned a water mage who would have to be in the water all the time, dedicating himself entirely to the element. According to Derek, it was this extreme dedication to one's path that was the real key to awakening the legendary class. After this, Walter asked if Derek had tested his theory on anyone else. Then the main character admitted that he was just looking for a safe place for his student. Hearing this, the nobleman assumed that they were talking about the same boy who was now sitting at the next table. Derek just laughed. He understood that Thomas simply wouldn't have enough patience for such an extreme path of development. Walter then warned that this city was far from the best place for a quiet life. He explained that the local city lord, Malcolm Torrett, was 100 times worse than his own son. Malcolm was a spoiled upstart who rose to power solely through his father's connections. Walter also warned that Malcolm would try to capture anyone Derek wanted to keep under his protection. That is why he advised the hero to pay attention to Savannah. It is a rich trading city with strict laws and a truly caring ruler. Derek noted that he would definitely check this place out once he finished his current business. However, Walter immediately added that the troublesome city lord would most likely send an official invitation for Derek. Hearing this, the protagonist sighed heavily and thought about his next step. He even began to wonder what would be more fun, ignoring the invitation or meeting Malcolm in person. This line of thinking puzzled Walter, since both options inevitably turned Derek into an enemy of a very powerful man. But the hero only smiled mysteriously, asking whether this nobleman even understood who he was dealing with. When dinner was over, Derek headed to the guest rooms to pick up his companions. On the way, he called loudly to Thomas and Sylvie, asking if they were ready to go to bed, because tomorrow was a very important day awaiting them. In response, he heard a strange panting and heavy snoring. As Derek got closer, he saw Thomas struggling to open the heavy door while dragging something huge across the floor. The main character froze in complete bewilderment. It turned out that the exhausted boy was dragging Sylvie, who had turned into a ball after dinner, down the corridor. Thomas, breathing heavily, proudly announced that they were completely ready. Sylvie herself looked absolutely happy after the amount of food she had eaten and did not regret anything. The next morning, Bronson came to the estate gates to see the travelers off. He offered to keep the guest house open for them so they could return at any time. However, Derek politely declined, explaining that he wanted to stay in a regular hotel to get a feel for the city. He also whispered that hot baths and free food would spoil his companions too quickly. After saying goodbye to the night, Derek, Thomas, and Sylvie finally headed into the city. Thomas walked briskly next to the main character, and the contented rabbit rode in his arms. The company strolled leisurely along the beautiful stone streets of the bustling city. During the walk, Thomas asked if Walter was really a good man, not at all like his late son. Derek confirmed that Wallace's father was indeed a much more worthy man. Then the boy asked in an even quieter voice if Walter knew the truth about his son's death. The protagonist leaned towards him with a grin and, almost in a whisper, admitted that the smart nobleman had long ago understood absolutely everything. After these words, Thomas literally froze in horror. He broke out in a cold sweat just thinking that such an influential person knew the truth. However, Derek quickly covered his mouth with his hand and told him to finally calm down. The hero then explained in detail that Walter understood his son's true nature perfectly well. Therefore, he had long realized that sooner or later he would bring himself to his death. Finally, Derek assured the terrified Thomas that not only did he not intend to take revenge on them, but he was actually on their side. Soon the company reached a cozy local hotel and approached the reception desk. Derek placed a handful of gold coins on the counter and asked for 2 numbers. However, the hotel owner only sighed guiltily and explained that there was only 1 room left. The hero agreed, after which he received the key. The owner greeted the new guests and wished them a pleasant stay. Then Derek opened the door and walked inside first. After looking around the room, he didn't see anything suspicious at first. However, the hero quickly noticed that there was only 1 bed there. It was quite unexpected for everyone. Then Derek turned to Thomas and informed him that since there was only 1 bed, he would have to sleep on the floor because rules are rules. After this, he took out a heavy bag of gold, explaining that he needed to settle several matters. The guy then threw Thomas the key to the room and some money, suggesting that he take a walk around the city and have a good time. Already on his way out into the corridor, Derek stopped at the door and remembered another important matter. He turned to Sylvie and gave her one last order, to keep this boy safe. The horned rabbit took it very seriously, deciding that she had to protect Thomas at any cost. After that, Derek went for a walk around the city alone, wondering along the way whether everything would be okay without him. However, almost immediately he noted that Sylvie was so strong that, if she wanted, she could wipe the entire city off the face of the earth. But then a frightening picture of the rabbit destroying everything around her suddenly appeared in the hero's head. These thoughts made the protagonist nervous. Rubbing his temples, he asked fate that his unpredictable companion would not cause another disaster. However, after a few moments the guy stopped, noticing a huge building ahead. Looking up, he saw the massive entrance to the local adventurers guild, adorned with a giant skull. Entering inside, Derek found himself in a noisy hall that looked more like a tavern, with adventurers sitting and drinking everywhere. In one corner, a huge brute was strangling some man because of an absurd misunderstanding in a conversation. The 2 aspiring adventurers ignored the chaos and discussed their next silver-ranked quest. The protagonist calmly walked past the fighting people and headed straight to the main counter. Along the way, those around him whispered in surprise, discussing his overly simple and unremarkable clothes. One scarred warrior looked at Derek with displeasure and advised him to just move on. However, he did not react in any way and continued on his way. Having reached the reception desk, the guy met a friendly guild employee. The girl politely asked to see his membership badge, but Derek said he wanted to register immediately as a platinum rank adventurer. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire tavern literally exploded with loud laughter. Almost everyone present began to openly ridicule such a self-confident statement. A few seconds later, a gold-ranked adventurer stepped forward and explained that platinum tokens were issued in the capital. Then Derek thoughtfully scratched his chin, and also replied that in that case, a gold rank would have suited him just fine. These words caused even louder laughter from those around him, and some openly considered him crazy. The man in armor quickly became serious and explained that such tokens could not be simply obtained by wishing for them, they had to be earned. However, the hero was not at all frightened by the prospect of the test. He simply shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Then the man sighed heavily and invited him to follow him, noting that it was as if he was going to his own funeral. They soon entered a spacious training arena designed for the strongest adventurers. There, fighters conducted sparring sessions, and healers were on duty nearby, ready to provide assistance to the injured at any moment. The examiner then called out to a huge, muscular fighter named Russell. He had just finished beating up his previous opponent and sent him to the stone floor with a powerful blow. After this, the examiner introduced Derek as a new candidate who had come to take the gold rank exam. Russell gave the newcomer a mocking look and immediately concluded that he did not look like a dangerous opponent at all. He was then further informed that Derek had originally wanted to achieve the platinum rank but had settled for gold. Hearing this, the big guy burst out laughing and condescendingly invited such a little one to enter the arena. However, first the examiner stopped the protagonist and handed him a standard guild document. It said the organization bore no responsibility if he died during the test. Derek didn't even read the papers and immediately signed them. Immediately after this, he confidently stepped forward, wanting to finish this test as quickly as possible. Russell cracked his neck and magnanimously declared that he was willing to let the newcomer land the first 2 punches, but Derek only replied that he should stop talking and finally start fighting, since he had too much to do. Hearing this, the examiner only tiredly covered his face with his hand, already realizing in advance that something extremely unpleasant was about to happen. The enraged giant roared loudly and rushed forward, putting all his strength into a crushing blow with his fist. His huge fist rushed straight at Derek, while the hero himself did not even move. At the last moment, he gave his opponent a completely ordinary slap, and Russell was literally knocked out by the blow. The examiner, the healers, and all the spectators froze in complete stupor, not believing their own eyes. The brute fell heavily onto the stone floor and instantly lost consciousness. Derek watched what was happening with imperturbability. Then he asked if it was possible to now get the token he deserved. After some time, they were already in the examiner's office. The man was visibly nervous and literally drenched in sweat, while Derek only yawned lazily, waiting for the formalities to be completed. However, the guild employee explained in a trembling voice that he still could not officially issue the gold token. To do this, Derek first needs to complete a quest of at least silver rank. Then he reached for a heavy folder of documents standing on the bookshelf. Opening it, the examiner explained that the applicant was first required to complete at least one task. After that, he showed a list of all available missions in the vicinity of Torret and offered to choose anyone. While looking over the assignments, Derek asked the talkative examiner to be quiet for a moment. He then immediately pointed to one specific assignment that immediately caught his attention. The man warned that hunting for toadcaps would require about a week's journey. However, the hero only smiled confidently and accepted this task without hesitation. After Derek left the office, the other adventurers continued to quietly discuss his incredible strength. The examiner himself merely wiped the sweat from his forehead and finally admitted that the newcomer had passed the test without any problems. Slowly walking back along the city streets, the protagonist decided to check what his companions were doing. He contacted Sylvie through their telepathic link and asked what she was doing. The rabbit answered almost instantly. She happily reported that she was currently gorging herself on sweets at a local pastry shop. Derek chuckled softly and asked her to keep an eye on Thomas while he was gone. Sylvie imagined riding the boy, so she promised to protect her porter, but said she needed more gold for food, since Thomas had spent it all. Then the hero warned her to at least leave some food for Thomas himself, and not eat absolutely all the treats. The rabbit was extremely reluctant to share the baked goods, although it was obvious that this decision was very difficult for her. Having finished all his business, Derek activated his incredible speed and rushed out of the city at lightning speed. Ahead of him was a mission to obtain a gold token, which he was very happy about. Soon Derek reached the area he needed. He rushed headlong towards the distant mountain range. On the way, the hero noted that a journey that would have taken an entire week for ordinary people took him only 1 hour. Having reached the desired forest, the guy carefully examined the quiet surroundings and began to look for the target of his new mission. Suddenly, a tiny creature, similar to a mushroom, cautiously peeked out from behind the bushes. After this, the mushroom ran out into the clearing straight to the main character. Derek immediately smiled, because in real life the toad's cap turned out to be even cuter than he imagined. Without wasting any time, the hero deftly grabbed it. Then he sent it to his spatial storage. He then quickly found the remaining 14 mushrooms. As a result, the main character completed the guild's task without much effort. Having finished his official work, Derek headed to a spacious clearing. Soon he stopped at the top of a rocky cliff, where no one could stop him from carrying out his real plan. The protagonist grinned and activated the Call of the Abyss skill. His eyes flashed purple. The next moment, a giant beam of purple energy shot into the sky. Almost immediately, the dark clouds began to disperse. Then, right above him, a huge rift tore through the space, and a giant clawed paw crashed down from it with a roar. Derek watched with curiosity, trying to figure out what kind of monster he had managed to summon this time. A few seconds later, a purple demon descended from the portal, roaring loudly and landing, raising a cloud of dust around itself. The creature straightened its shoulders and tried to look as menacing as possible in front of its summoner. However, Derek just looked at him in surprise. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, completely disappointed, that it was some kind of joke. The thing is, the summoned monster turned out to be suspiciously small and too weak. Hearing such an insult, the demon became enraged. He roared and quickly rushed into the attack. But the main character didn't even move from his spot. With one light blow of his palm, he slammed his opponent into the ground. Then he picked up the defeated demon, examined it, and wondered how much gold could be obtained for such a prey. After this, Derek decided to summon a few more such creatures. He assumed that they should sell well. Although deep down, he hoped that the next opponent would finally be able to force him to fight seriously. With this thought, the guy activated the Call of the Abyss again. The second beam of violet energy turned out to be significantly more powerful than the previous one. It pierced the clouds with a deafening roar, and the sky began to crack even more. The hero smiled contentedly, noticing that many more cracks had appeared on the rift. The next moment, a giant clawed paw broke through the barrier, destroying the boundary between the worlds. A huge demon of the abyss slowly emerged from the opened portal. It was many times larger than the first monster. When the monster landed, a powerful shockwave rolled across the area, causing even the distant mountains to tremble. The giant towered over the entire clearing and silently looked down at the little man. Several of his bright red eyes glowed with malice, and his entire body literally radiated power. In response, Derek only materialized his blades with a satisfied smile and prepared for battle. However, what happened was completely different from what he expected. The giant slowly turned his head and carefully examined the surroundings. Derek looked at the creature in confusion, not understanding what it was doing. The monster then took several heavy steps forward, approaching the fallen little demon. The huge creature lifted him very carefully into its arms, as if trying not to cause further harm. After that, the monster looked at Derek again, his gaze filled with deep sorrow and rage. Suddenly the monster spoke and demanded to know what exactly Derek had done to the creature. Then, the monster roared furiously. At that moment, lightning flashed behind the hero, and the sky was covered with storm clouds. The creature stated that the hero did indeed possess the power of the abyss, but was completely unable to control it. These words surprised Derek so much that he was simply speechless for a few seconds. He rubbed his neck automatically and apologized, honestly admitting that he simply wasn't prepared for the monster to be able to talk. However, the giant only hissed irritably and repeated that the boy had used the power of the abyss completely incorrectly. In response, Derek created a small sphere of the void, confidently stating that he believed he had a pretty good handle on the power. These words finally drove the monster crazy. The monster roared and warned that the protagonist had no idea what dangerous forces he was playing with. He then looked down at the dead demon and stated that he intended to correct this mistake. But instead of fear, Derek just smiled contentedly and asked if the classic training arc was just beginning. Then the hero imagined how he and the monster were doing some everyday things like polishing a car. Now he was convinced that it was just a routine training session. After this, the boy bowed theatrically and mockingly asked the great master of the abyss to take him as a student. This behavior only angered the giant even more. The monster rushed at him, clearly considering such an attitude impermissibly frivolous. He refused to train Derek and stated that he intended to end his life right there. Immediately after these words, the monster struck, simultaneously releasing a huge stream of purple energy at the hero. The demon's glowing fist emanated destructive power. When the impact reached the ground, the surface literally shattered into pieces. The giant grinned contentedly, confident that he would now easily tear the annoying man apart. But the next second, numerous portals of the abyss suddenly began to open around him. The monster froze in complete amazement, while Derek stood perfectly still on a large rock nearby. He calmly remarked that since they couldn't reach an agreement, it meant that the only option was to resolve the issue through a regular fight. Only now did the monster finally realize that before him stood a man far from new to the use of the powers of the abyss. The hero himself merely shrugged and explained that he had spent a very long time inside the abyss. The enraged monster roared again and released a veritable barrage of deadly energy beams. One of them literally flew a few centimeters from Derek's face. The hero moved quickly across the battlefield while explosions thundered around him. He deftly dodged the deadly attacks and never lost his concentration for a moment. However, at some point the giant still managed to hit him, and the powerful blow threw Derek far back. The monster immediately raised both fists, intending to crush the enemy completely. When he struck, there was a terrible explosion. As the dust began to settle, the protagonist lay at the bottom of a huge crater, coughing quietly and spitting out a little blood. Not wanting to leave the enemy a single chance, the monster instantly prepared another energy charge. At that moment, Derek was completely focused. A huge stream of purple energy covered him entirely, hiding him in a blinding flash. Immediately after this, the giant once again struck the ground with his fist with great force. But after a few seconds, Derek got to his feet, wiped the blood from his face, and suddenly smiled widely. Then the guy noticed that he now understood what his opponents felt when they fought against him. The monster looked at him with disbelief, completely unable to understand why the man was laughing before his own death. However, the hero explained that he was not laughing at his own death. His eyes flashed purple again. Derek said with a cold smile that he was laughing at the fate of his opponent. The next moment he jumped high into the air, dodging another crushing blow. At the same time, sharp blades formed on his fingers. With one swift movement, the guy cut through the giant's defense. Derek then began to prepare the finishing attack, and huge abyssal portals opened high above the monster's head. Powerful beams of energy shot down from them, pinning the monster to the ground. The hero himself, meanwhile, concentrated all his strength into one blow. A moment later, he released a colossal stream of purple energy straight at the immobilized enemy. The two monstrous forces collided, and the resulting explosion was so powerful that it caused a powerful shockwave. The huge demon was slammed into the ground with incredible force, leaving it lying in a deep crater. Derek walked up to the fallen giant and watched silently as he struggled to move. The weakened monster quietly asked to just finish him off and end it all, but the hero unexpectedly suggested they talk first. He admitted that he was genuinely surprised to learn that the creatures of the abyss actually possessed intelligence. But the monster only warned him that Derek remained an enemy who had never learned to control his own power. The protagonist frowned. He had absolutely no idea what kind of control this monster was talking about. The beast refused to explain anything, and only repeated again that Derek should have simply finished what he started. The protagonist agreed, realizing that letting such an opponent go was too dangerous. He summoned his blades and said goodbye to the creature. The next moment he finished the fight with one precise blow. When the battle was over, Derek sighed wearily and decided it was time to return to the city. By the time he finished the mission, it was already morning. As he made his way through the quiet forest, he used the mental link to check on his companions. At this point, Sylvie was sitting on Tommy's head and calling him a complete idiot. The rabbit watched as this trusting guy walked next to the girl, who was clearly pursuing some hidden goals. The hero then warned Sylvia to keep an eye on the stranger and not let her steal their valuable storage ring. At the same time, he specifically asked to act with caution and under no circumstances harm the girl. As night fell, Derek finally reached the Adventurers Guild. The examiner raised his head from the table in surprise and asked if the guy had forgotten something since he returned so quickly. In response, the protagonist silently threw the bag with the loot on the table, thereby proving that he had already completed the task. The man was speechless when he realized that a journey that was supposed to take almost a week had been completed in just a few hours. He then gave Derek a reward of 2 gold coins, a sum that seemed rather modest to the hero. However, immediately after this, the examiner presented him with a golden badge, officially confirming his entry into the guild. The boy linked the icon to his mana and noted to himself that such a procedure looked quite impressive. Meanwhile, the local tavern was almost empty, and the workers were finishing cleaning up before closing. After this, Derek returned to the hotel to check on his companions before tomorrow's meeting. During dinner, he asked Thomas about his new girlfriend, whom Sylvie had mentioned earlier. The young man immediately blushed and said with a smile that the girl's name was Alicia and that she turned out to be very kind. In addition, he said that she showed him the city and even promised to help him get the Bronze Adventurer badge tomorrow. However, the hero advised him to be careful, as Sylvie considered Alicia suspicious. Thomas immediately began to defend his new acquaintance, and Derek only sighed, realizing how trusting he was. Finally, he asked the boy once again to remain vigilant, after which he went to bed, leaving the bill for dinner to Thomas. The next morning, birds chirped merrily near the majestic building of the Corona restaurant, announcing the beginning of a new day. Derek walked into Stella's office, said hello, and asked if she was too early. The girl replied with a smile that he had arrived just in time and invited him to sit down. Then Stella asked the guest to close his eyes for a moment. The hero complied with the request, curiously awaiting the continuation. At that moment, a very familiar and pleasant aroma reached him. The girl placed a cup of hot coffee in front of him and explained that their specialist had been working on a new recipe all night. Derek took a small sip, enjoying the rich aroma and taste of the freshly brewed drink. He then admitted that the coffee turned out quite good. Although Derek noted that there was still room for improvement, he suggested using less water, or they could brew the drink twice to achieve a richer flavor. In addition, the guy explained that roasting the beans longer made the flavor much brighter. He also reminded that each person could add milk, cream, or sugar according to their taste. Stella was genuinely impressed by his knowledge. She immediately began writing down all the recommendations for her cooks. However, Derek corrected her with a grin, explaining that such specialists were more correctly called baristas. He added that, in his home world, coffee brewers had a separate name. The girl smiled and finally suggested moving on to the main reason for their meeting. She carefully slid the document across the table and announced that her employer had prepared a special offer for him. As soon as Derek saw the sum of 25,000 gold coins, he almost spat out his coffee in surprise. The hero asked incredulously whether the number had really been indicated correctly. However, Stella assured him that the price was absolutely real. Meanwhile, on the city bridge, Thomas and Alicia sat peacefully next to each other, enjoying the warm morning. The guy thanked the girl for treating him to breakfast and ice cream during their walk. Then Alicia asked if she could call him Thomas. These words made the young man even more embarrassed, while Sylvie continued to watch what was happening attentively. Alicia carefully touched his hand. Thomas was confused, but the girl was in fact only discreetly guiding her fingers to the gold ring. Sylvie looked at the incredibly naive guy with irritation. Then she suddenly bit him on the head. Thomas screamed in pain, jumped up, and indignantly demanded to know why she did this to him. Alicia asked worriedly if he was okay. In response, the rabbit only silently stared at the girl with a suspicious gaze, not taking her eyes off her hands. And then Sylvie suddenly noticed that someone had been watching them from around the corner all this time. Meanwhile, in the office, Stella had already choked on her coffee. Derek pulled a second, smaller void beast from the spatial storage and placed it directly on her desk. The hero offered to give the creature away for free as a gesture of goodwill and the beginning of their partnership. The girl immediately took out a knife and began to carefully examine the unusual prey. When she made the first cut, she immediately noticed that the meat was very tender. Then she carefully tasted just one drop of the creature's blood. Stella analyzed its properties in silence for a moment, after which her eyes widened in shock. She urgently asked Derek to immediately put the beast back into the spatial storage. The girl explained that she could not accept such a gift for free, since the hero did not understand its true value. Eating the meat of abyssal beasts increased a person's stats, although this usually required eating a whole serving. Derek listened to the explanation, trying to understand what exactly made this little animal different from the others. Then Stella admitted that just one drop of his blood had already significantly increased her vitality. She eventually concluded that this rare abyssal beast cub was worth a fortune. Meanwhile, far away, white birds circled around a beautiful garden gazebo, bathed in bright sunlight. One of the birds landed on a tray next to a glowing communication crystal. At that moment, the woman sitting next to me was drinking tea, holding a cup in her hand. She soon noticed that the crystal was glowing, and realized that Stella was trying to contact her again. The crystal flared brightly, and the hostess only expressed hope that this time the conversation really did touch on something important. Having answered the call, she immediately ordered to be connected with the mysterious newcomer. Stella handed Derek a glowing ball and warned him in advance that her mistress's voice had a very strong coercive effect. However, the hero only smiled, thanked her for the warning, and confidently declared that he would be able to withstand such an impact. He then brought the crystal to his ear and greeted his interlocutor. The woman introduced herself, and then immediately decided to test it. She commanded him to hop on one leg to see his reaction. Derek suddenly felt an unknown magical force affecting his mind. His leg began to rise on its own, but the hero quickly suppressed the command, placed it back on the floor, and only grinned. Seeing this, the woman was delighted, since he was able to resist her mental coercion with amazing ease. Derek then asked how he could help her, but she replied that business matters could wait a bit. First, she wanted to know if he felt any pressure, any desire to compliment her, or any urge to reveal his secrets. The woman was genuinely excited to realize that they might actually be able to meet in person very soon. She then introduced herself as Alana Swan, the owner and manager of the entire Corona restaurant chain. She then noted that Derek seemed like an extremely interesting person to her, and the main character thanked her for such a high rating. Then he asked me to tell Stella to stop jumping on one leg. Hearing this, Alana immediately removed her influence. Stella immediately stopped following the imposed command, after which she sank heavily into the chair and exhaled tiredly. Meanwhile, Derek suggested that they finally move on to the questions for which they had met today. Alana laughed quietly and agreed, explaining that Stella had already managed to tell her about the whole situation in detail. After this, the woman immediately offered 50,000 gold coins for the little beast of the abyss. Derek just smiled mysteriously, walked around the table and announced that he had something else that could surprise them. Then he literally stunned both women with the admission that he already owned a third beast of the abyss. From these words, Stella finally lost her strength and leaned back limply in her chair while the hero continued the conversation. He said that the third beast was significantly larger than the previous ones and, what's even more surprising, could talk. These words immediately interested Alana greatly, since she had only met one talking animal before. So she asked him to continue the story, and Derek prepared to retell everything he had heard from that creature. Alana explained that their previous specimen could only speak the simplest words. Then the woman gently stroked her pet bird and decided that Stella would be able to examine the new animal very soon. However, this will only happen if the poor employee first recovers from the shock she has experienced. Alana reiterated how intrigued she was by the existence of the talking abyssal beast. However, she then returned to discussing a formal contract. Derek honestly admitted that gold was not his main goal. Instead, he asked to be granted membership in the Corona Company. However, Alana immediately refused to consider this as part of the payment for a very simple reason. She explained that even before the negotiations began, she had decided to provide him with membership completely free of charge. Alana explained this by saying that she genuinely liked his character and style of behavior. This answer pleasantly surprised the protagonist, and he sincerely thanked the woman for such unexpected generosity. In response, Alana just laughed and asked to drop the formalities, suggesting that they call her simply by her first name. Then Derek noticed that strong allies were much more valuable than any mountains of gold. Hearing this, Alana offered him special terms of cooperation. She explained a special method for preparing the meat of abyssal beasts that allowed for maximum stat gain. In addition, she promised to pay him 20% of the profits from each auction at which the dishes would be sold. The protagonist happily agreed, but noted that he still had a few requests left. First, he asked to leave him the skin and claws of the void beast, so that he could then use them to create equipment. Alana agreed without hesitation, since these materials were of virtually no value to her organization. After this, Derek noticed Stella's high-quality knives and asked the same blacksmith to make a weapon for him. He explained that his current blade was already beginning to be unable to cope with the increased strength of its owner. Alana warned that the master had a difficult character, and in that case Derek's share of the profits would be reduced to 18%. The hero was not at all embarrassed by such a concession. He agreed if the weapon really lived up to his expectations. The next request was for a storage ring filled with kitchen utensils and recipe books. Hearing this, Alana curiously asked if he was planning to train his own chef. Derek just chuckled knowingly, remembering his furry companion. Then he made his final, and perhaps most unusual request of the day. The hero asked if his companion could work alongside the crown's finest chefs for a while to learn their secrets. Alana laughed, finding such a desire very strange, but completely harmless, and without hesitation gave her consent. At this point, Stella finally began to come to her senses. Alana expressed hope that their collaboration would become even stronger over time, but then her voice suddenly became much more serious. She admitted that she had her own eyes and ears everywhere in the city. So Derek didn't have to worry about someone else putting the pieces together before she did. After this, the woman directly asked him how he had obtained the impossible ability to summon the beasts of the abyss. This unexpected question sent a chill down the hero's spine, and a moment of alarm flashed through his head. However, Alana almost immediately calmed him down, assuring him that this secret would remain only between them. She explained that the appearance of the abyssal beast in the city was no secret. Moreover, the huge beams of energy were too noticeable an event. The woman then advised Derek to be much more careful in the future. She expressed hope that she alone had been quick-witted enough to connect all the events that had occurred. Then, the main character asked directly if she had been watching his every move. Alana replied that she had not done this personally. Instead, she had her own secret network of incredibly loyal servants known as the Death Oaths. They were once vile criminals who deserved a punishment far worse than death. Therefore, she imprisoned their consciousnesses in her own minds and forever subjugated them to her will. The woman added with a smile that she only treated those who truly deserved it in this way. Hearing such a terrible confession, Derek fell silent for a moment and thought about her words. Meanwhile, Stella finally came to her senses, sat up straight in her chair, and rubbing her head, asked how long she had been unconscious. The hero just grinned and replied that it was enough for a very productive conversation. After this, the girl immediately began working on the official contract. She quickly prepared the document, pushed it towards Derek, and pointed to the place where he needed to sign. The protagonist signed without the slightest hesitation, finally cementing their partnership. Stella then shook his hand warmly and officially welcomed him into the Corona family. She also handed him a gold membership card and explained that the card needed to be linked to the owner. Derek then channeled a small amount of his mana into her and successfully completed the procedure. After this, the girl handed him the promised storage ring filled to the brim with high-quality kitchen tools. The hero looked over the rich set of accessories with obvious pleasure and was completely satisfied with the gift he had received. Finally, Stella handed him a glowing communication crystal, explaining that it was a personal gift from Alana. She added that the company's owner rarely found people with whom she found it so pleasant to communicate. Derek accepted the gift gratefully, while Alana continued to talk to him from her garden gazebo. The woman explained that currently only her seal was recorded in the crystal, but over time others could be added. After this, She said goodbye to her new partner, and the magical connection was finally broken. When the conversation ended, Stella asked if the request to work with their chefs tomorrow included Thomas. However, Derek admitted that he had actually intended to send Sylvie to school. Hearing this, the girl froze with a stunned expression on her face, realizing that the rabbit was going to be cooked by the best chefs of the chain. 2 hours later, Derek finally returned to the hotel. However, as soon as he calmly opened the door and greeted his companions, an ominous aura began to thicken around him. The next moment, a powerful beam of purple energy completely destroyed the door, and Derek himself was thrown back. Looking up, the protagonist saw an enraged Sylvie, who immediately released another energy beam. She was outraged that he went to the restaurant without her. The boy then rushed to grab the angry rabbit before she could cause any more destruction. Meanwhile, a loud noise instantly attracted the attention of the angry innkeeper. He ran out into the corridor and started shouting that some hooligans were destroying his property. However, Derek calmly threw him a heavy bag of gold coins. After this, all the man's anger disappeared in an instant, and he walked away, smiling contentedly. Almost immediately, Thomas appeared from his room and asked what had happened to Sylvia. However, upon hearing that Derek had gone to the Corona restaurant without her, he reacted almost as dramatically as the rabbit. Then the hero explained that he went there solely to register them as members and get even more food. Upon hearing this, Thomas and Sylvie instantly froze with their eyes wide and shining. Derek then added with a smile that he had prepared a special gift for Sylvie. At the same time, he teased her, hinting that he could give it to someone else, since she tried to fry him with her beam. After these words, the rabbit immediately rushed to apologize. Then Derek asked her to hold out her paw and put a small gold ring on it, which fit perfectly. Looking inside the spatial ring, Sylvie discovered a whole set of professional kitchen utensils. However, the main character warned that this was only the first gift. As soon as she heard this, the pleased rabbit immediately summoned a veritable whirlwind of hovering kitchen knives. It made both Derek and Thomas break out in a cold sweat at the realization of what they had just unleashed. The next morning, the sun rose over the city's majestic towers. Meanwhile, in the kitchen of the Corona restaurant, the chef lined up all the staff in one line. Then he began walking in front of the cooks, sternly explaining that the kitchen had to work like a perfectly tuned machine. He warned that any mistake could completely stop the restaurant's operations. Hearing this, the cooks unanimously confirmed that they understood everything, after which the stern chef nodded approvingly. He then announced that today would be a special day. After this, the man turned around and with a serious expression introduced their unusual guest to the staff. It turned out to be Sylvie, who was sitting proudly on a chair in a chef's hat and happily waving her paw at everyone. Soon the cooks began quickly chopping the ingredients. They heated up pans and poured wine over them, turning the kitchen into a real working chaos filled with aromas. The staff were constantly shouting orders and throwing ingredients back and forth. They worked so harmoniously that Sylvie watched, literally mesmerized as they did so. The rabbit decided that she absolutely had to find out all their culinary secrets. She began her first lesson by staring very seriously at an ordinary onion. In her imagination, she instantly became the most dangerous opponent on the battlefield. Then Sylvie used telekinesis to lift the knife into the air and declared the bow to be a vile creature. She asked how he dared to invade her sacred culinary kingdom. In her fantasy, the onion took on a terrifying appearance, preparing to attack Sylvie. Then the rabbit rushed forward with a battle cry and dealt a crushing blow. With one swing, she cut the terrible enemy in half. After that, she let out a victorious sigh, absolutely certain that she had just achieved her first culinary victory. However, the very next second, Sylvie returned to reality and looked at the cutting board with complete bewilderment. It turned out that the knife was simply stuck in the top of an uncut onion. Then she had to use all her strength to pull the blade back using telekinesis. The two chefs standing nearby just watched in shock as the little rabbit tried to cook using magic. However, Sylvie quickly regained her confidence and even praised the onion, recognizing it as a very worthy opponent. She then jumped high into the air, intending to begin the next round of her imaginary battle. She declared to herself that, despite the strength of her opponent, she was the better warrior. After this, the rabbit rushed down again to deliver the decisive blow. In her imagination, the ground beneath her feet split from the incredible force of the attack. Unfortunately, in reality, the power of her telekinesis simply sent the onion high into the air. Seeing this, Sylvie instantly panicked. She remembered the chef's warning that Derek's beloved 5-second rule was a complete lie. Therefore, if an onion touches a dirty floor, the entire dish will be ruined. Determined to save her future masterpiece at any cost, the rabbit prepared for Plan B. She jumped across the kitchen with incredible speed. At first, she pushed away from the unsuspecting cook. Sylvie then used the other chef as a stepping stone to jump even higher and catch the falling vegetable. Meanwhile, the onion was rapidly flying towards the kitchen floor. Then Sylvie made a spectacular dash forward and caught her in midair at the last moment. Then she glided gracefully across the tiles. She completed her rescue with a dramatic pose, proudly holding the rescued bulb in her paws. The cooks just watched in silence, sincerely not understanding why it was necessary to organize such a grand operation for the sake of an onion. At the same time, almost the entire kitchen around her was in complete disarray due to her heroic rescue mission. Meanwhile, Derek was returning to the hotel after a long day. As he walked up the stairs, he thought about how Sylvie's first day of school was going. However, he was suddenly stopped by a messenger who had been trying to find him for a long time. The man handed the hero an official invitation from the city lord, Malcolm Torres. Derek immediately put on a fake polite smile and pretended to be incredibly flattered by such attention. The messenger explained that they were talking about an exclusive private dinner scheduled for the coming weekend. However, as soon as the man finished his explanation, the protagonist threw the invitation straight into the trash can. He then walked past the stunned messenger, intending to enjoy the fresh morning air. At that moment, the communication crystal in his hand suddenly lit up. Derek answered the call immediately. He asked Alana why she had contacted him so early. The girl reported that her spies noticed Thomas leaving the city. He set out on a mission with a young girl and the son of the city lord, Malcolm. Hearing this, Derek only groaned tiredly, realizing that he still wouldn't be able to avoid a clash with the city lord's family. Alana then clarified that their group was heading east to hunt horned boars in Malcolm's lands. The hero thanked her for the timely warning and immediately decided to quietly follow this company. However, Alana immediately warned Derek not to kill Malcolm's son under any circumstances. The girl admitted that she did not want to deal with yet another sobbing nobleman who had lost his child. She also reminded the hero that his actions now directly impacted their new union. In response, Derek promised to keep everyone alive and make sure that nothing truly catastrophic happened. Then he just sighed heavily, wondering what kind of trouble Thomas had managed to get himself into this time. Meanwhile, deep in the mountain forests, Thomas and his companions walked along a narrow forest path. Along the way, Clay smugly talked about his secret hunting spot, where many strong horned boars lived. Then Thomas asked him how he was so sure that there would be no one else in this area. In response, Alicia explained that Clay was a nobleman of these lands. After this, it immediately became clear to the young man why well-armed guards were following them closely. Clay explained with a smug smile that the guards were needed to drive away the animals or come to their aid. Thomas wondered why a member of the nobility would even choose to spend time in the company of commoners, risking his own reputation. Soon Clay placed a friendly hand on Alicia's shoulder and declared that she was almost like a sister to him. He then turned to Thomas and coldly warned him not to rush into battle unless he was confident in his abilities. However, the guy calmly directed mana into his body and confidently said that he was quite capable of standing up for himself. In response, the nobleman merely nodded indifferently. Finally, the group reached the hunting ground. Clay pulled out his sword and shield and announced that their prey had finally appeared. At that moment, a huge shadow loomed over the edge of the rocky cliff. A second later, a giant horned boar burst out of the dense bushes with a furious roar. Its eyes glowed bright red, and the beast itself rushed at a terrifying speed straight towards the hunters. Alicia immediately cast a strengthening spell on her allies, and Clay rushed towards the monster. He hit the boar in the face with his shield as hard as he could, signaling to Thomas that it was time to attack. The guy jumped high with his spear at the ready. Thomas drove it deep into the beast's shoulder, causing the first serious wound. But in response, the beast performed a powerful attack that sent a shockwave across the ground. Meanwhile, Clay continued to provoke the boar, forcing him to focus all his aggression on himself. After this, he again took the beast's heavy ram on his shield and created an ideal opportunity for Thomas to deliver the decisive blow. The boy instantly began to concentrate a huge amount of mana into his spear. He then released a devastating beam of energy that pierced right through the giant boar. The monster collapsed dead, and Clay and Alicia watched in complete shock. Thomas himself calmly shook the blood off the tip of the spear, as if it were a normal thing for him. Clay admitted that Thomas was much stronger than he expected, and he wanted to know what kind of ability he was using. In response, the guy calmly explained that it was just a basic skill of his class. Hearing this, Clay immediately began to ask about the rarity of his class, but Alicia immediately stopped him. Then the nobleman pretended that it was unimportant. He explained his question as ordinary curiosity. However, as soon as he turned away, his face was distorted with burning envy. Meanwhile, Thomas sat down on the grass and began to meditate to quickly restore his mana reserves. He refused Alicia's offer to heal him as his health remained at full capacity. It was at that moment that a loud roar rolled through the forest. Another huge boar appeared from the thicket. One of the guards deliberately drove him right onto the path. Then Clay and Alicia looked at each other silently, exchanging extremely suspicious glances. Clay asked if Thomas was ready to fight again, drawing his sword at the same time. However, Alicia suddenly apologized and stated that she only had enough mana left to strengthen Clay. The nobleman then rudely told Thomas to stop hesitating and help stop the charging boar. The huge beast rushed at full speed straight towards Clay's shield. At that moment, a malicious grin appeared on the young nobleman's face, because his plan was about to work. At the very last moment, Clay suddenly jumped to the side, leaving Thomas completely without cover. As a result, the giant boar crashed with its entire mass straight into the guy. The blow was so strong that it almost broke his bones, and blood splashed across the grass. Thomas struggled to his feet, clutching his bloody chest and demanding to know what had just happened. Meanwhile, the guards calmly watched what was happening with their crossbows already raised. Then they simultaneously fired a volley of bolts and finished off the distracted boar. Afterwards, Clay admitted with a nasty smile that everything would have gone much easier if Thomas had died right away. The nobleman was clearly unhappy that this boy turned out to be stronger than he had initially assumed. Pressing his palm to his bleeding chest, the guy asked why they did this. However, Clay only sneered and said that a commoner had no right to own such a valuable spatial ring. Only then did Thomas finally understand that this entire hunt had been carefully staged just to take away his things. But instead of despair, the guy suddenly laughed quietly, despite the pain. Then his laughter became almost manic as he realized that his mentor had been right in warning him not to trust people too easily. Clay and Alicia looked at each other in confusion, trying to figure out who exactly he meant. However, a moment later, Clay remembered the rumors about a mysterious strong man traveling with a horned rabbit. Realizing this, one of the guards turned noticeably pale, began to tremble, and hastened to warn the gentleman that they should stop. However, the nobleman only waved it off with contempt. He decided that Thomas had to be killed so that there would be no witnesses left. Gathering his last strength, Thomas rose to his feet again and held his spear in front of him, preparing to defend himself to the very end. Clay raised his sword and ordered his guards to open fire and finish off the guy. The crossbowmen immediately took a step forward, raised their weapons, and took careful aim. But as soon as the volley of arrows had left their crossbows, something unexpected happened. A sudden flash of purple lightning instantly shattered all the bolts into pieces. Seeing such power, the entire group froze in complete horror. The guards realized that this was definitely the end for them. At that moment, as if nothing had happened, Derek suddenly appeared next to him, clapping his hands. The hero approached his student, patted him on the head, and said that he had fought well and used the meditation skill correctly. He then told Thomas not to worry anymore, as he was now going to deal with this whole mess himself. In response, Thomas only weakly apologized, admitting that he had not listened to his mentor's warnings about the treacherous girl. After this, Derek enveloped the student in a soft green glow and completely healed his wounds. Meanwhile, Clay, who was simply ignored by everyone, cleared his throat in annoyance, trying to get everyone's attention. However, the hero continued to talk calmly with Thomas and asked how his training was progressing. The guy admitted that he would most likely have to borrow some gold again to pay for the training rooms. After these words, Clay's patience finally snapped, and he started shouting, demanding an immediate explanation of who these two were. Derek simply ignored Clay's hysteria and continued to calmly praise Thomas for his sound tactics in battle. Then he ruffled the boy's hair and said with a smile that he wasn't so hopeless after all. Meanwhile, Clay's face filled with rage at such blatant disregard. Derek asked if Thomas had gained much experience after the battle. The guy nodded proudly and said that he had managed to raise one level at once. Hearing this, Clay completely lost his temper and ordered his guards to attack immediately. The protagonist only chuckled, noting that the spoiled nobleman had remained sane a little longer than he expected. At that moment, Clay rushed forward with his sword drawn, shouting orders to kill them. The archers immediately raised their crossbows, preparing to carry out their master's order. However, one of the guards, Bradley, suddenly jumped forward and shouted at his men not to shoot. He began to argue with the enraged gentleman, declaring that his real duty was to keep Clay himself alive. Then Derek calmly stepped forward and addressed the captain of the guard by name. The next moment, he released a terrifying purple aura that covered the entire battlefield. Bradley's whole body trembled, and he immediately began to beg for mercy, realizing that they had managed to insult a real monster. Meanwhile, the hero slowly inquired whether they really thought it was normal to kill commoners with impunity. Under increasing pressure, the captain only stuttered incoherently, unable to find words. Derek then angrily declared that such behavior was completely inexcusable. After this, his power flared even brighter, causing the guards, Alicia, and even Clay himself to tremble and fall to their knees in defeat. The protagonist noted that even his pet rabbit could easily destroy their entire group. Words like these made everyone involuntarily imagine what Derek himself was capable of back then, and their fear only increased. Bradley began to beg for mercy again, hoping to somehow calm his formidable enemy. Then Derek calmly explained that he had just recently spoken to a friend. He added that Alana asked him not to kill anyone, so this time he decided to let them go alive. Hearing this, the captain bowed low, sincerely expressing gratitude. However, Derek noted with a grin that it was not him who should be thanked, but Alan. He then jokingly mused out loud that the ordinary guards were probably not important enough to deserve mercy. Unexpectedly, the hero laughed and admitted that he was just joking because he was in too good a mood today. After this, the frightened guards began to urge each other on. They started running down the mountain road as fast as they could. Bradley bowed deeply again before leaving and once again sincerely thanked Derek for his generosity. But the protagonist only asked the captain to tell Malcolm that he would soon pay him a personal visit. After these words, the man, in horror, promised to convey all his words to the lord of the city. Soon after, Bradley hurried to catch up with his men. When everyone had left, Derek looked at Thomas with a smile and asked if he would like some roast pork. Meanwhile, in the city, Bradley, in a panic, reached the estate gates and began knocking loudly. The doors were opened by Captain Harrett, who immediately noticed that the guard looked mortally frightened. Bradley reported that a serious incident occurred during the gentleman's hunt, but hastened to clarify that everyone remained alive. Harrett demanded to know all the details immediately. The captain then admitted that what happened directly concerned the infamous Derek Hunt. After that, they quickly headed to the Golden Audience Hall to personally report everything to the city lord. Malcolm Torrett sat on his throne and addressed a nervous Bradley. He bowed deeply, feeling a great honor that the ruler remembered his name at all. However, Malcolm impatiently demanded to know why he had returned so urgently. Bradley said the problem was related to his son and Derek Hunt. He then explained, visibly nervous, that Clay had attempted to rob and kill what he thought was a defenseless commoner. Malcolm merely said coldly that the fate of some commoner did not concern him at all. Seeing his master's indifference, Bradley swallowed nervously and added that the young man was in fact Derek's student. Hearing this, Malcolm's eyes widened in shock, instantly realizing the gravity of the situation. Bradley then reported that Derek had stated that he now had his complete attention and would come in person very soon. After these words, the alarmed city lord immediately turned to his captain. In a rage, he ordered that absolutely all guards be returned to the estate immediately. He decided that they had to prepare for any consequences and meet the coming storm fully armed. Sometime later, Derek approached the majestic gates of a well-guarded estate. On the way, he decided that today, for his own amusement, he would play the role of his most eccentric character. One of the guards greeted him and informed him that the lord had been expecting his arrival for a long time, so the hero was immediately allowed inside. As he walked through the gate, Derek wondered with a hint of amusement why he had been made to wait so long. Walking leisurely through the courtyard, he carefully examined the elite troops lined up along the road. The boy then noted that these well-trained fighters looked strong enough to handle an entire company. They might even be able to cope with 2 companies of specially trained soldiers. Derek suddenly declared that these same warriors would probably have easily defeated an entire battalion of squirrels. One of the guard's eyebrows twitched nervously at this remark, and the hero then warned him that underestimating the squirrels was a mistake. Soon he came to the massive double doors leading into the main audience hall. At this time, Malcolm nervously awaited the appearance of a guest on his throne. Finally, the heavy doors swung open with a loud creak, and Derek walked inside with complete ease. The first thing he complained about was that the hinges were too squeaky and noted that they could do with some lubrication. Then, completely ignoring the greeting, the guy walked past the armed guards, looking around the luxurious hall with interest. A moment later, he whistled in admiration, looked around the magnificent room and gasped theatrically. After this, the protagonist assumed that Malcolm must have been the king hiding under a false name. Then he loudly ordered everyone present to immediately bow to his majesty, and he himself demonstratively bowed. Malcolm immediately jumped up from his throne and shouted in panic that such words were treason. However, Derek innocently remarked that only a real king could afford to build such a luxurious hall. Then the city lord, completely at a loss, loudly recalled his real title. In response, Derek demanded that they apologize to him for the misunderstanding, completely leaving Malcolm speechless with his insolence. Utterly exhausted by what was happening, the city lord sank heavily back onto the throne. Meanwhile, Captain Harrett watched everything silently from the sidelines and seemed to find it all quite amusing. Derek took a step forward with a slight grin. He introduced himself and invited his interlocutors to choose which title they would prefer to use to address him. After this, he also introduced himself to Captain Harrett, while Malcolm continued to sit on his throne in complete shock. Harrett glanced at the hero in surprise. At that moment, he realized that Derek already knew perfectly well who he really was and what his true rank most likely was. Derek noted that looking after a nobleman's spoiled son was clearly beneath the fighter's abilities. However, the captain calmly replied that he was only doing what his master demanded. But the protagonist immediately began to speculate that Harrett could have been held back by blackmail, an oath, or an old debt. Then the guy calmly offered him to come over to his side for 1,000 gold pieces a month. Hearing this, Malcolm panicked, realizing that right before his eyes they were trying to lure his captain away. Derek himself, with the most innocent look, asked who it was. In response, Harriet politely declined the offer, explaining that money had never been his primary motivation. Shrugging, Derek finally decided to get to the real reason for his visit. He turned his gaze to the trembling city lord and began to speak of his spoiled son's recent crimes. These words finally deprived Malcolm of the last vestiges of self-control. His face contorted with rage, he shouted that the son of a noble family could do whatever he wanted with worthless peasants. Derek was not at all impressed by such an arrogant speech. Meanwhile, Malcolm stated that, despite all the threats, he still invited Derek as an honored guest. He demanded that he finally show him respect, otherwise the guest would face serious consequences. However, he didn't have time to finish speaking. The next moment a powerful explosion of energy threw him back onto the throne. Derek's eyes flashed with an ominous light, and the room instantly fell silent. At the same time, the elite guards collapsed to the floor, unable to withstand the monstrous pressure. Then the hero took a step forward, his aura covering the entire hall, leaving no one the opportunity to even move. Derek explained that those same commoners whom Malcolm considered nobodies were his close friends. Their lives were worth infinitely more than the life of any corrupt nobleman or his spoiled offspring. After this, the hero loudly declared that the value of these people was absolute, only because he decided so. Meanwhile, Malcolm, along with his guards, lay on the floor and could not even resist. Derek warned that under normal circumstances, he would not have left a single survivor in this room. He then loomed over the Lord and promised to completely destroy everything he held dear if he crossed him even once more. Hearing this threat, Malcolm began to nod feverishly and assured him that he would fully comply with his demands. Then, Derek just condescendingly patted him on the cheek a few times, as if he were talking to a guilty child. After this, the guy headed for the exit, finally suggesting that Harriet think carefully about his proposal. Cheerfully whistling a tune, the main character leisurely walked past the guards sprawled on the floor. He then winked playfully at those present and apologized with a smile for not being able to stay for dinner. After he left, the doors slowly closed. Meanwhile, the city lord remained sitting on the throne, completely broken and trembling with fear. 3 days have passed since then. All this time, Derek enjoyed the quiet life in the city. Sipping his drink leisurely, he reflected with pleasure on how well things were going. He was especially pleased that Stella's specialists actually managed to make quite decent coffee. Moreover, thanks to new deals, gold literally continued to flow into his pockets like a river. Meanwhile, Sylvie was hard at work in the Corona kitchens. She chopped the ingredients with incredible speed using her magic. Her skills truly terrified professional chefs. Imagining this sight, Derek licked his lips with satisfaction and thought that later he would definitely try the dishes that she would prepare. Thomas, after the betrayal, lay in bed the whole day in a depressed mood. However, the guy then managed to pull himself together and decided to prove to his mentor that he was right. Instead of drowning in despair, the young man channeled all his elemental energy and pent-up anger into training. This way, he was fully focused on the things that really mattered. From then on, he tirelessly practiced his techniques on wooden dummies, bringing his fighting skills almost to the limit. At the same time, Derek received a letter from Mallory with news from the village. After reading it, he learned that Reina was recovering quickly after the brutal attack. Now the girl looked healthy and was ready to look to the future again. Mallory also reported that Leon had taken over the management of the village and was successfully helping residents build new houses. Moreover, Thomas's grandparents were already eagerly preparing for their grandson's return home. Even Bart was back to his usual business, proudly serving everyone his famously awful beer. The letter also stated that Mallory herself continued to train diligently, dreaming of becoming a first-class huntress. Recently, she even managed to protect a neighboring village by single-handedly defeating a huge beast with a spear. Additionally, Brandy began to demonstrate incredibly powerful explosive magic during her training. Her spells illuminated the surroundings so brightly that it was a truly impressive sight. After reading all the news, Derek smiled contentedly, convinced that everything at home was going exactly as he had hoped. Then he wondered briefly how many of these people would one day join him on his next journey. 2 days later, the hero came to the majestic building of the Crown headquarters. On the way, he greeted the guards in a friendly manner and asked if Stella was currently in her office. However, before he could finish his question, the red-haired girl herself called out to him warmly from the stairs. Derek thanked her for the excellent coffee that was delivered straight to his room. After this, Stella suggested taking a short walk around the city and discussing business at the same time. During their walk, they talked about how Derek was planning to leave the city the very next morning. The girl then asked with a smile how Sylvie took the news that she would have to leave her beloved kitchen. The protagonist laughed quietly and remembered how the rabbit almost cried because of the food. He then admitted that he had promised her her own permanent place to cook once they settled down somewhere. However, Stella's expression soon became serious, and she admitted that she had long wanted to discuss one very important issue with him. The girl said that she would like to leave this city and go traveling with him. But she didn't have time to finish her thought. Suddenly, the silence of the street was broken by a panic-filled scream. A moment later, Bronson came running down the stairs, completely out of his mind and breathing heavily. Annoyed that their quiet conversation had been so unceremoniously interrupted, Derek called out to him loudly. However, Bronson, barely catching his breath, reported the terrible news that Malcolm had suddenly organized an attack on the village. At that moment, Derek's face changed, a wave of icy anger washed over him. The villagers tried to fight off armed soldiers who suddenly launched an assault. Caught off guard, people struggled to defend their homes. Meanwhile, a heavy cart under heavy guard was already rushing out of the settlement. By order of the city lord, the kidnappers had captured a certain girl and were now taking her away. Mallory and Brandy were trapped inside a carriage that was quickly driven away from the scene of the attack. Bronson apologized guiltily, admitting that he had not managed to arrive earlier and prevent this terrible tragedy. At that moment, Derek's eyes flashed an ominous purple light. Then he barely audibly uttered the name of his faithful companion and called Sylvie in a calm voice. At that moment, the rabbit was happily decorating another exquisite dessert in the kitchen. However, Derek calmly informed her that right now they had to eliminate a group of extremely stupid people. Almost immediately after this, a powerful lightning blast completely destroyed the building's facade. Sylvie instantly settled on the protagonist's shoulder. Both of them exuded a monstrous aura. Having raced through the city streets, they ran straight into the village. Stella and Bronson just watched them go in silence, realizing that a real storm would soon befall the culprits. Meanwhile, somewhere between the village and Torret, a horse-drawn carriage was driving along a country road. One of the guards asked Garrett if the Lord would allow them to keep the woman's ring as a reward. Garrett just smirked and replied that his partner shouldn't have been so naive. The Lord should have been furious enough with how badly they had to beat the captive. Meanwhile, Mallory and Brandy were sitting tied up next to each other in the cramped back of the truck. They both cried quietly, clinging to each other in fear. One of the guards irritably slammed his fist on the side of the boat and rudely demanded that they be quiet. However, the second guard only sighed heavily and remarked that it was better to let the women cry now. Suddenly, Garrett noticed something in the sky and tried to figure out what exactly was rapidly approaching them. Meanwhile, an unfamiliar figure, enveloped in a dazzling purple aura, was approaching them. At first, Garrett just watched the approaching light in confusion and noted that it was quickly increasing in size. However, after just a moment, confusion gave way to real horror. The next second, Derek crashed straight into the cart with a deafening roar. The horses reared and the coachman tried to keep them under control, shouting that they were on the orders of the city lord. The protagonist only angrily repeated the coachman's words that they were acting on the orders of the city lord. One of the guards confirmed this, but his partner ordered him to shut up immediately, finally realizing who they were facing. The next moment, Derek smashed through the back wall of the cart, the boards shattering into splinters, and both guards were thrown to the sides. Inside the destroyed wagon, the two captives looked up in complete shock. The hero's face remained furious as he silently looked at the captured girls. Then Derek turned his head slightly towards Sylvie. He called her name, and she immediately made it clear that she was ready to act. After this, the guy told her to deal with the guards, and he himself said that he was going to check what was happening in the village. Sylvie nimbly jumped off his shoulder and landed softly on the grass. Then the rabbit let out a sinister laugh. Garrett desperately tried to justify himself and began to push his partner forward, saying that he should speak for him. However, he quickly realized that the case was lost and tried to escape, but Sylvie had no intention of letting them go. She took off and rushed through the enemy so quickly that they didn't even have time to realize what had happened. These people didn't stand a chance against such a powerful beast. The surviving guard could only watch in horror as Sylvie dispatched his comrade in just a few seconds. She herself completed what she started with impeccable precision. Soon the road was littered with bodies. Sylvie landed on the grass, clearly annoyed by the whole mess. Even the horses looked deeply shocked after seeing what an ordinary-looking rabbit was capable of. Her fur was all covered in blood, and the rabbit was worried that the chef would probably be horrified to see her like that. Luckily, one cleansing spell was enough. Within a moment, Sylvie looked completely clean again. Meanwhile, inside the wagon, Mallory could hear all the noise outside, but she couldn't see anything. Only through a small hole in the wooden wall did the girl notice the consequences of the battle. She realized that all the guards had already been defeated, and now there was silence all around, but the girl did not understand what had happened. Suddenly, Sylvie appeared at the window, which almost gave Mallory a heart attack. Mallory and Brandy stared at the rabbit, genuinely confused as to what she was doing there. However, the little animal then spoke, greeting the beautiful, delicious lady. Sylvie explained that Derek had already left for the village and had instructed her to rescue the captives. She then looked around to make sure there were no more enemies nearby. Convinced of this, Sylvie said proudly that the girls were now saved. Meanwhile, Derek raced across the plains towards the village. He kept his eyes on the road and hoped that he was not too late to save the people he had left in the village. At that moment, a notification appeared in front of him, stating that Sylvie had just defeated 2 level 90 warriors. The hero realized with relief that the girls were safe, and very soon he reached the village. Derek flew over the wall in one leap. He then landed on the ground, and the impact sent a powerful shockwave through the area. The village was crowded with people who had heard about the reward for the dungeon, but Derek had no time for them. He ignored the noisy conversations and headed straight to the building where he felt something was wrong. Inside, Richard could barely contain his emotions and watched what was happening in utter despair. The main character abruptly opened the door and immediately began looking for his friend. Soon he saw Reina, and the sight made his blood run cold. The girl was lying on the table, covered in blood, and looked as if she had already died. The system confirmed that she was in a dying state, with only 13 minutes left before death. Derek didn't waste a second. He took out an extremely rare item from his spatial storage, a resurrection potion. All this time he had carefully guarded it, but today he was not going to let another dear person die. For a moment he felt guilty for not using the potion on Brandy's father, but there was no way to change the past. The boy carefully poured the glowing liquid into Reina's mouth, hoping that it would be enough. The magic worked instantly, and Reina's condition completely changed. Now she was only unconscious. When the danger had passed, the hero's rage finally burst forth, and he demanded to know who was guilty of this massacre. Richard said that Patricia Collins, the governor sent supposedly to maintain order, was to blame for everything. Moreover, it turned out that the attackers simply bribed her with several storage rings. For her own benefit, she turned a blind eye to the kidnapping and allowed the criminals to escape unhindered. Derek sighed heavily and decided that the village had long needed a new overseer. The old men immediately panicked and warned him that to challenge Patricia was to challenge the king himself. However, the main character stated that if the king supported such people, then the king himself would be the one to answer next. After that, he took out a communication crystal to gather information from Alana about his new target. The first thing she asked him was if everything was okay. Derek replied that he made it literally at the last moment and that luck was on his side. He then asked her to tell him everything she knew about Patricia Collins before he visited her. The woman immediately became more serious. It was clear that this name was familiar to her. Patricia was a middle-ranking noblewoman. Her father was a weak-willed man, and her mother effectively ran all the family's affairs. Their family had been in gradual decline for several decades, but maintained close ties with other influential houses. Derek just nodded calmly, not at all surprised by such corruption. Then Alana asked him if he was shocked by what he heard, but the hero admitted that this was exactly what he expected from the nobility. In his opinion, it was quite logical that the guarding of the dungeon was entrusted to a man loyal to the city lord. Taking a sip of tea, the woman asked how exactly he planned to deal with Patricia. At the same time, she warned that the king would clearly not be pleased if Derek decided to become judge, jury, and executioner at the same time. The hero noted that if the king were a worthy ruler, he would not have allowed such parasites to rule the country. He then stated that the conversations were over because, having discovered a problem, he preferred to tear it out by the roots. Alana only asked him to try not to cause her too many new problems, but Derek made no promises. At that moment, he noticed that Reina was starting to come to her senses, so the hero said goodbye and ended the conversation. When she woke up, the girl looked at Derek in confusion and asked what he was doing here. He smiled slightly and jokingly remarked that the noble houses had treated her very painfully. Suddenly, Reina jumped up and screamed in panic, remembering Brandy and Mallory. The protagonist quickly calmed her down and explained that the girls were safe and that she herself now needed rest. After these words, Reina could not bear it and burst into tears. She admitted that she felt completely useless during the fight. Derek just silently hugged the girl while she cried. He then said that she had done everything she could and had even managed to gain a few new levels while he was away. Reina sobbed and hesitantly asked if he would still let her travel with him. In response, the hero nodded softly and promised that she was still part of their team. After this, Derek turned back to the villagers and asked what reputation the governor had. Reina replied that the woman was completely useless and almost never left her mansion. Richard then added that she once ordered Bart to be beaten simply because she didn't like the way he spoke. Derek nodded in response. He realized that getting rid of such a vicar would be a real pleasure for him. Then, the hero looked at the villagers with a slight smile and invited them to come with him to see for themselves what was happening. After that, he headed towards the mansion, followed by the villagers and the Reina, who wanted to see how retribution would be carried out. At the gate, they were suddenly stopped by a guard in golden armor. He raised his hand and demanded to identify himself. However, Derek replied that his name didn't matter at the moment, as he was in an extremely bad mood. The guard asked who he should report to the hostess, but the protagonist stated that he had not come for small talk. The guards drew their swords and warned that if he refused to identify himself, they would have to remove him by force. Derek didn't waste time talking. He instantly grabbed both guards and slammed their heads together. Having lost consciousness, they collapsed to the ground, and the guy continued to walk forward as if nothing had happened. Just before entering, the hero paused for a moment and apologized to the door with obvious sarcasm for what he was about to do next. Then, with one powerful kick, he blew open the huge wooden doors, sending splinters and debris flying in all directions. Derek walked calmly inside, knocking cheerfully on the doorframe, as if he were visiting someone. Patricia looked down from the balcony in panic and demanded to know who dared to invade her house. At that moment, another guard rushed towards him, shouting that he would be executed for destroying the property of nobles. However, the main character simply waved him off, sending him flying back somewhere. After this, Derek looked up at Katerina and calmly invited her to come downstairs to talk. The woman began to scream in response, trying to intimidate him with her title and claiming that she had been appointed by the king himself. But the hero had already heard enough. The next moment, he suddenly found himself right behind her on the balcony. He grabbed her by the collar and, without thinking, threw her over the railing. Patricia fell screaming and was sure she was going to die, but Derek caught her right at the ground. He then warned the woman that she should be careful. He did not want her to get hurt prematurely. Patricia continued to scream hysterically that what was happening was unacceptable, but the hero simply carried her to the exit. Reina and the headman watched silently as Derek walked outside with the terrified vicar on his shoulder. She continued to shout about treason, but the guy did not listen to a single word she said. Finally, he told her to shut up and covered her mouth with his hand so he could finally enjoy the silence. Meanwhile, a large crowd of residents had already gathered in the square while Derek led Katerina to the wooden platform. Bart, whom she had once ordered to be beaten, could not contain his laughter when he saw how the noblewoman herself was humiliated. The protagonist threw the woman onto the platform and warned her that she had better not get up if she valued her health. However, Patricia did not want to give up, and in desperation she tried to hit him with her fist. But Derek grabbed her hand effortlessly, asking if she was serious about trying to do this. Then he squeezed her hand tightly, and his aura began to rapidly increase in strength. The hero slowly leaned towards her and warned her to listen carefully to everything he was going to say next. After this, Derek stated that he could have killed her right there without the slightest hesitation, and it would have even saved him time. However, he decided to give her one chance. The protagonist warned her that she had to answer all his questions honestly, otherwise she would die. Then Derek asked the first question and asked if she knew that the village was under protection. The girl nodded quickly in panic, so frightened that she could no longer utter a word. After this, the hero asked why she still allowed the attack to happen despite this. Patricia replied that the village was supposedly defended by a fallen noble house and that the orders of House Torret took precedence over her. However, Derek sharply corrected her, stating that the village was not defended by some noble family, but by himself. Patricia turned pale with fear when she heard this. She looked away and muttered that she didn't even know who he was. Derek merely stated that he had no intention of explaining anything now, after which he inquired about her connections to House Torret. The girl immediately tried to hide behind this family, declaring that she was very close to them and even had relatives there. She then offered to put in a good word for him if he would let her go, adding that the city lord would probably already know about everything. However, the hero stated that he did not need her help and asked if she had heard what had happened to the lord a few days ago. Patricia looked at him in confusion, but Derek only replied that it was none of her business right now. He then demanded the return of the 2 spatial rings she had received as payment for her inaction. The girl tried to refuse, pressing her hand to her chest and insisting that these rings now belonged to her. However, Derek silently ripped them right off her necklace, causing her to scream in fear. Seeing this, Bart and the rest of the villagers began to loudly support Derek. However, the hero did not pay attention to the crowd and continued the interrogation. Then he asked if her family really worked for the House of Torret. Patricia paused, declaring that she couldn't answer the question, and Derek noted that the silence itself seemed like an admission. He asked if she regretted what she had done at all, but the girl screamed that she had no other choice. Derek replied to Catrice that she did not regret her actions at all, but only that she was caught. Then the girl lowered her head and said that she was sorry, but those women were just villagers and commoners. Derek glanced at one of the rings, unable to help but think that Walter and Alana seemed like a rare exception among the nobility. He then used the system to look inside the ring that belonged to Brandy. There he found many things: an anvil, tools, and a rare scroll of resurrection. Having pulled this scroll out, the hero asked Katrika if she had even bothered to look at the contents of the stolen ring. He asked how she could hide something valuable when it was vitally needed by a dying villager. The girl justified herself by saying that such a scroll was too valuable to be spent on an ordinary commoner. Derek suddenly thought about it and honestly admitted to himself that in a sense he too was a hypocrite. At the very beginning of my stay in this world, I acted in a similar way. He remembered how he had let Brandy's father die just to save an expensive potion. Derek then decided that, because of his own past, he no longer had the moral right to personally execute Katrika. Instead, the protagonist delivered a sharp blow, enhanced by energy, right to her neck, and the girl instantly lost consciousness. The villagers gasped in amazement as they watched this. Derek looked at the unconscious woman and decided that Alana should have determined her future fate. After this, Raina stepped forward and asked the residents to disperse, announcing that the performance was over. Then the crowd gradually dispersed, leaving the square. Later, inside one of the buildings, Derek stood with the others, watching the tied-up Katricia and her guards. The hero then said that he would return in an hour or two and asked if they could look after the prisoners in his absence. Leon cracked his knuckles with a grin and assured them that if any of them woke up, he would deal with it personally. Meanwhile, the cart was slowly moving along the country road, and the sun was already beginning to disappear behind the horizon. Inside, Sylvie was telling Brandy and Mallory another story with incredible drama. The rabbit described the moment when some kind of smelly vegetable monster began to slowly roll towards the very edge of the table. Brandy was even genuinely surprised when the rabbit reported that the onion was almost falling down. Sylvie pretended to dodge fire and dragons to save the falling vegetable. Soon, the rabbit finished her story with a flourish, proudly declaring that she had managed to save the stinking onion from falling onto the dirty floor. She added that all the chefs were so impressed by her skill that they continued to admire her abilities for the rest of the day. At this point, Derek clapped his hands cheerfully and laughed, noticing that Sylvie really knew how to make up stories. Brandy and Mallory looked up in surprise, only now noticing Derek. The protagonist only thought with a smile that Sylvie was a real liar, while he knew the whole truth. He then jumped easily into the back of the van, causing both girls to jump in surprise. Brandy didn't hesitate for a second and immediately hugged Derek tightly. Mallory asked what had happened in the village and how Raina was feeling, and Derek assured them that everyone was safe. Brandy looked down and admitted that she had a resurrection scroll, but the Viceroy had stolen her spatial ring. The hero then explained that it didn't matter anymore, since he had made it in time and used one of his own potions. Brandy's eyes widened in surprise. She couldn't understand where Derek could have gotten this rare potion from. The boy looked away briefly, maintaining an inscrutable expression on his face. He then replied that he had had this potion with him since the moment he first came to this world. At that moment, Brandy understood everything. She immediately remembered her father and asked why this potion was not used for him. A heavy silence fell over the carriage, and after a few seconds, Derek quietly apologized. Meanwhile, the cart continued its long journey through the quiet countryside. Mallory and Brandy sat silently next to each other, the girl continuing to sob quietly. Derek knew he had done the right thing by telling his friends the truth. Then he turned completely to the girl and once again sincerely asked for forgiveness for what happened to her father. Brandy burst into tears again and admitted that she knew it wasn't his fault what happened. Then the girl hugged him tightly and said that if her father were alive, he would definitely thank Derek for taking care of them. Derek looked at her silently and realized how much Brandy had matured in such a short period of time. The hero realized that it was the harsh reality of this world that forced her to grow up so quickly. Then he gently placed his hand on her head and quietly replied that she had nothing to thank him for. Mallory, who had been listening silently to the conversation all this time, thought for a moment. Then she looked at Derek seriously and asked him to make her one promise. She asked him to fulfill her last request in memory of her husband and to take care of their daughter. The boy gave her his word as the cart continued to move slowly back to the village. At night, the carriage finally entered the courtyard of the village estate. Derek carried the sleeping Brandy inside and asked if anything had happened while he was gone. Inside, Raina and the villagers were already waiting for them. Katricia and her guards were lying tied up on the floor. Thomas's grandfather only sighed with relief when he saw that everyone had returned safely. Leon said that one of the guards managed to regain consciousness, but he quickly made sure that he passed out again. After this, Derek informed everyone that his friend named Bronson would soon arrive here. He then explained that he would pick up the prisoners and deliver them to Alana. At the mention of House Gracefall, Richard's eyes widened in surprise. However, Derek immediately calmed him down, explaining that there was no need to worry. All previous misunderstandings between them had already been resolved. Raina noticed that the hero was already preparing for the next step. Then Derek replied that he would leave. He needed to finally deal with the person who was behind the attack. He then invited Richard and Delilah to accompany him back to town later. However, Richard refused, explaining that they had lived there for too many years and did not intend to start life anew. He also added that after Raina left, Leon would need help running the village. Derek then promised to make sure to bring Thomas to visit them before his final departure. Then he looked at Sylvie and asked if she was ready to go, and the rabbit replied that she was completely ready. Then they left the village together and disappeared into the night. Meanwhile, Walter tapped his communication crystal impatiently, and soon the crystal lit up and Derek finally answered the call. Walter immediately inquired about how things were going in the village. He then warned the hero to stay away from the city for now, as Malcolm was clearly looking for more trouble. However, Derek was already rushing forward with Sylvie on his shoulder. Then Walter reported that the city lord, along with his entire household, had fled to the east. They started running as soon as they realized what awaited them. If Derek hurried, he would still have time to intercept them. The protagonist thanked him for the warning and promised to treat him to dinner upon his return. Then Derek told Sylvie that it was time for a real hunt. Then he dashed through the trees, moving at superhuman speed. The night gradually passed. The stars shifted across the sky. However, the guy continued to run to the right place. Finally, with the first rays of dawn, he stopped abruptly. The hero found those he was looking for. From the top of the cliff, he watched a huge noble caravan moving along the road. Derek counted about 300 regular guards in front, while the elite fighters covered the rear. He said that those who did not resist would remain alive, and Sylvie could do with the rest as she saw fit. He then added just one additional condition, that eating people was forbidden, and Sylvie confirmed that she understood everything. Meanwhile, the guards continued to march forward. Inside his carriage, Malcolm yawned and complained irritably about his constant lack of sleep. Then he leaned out and began to scold the coachman for making the road too bumpy. After that, he leaned back again, muttering discontentedly that good servants were impossible to find lately, and then suddenly the carriage stopped abruptly. Malcolm frowned in confusion, rose to his feet and loudly demanded to know the reason for the stop. Then he leaned out in annoyance, continuing to complain. However, he suddenly jumped back sharply, noticing a figure blocking the path of the entire caravan. Standing before them was none other than Derek. He walked forward confidently, with absolute calm, and Sylvie stood beside him. Malcolm began to shout at his men, shaming them for being afraid when they had the numbers advantage. Meanwhile, Derek outlined his conditions. If they handed over the Lord and his son to him, then the rest of the guards would be able to leave alive. He then warned that anyone who took up arms against him would commit the last act of their life. At that very moment, a terrifying aura began to burst out of the protagonist's body. Panicked, Malcolm shouted to his men to attack, promising a reward to anyone who brought him Derek's head. In the end, the guards gave in to greed and drew their swords. Derek just sighed tiredly. He no longer wanted to try to negotiate peacefully, and gave Sylvie permission to start the massacre. The rabbit immediately took off, surrounded by shining explosive energy. Malcolm's guards immediately rushed towards the protagonist and his pet to protect their lord. But Sylvie immediately attacked them and in an instant cut off the hand of one of the guards. At that moment, all the other guards were enveloped in a strange energy, and they did not understand what it was. In just a few moments, the rabbit killed almost all of the guards, flying through them like a saw. The system issued a notification that it had been able to deal with warriors from level 80 to 95. The protagonist was surprised. He couldn't help but admit that Sylvie scared him a little. At that moment, the rabbit prepared for another attack and jumped high into the air. Meanwhile, the city lord, along with Harriet, got out of his carriage and ran away in terror. He watched as his guards died, Sylvie keeping them grounded and firing lightning bolts at them. Those who managed to survive this attack immediately ran away, hoping to save their lives. But the rabbit didn't let them do this. She killed absolutely all the guards who were here. Meanwhile, the lord was hiding behind his bodyguard. He did not understand why the guards began to run away from them. He looked at Derek in horror, not understanding why one person could instill such terror in a crowd of people. So he ordered his bodyguard, Harriet, to immediately step forward and stop this scoundrel. However, when he saw that the man was not listening to him at all, Malcolm suddenly screamed in indignation. Without waiting for him to start doing anything, he turned sharply and ran away, towards the forest. The protagonist watched him go. He could clearly see that the lord of the city was trying to escape. Without further ado, Sylvie took his hint and immediately set off in pursuit of Malcolm. Before he could leave the square, the rabbit appeared right in front of him and blocked his path. When the city lord saw the bloody little animal, he immediately turned around and ran back, but Sylvie pursued him. At some point, he suddenly crashed into the protagonist's chest, not noticing that he was standing right in front of him. The city lord fell to the ground in surprise and looked at his opponent in horror. Derek towered over him and glared at the man. Meanwhile, the rabbit used magic to cleanse her fur of blood and became clean again. Seeing this, Derek asked her with a smile if she thought the cleaning skill was just great. At that moment, the city lord began to cry and beg for mercy, realizing that he had no other choice. Then the main character came closer to him and said that, apparently, it was time for him to make a decision. The question remained, however, whether he should leave the others alive after he finished off Malcolm. These words made Malcolm cry even harder. He began to ask Derek why he deserved this. He claimed that he had done nothing, but these words only made the protagonist even more angry. He reminded him of the two villagers who had been kidnapped on his orders, the craftswoman girl and her mother. Malcolm said he gave those orders before Derek's warning and then simply forgot to countermand them. and that it had all been a mistake. Then the hero said that because of his mistake, his girlfriend was on the verge of death, and if he had been late, she could have died. He said he didn't believe for a second that Malcolm had simply forgotten to cancel the order. Then the city lord asked if he really intended to kill him, and reminded him that he was descended from the Thorit clan. However, Derek was not at all impressed by his threats. He already knew that assassins had already been sent after him, but he already had plans for this. Then he turned to his bodyguard Harriet and the remaining guards, and ordered them to do something, because they had taken an oath. However, none of them even moved from their place, and a heavy silence fell over the square. Harriet then asked Derek if he was going to kill his protege, and the protagonist answered in the affirmative. He stated that the city lord would definitely not survive the next couple of minutes. The guard then asked him if he could withstand his strongest attack, calling it a kind of test of his strength. The hero looked at him in confusion, thinking that this guy was trying to deceive him, but he had only one way to find out. Harriet then explained that the protagonist could defend himself or strike back if he wished. Although he himself would have preferred to stay alive after the attack on Derek, he was ready to accept any outcome if he decided to fight back. Then he asked him again if he agreed, and without further hesitation the protagonist replied that he did. He said with a smile that he had long wanted to see what Harriet's blade was capable of. Once the guard received approval, he thanked Derek and began to charge his sword with energy. The next moment, the blade of his weapon burst into flames, and the man asked his opponent to get ready. After this, he raised the sword above his head, and tongues of flame began to swirl around it. Seeing this, Derek smiled. He thought that his blow might even hurt a little, but it made him happy. The next second, Harriet was already rushing straight at him, his entire armor also covered in fire. He delivered a powerful blow directly to the protagonist's chest, but he didn't even move, only leaned back a little. The man was completely enraged. He put all his considerable strength into this blow. But all this made the main character only smile. Literally a second later, a powerful explosion occurred at the place where they both stood, which destroyed almost the entire square. Meanwhile, the city lord stood in complete bewilderment. He could not believe that the captain of the guard had been defeated. When the dust cleared, he saw in horror that his bodyguard was kneeling before his sworn enemy. The protagonist's body was left with a deep scratch, but he still survived and noted that it was an excellent blow. Harriet thanked him for such words. He was happy to hear it because he put all his strength into this blow. However, after this, his strength completely left him, and he fell straight onto the stone floor, unconscious. As soon as Harriet was finished, the protagonist immediately turned and looked at Malcolm, frozen in horror. He glared at him and said it was his turn now. At that moment, the city lord froze in horror, still not fully believing that this was really happening. He immediately fell to the ground and started screaming that Derek couldn't do that. However, the main character slowly approached him and said that he could have done it. Moreover, this was exactly what he intended to do. Meanwhile, the remaining guards, trembling with fear, raised their weapons in a last attempt to protect their master. The hero did not understand why they did not run even after they saw that their captain could not defeat him. The city lord immediately began screaming in panic and ordered the guards to kill Derek immediately. They began to move slowly towards him, but at the same time, they were very afraid of their opponent. But the protagonist had no intention of giving in, so he activated his ability in one motion. Literally the next moment, Malcolm saw that all the guards fell to the floor unconscious. Then he began to beg Derek to stop, saying that he would give him a lot of money and that his father would make him rich. However, the main character firmly said that he absolutely did not need money. Then the man began to offer him women. He promised to give him such beauties that he had never even dreamed of. But Derek still stood his ground and said that he shouldn't even hope that he would agree. Interpreting these words differently, Malcolm said that he could provide him with men, but the hero did not accept this offer either. Then the city lord thought about what he needed, since he was not interested in money, women, or men. With a sly grin, he looked at the protagonist and offered him children in that case. The main character stopped at these words. He was literally pierced by rage at the impudence of this arrogant scoundrel. Gritting his teeth in anger, he asked Malcolm again if he had really offered him children. The man said he saw Derek hanging around with that kid and being so protective of that girl, and that he could get him more of those. But the protagonist didn't let him finish. Instead, he grabbed the man by the clothes and pulled him sharply towards himself. He lifted the city lord off the ground and angrily asked him where he got these children. However, the man said that he could not tell him about it, but could provide him with as many children as he wanted. As soon as Derek heard these words, a weapon immediately appeared in his hand, and Malcolm immediately noticed it. The protagonist prepared to strike him if he did not tell him where he got the children from. To make sure his words didn't seem unfounded, he delivered a devastating blow right next to them as confirmation of his words. The impact was so powerful that it caused a huge explosion and raised huge clouds of dust into the air. Malcolm stared in horror at the huge crack the impact had created, but he still couldn't speak. At that moment, the protagonist realized that this man would not be able to tell him anything, so he lifted him over the cliff and said that in that case he no longer needed Malcolm. After that, he squeezed his throat harder and was already getting ready to throw the man down. But suddenly Malcolm abruptly declared that he simply could not tell him this, since he was bound by an oath. However, Derek said that it was better to break the oath than to die, but if Malcolm did not tell him, then he would find out for himself. Without waiting for an answer from him, he imbued his weapon with dark energy and pointed it straight at the city lord. At the last second, Malcolm screamed that it was all his father's fault. As soon as Derek heard this, he immediately stopped his attack, letting the man speak. He said that it was his father's business. He used other noble houses to obtain the goods and handle the delivery. Immediately after that, he let Malcolm go and said that he should have done this from the very beginning. After this, he turned his attention to his carriage and asked if his son was aware of what his family was doing. Meanwhile, Clay was sitting in the carriage, but was unconscious due to the skill Derek used. At that moment, the system recognized Malcolm as an oathbreaker, and he fell to his knees, feeling that all his skills were gone. At that moment, the protagonist realized that this man was indeed bound by an oath, and the system was not to be trifled with. After this, he repeated his question and asked Malcolm if his son knew about all this. However, the man said that his son knew nothing, and what's more, he himself knew almost nothing. When he found out what his father was doing, he made Malcolm take an oath and then sent him to that damned city. Then he asked if he could leave, since he had already told everything, broken his oath for Derek, and now Derek had to let him go. However, the protagonist looked at him with disgust and asked why he suddenly had to do this. He said that he had made a promise to his guard and did not intend to break it. Derek said he would do it quickly since Malcolm had agreed to cooperate, which was the best he could offer him. At that moment, the man screamed in horror, realizing that his life was in danger again. Without waiting for Derek to strike him, he immediately rushed away. But before he had time to run even a few meters, the hero threw his weapon forward, which in an instant pierced Malcolm's head. After the enemy was defeated, the system informed the protagonist that his level had been increased to 100. Moreover, he received the achievement Junior Executor of Punishments, as he defeated the Oathbreaker of the Great System. When everything was finished, the hero pulled his weapon out of Malcolm's head and decided to distribute 3 of his skill points. Those glasses were a damn powerful incentive to kill those who broke their oaths. Now the main character was very interested in what his next improvement would be. After that, he walked up to Harriet, carefully lifted his body and carried it to the carriage. He laid the unconscious man right on the seat next to the city lord's son. When everything was finished, the protagonist wiped the sweat from his forehead and called Sylvie to him. He asked her if she could drag the carriage back to the village, as he was sure that she had enough strength to do so. However, instead the rabbit brazenly sent him away. Soon the boys set off on their journey, and while the main character was riding in the carriage, he thought about his new 100th level. Moreover, the system informed him that he had access to an upgrade to the legendary class, Legend of the Void. It said that after upgrading his class he would get 30 skill points, and Derek immediately decided to do it. As soon as he clicked on the right window in the system, he felt a strong pain pierce his whole body. At that moment, he felt as if he had entered a completely different dimension and was looking at himself from a third-person perspective. It seemed to him that his carriage was beginning to sink in some strange cosmic sea. He himself fell out of it, and also began to fall somewhere down, into the endless void. The system reported that he had obtained the time prison skill, and he could now create a separate space in the void. Moreover, he could control the flow of time within this space, but this required spending 1,500 mana. The system also reported that this skill cost 21 skill points, and the protagonist decided to activate it. He also decided to activate the skill void steps, which turned the distortions of the void into tangible objects. As soon as Derek activated all the skills, his eyes suddenly widened in surprise. He felt as if he was being spun around somewhere in an endless void. However, before he fell down, he suddenly opened his eyes and found himself back in the real world. He noted to himself that this was a very powerful thing. The time prison was something incredible. Derek realized that if he could control time inside, his possibilities would be limitless. Abyssal steps was another powerful movement technique, essentially allowing him to fly using the abyss. At that moment, Sylvie approached him and asked if he had upgraded his class since she had sensed his aura. The protagonist replied that this was indeed the case and apologized to the rabbit, saying that he didn't think she would feel it. At this moment, the main character suddenly heard some strange sounds coming from the carriage. When he looked inside, he saw that Harriet had already come to his senses and was also perplexed by what this strange aura was. At that moment, the protagonist stopped the horses, approached him, and Harriet immediately realized that it was him. Derek confirmed that it was indeed his aura, and the guard then asked him to address him as Jax. After that, Derek asked him what he should do with him, but Jax said that it was up to him to decide. The hero thought about hiring him, but didn't know if it was possible to do so immediately after his previous employer died. However, Jack said that he felt no loyalty to Malcolm or his family, and wanted to finish off the bastard himself. However, the protagonist asked him why, in that case, he continued to work for him. Jax explained that it was all because of the oath he made in the contract. Derek asked him why he would take an oath to such a man, to which the guard replied that he did it because of his son. He said that he was once delayed while carrying out a task for the guild. However, when he returned home, he discovered that his wife was dead and his son had disappeared. Jack searched for him for days on end, but unfortunately, even none of his acquaintances in the guild knew anything. At that moment, Gerald found him and promised to help him get his son back, but to do so he had to take an oath and sign a contract. Jax explained that the terms were almost the same for everyone, the only difference being that breaking the contract meant death. Breaking an oath made a person an oathbreaker, depriving them of all abilities, and a second later, the contract killed them. Derek realized that Gerald had found his son, and then Jack signed the papers and asked where his son was now. The man replied that he had not seen him for many years. He was now 19, he trained him diligently, and then he was accepted into the academy. Then he decided to ask the hero how he knew that Gerald had come specifically to him. Then the protagonist replied that he found out about it, because it was Gerald who killed Jax's wife and kidnapped his son. When the man heard this, a look of genuine shock appeared on his face. Derek said that Malcolm's father, Gerald, kidnapped children and sold them, and because of this, he bound Malcolm with an oath and sent him into the wilderness. As soon as the guard heard these words, he too was filled with an incredible desire to kill this scoundrel. However, Derek asked him to calm down and asked how he managed to survive if these contracts were so unbreakable. The man replied that the point was that he had done everything in his power. He swore to protect Malcolm to the best of his ability, so he attacked Derek with all his might, after which he passed out. He needed the protagonist to finish off Malcolm while he was unconscious, and he did. Now Malcolm was dead, which meant Jax's contract was fulfilled. Since the oath was tied to the contract, it was gone too. He had gone to great lengths to protect Malcolm, but there was nothing in the contract that said he had to succeed. At this point, the protagonist noted that the man had become much more talkative than before. To this, the guard said that no one would have any desire to talk when they were constantly in the company of these bastards. Derek then asked him if he was serious about working with him, and Jax agreed, but said he wouldn't sign any contracts. He then asked him what he was going to do with Clay, to which the hero said that he hardly knew anything, so he would just let him go. The main character tried to wake the boy up, but he was sleeping very soundly. Unable to bear it any longer, Derek picked up a small rock and threw it right at Clay's face. He immediately woke up and screamed that he was in a lot of pain. However, as soon as he saw Derek in front of him, panic immediately appeared on his face, and he pressed himself even deeper into the chair. Then, the hero pulled him out of the carriage and said that he just needed a living person to try out his new ability. Without giving the young man time to come to his senses, he immediately threw him to the floor. After this, the main character turned away and began to prepare, saying that now he would see everything with his own eyes. The next moment, he opened the spatial gate, revealing a passage to another dimension. With both hands, he pushed the portal apart so that a person could pass through it. Jax watched this in horror, not understanding how this was even possible, and how this guy could control time energy. At that moment, the main character turned around and said with a smile that everything was going well. After that, he grabbed Clay and dragged him towards the rift, while he desperately screamed and asked what he was even doing. However, the main character had no intention of answering him, but instead silently threw the boy into the rift. Immediately after that, he stepped inside himself and called Jax to follow him since they needed to take a closer look at everything. When they walked inside, they saw that Clay was already sitting in the dimensional prison. The boy turned around and began to beg the protagonist not to kill him. However, he said that he was not going to kill him, but would simply make him prisoner number 1 until he figured out what to do with him. Without giving Clay a chance to respond, he grabbed the latch and locked the door. After that, he turned to Jax, saying that he didn't think that he would decide to follow so quickly. The man replied that it took him a minute to gather his courage and come in here. Then Derek said that since he had already been here, he would now see how everything was arranged here. He said with a smile that it was his personal temporary prison. Jax just looked at him in confusion and asked what that meant and how it all worked. The protagonist explained that he had never used this prison before, so he himself did not know for sure. So he decided to test it on Clay, but Jax was confused as to why he needed prison at all. Derek explained that he had no desire to kill everyone who crossed his path, but he couldn't just let them get away with it. Jax noted that he could imagine how loneliness in a place like that could drive one crazy. However, the protagonist noted to himself that he had no idea even half how terrible it was. After that, he turned to the system and decided to take advantage of the additional settings of the prison cell. There, Derek could choose the length of his sentence, but but it was also stated that he could not release the prisoner before the sentence was over. At that moment, the protagonist realized that this ruled out the option of using cameras for training. He wouldn't be able to do it. Moreover, it seemed that the term was time that would pass outside the prison, not inside, so he chose a term of 28 days. The system indicated that the prisoner's metabolism would be adjusted to prevent death from starvation or dehydration. At this point, Clay, still in horror, asked the protagonist how long he was going to keep him here. In response, Derek said that it would not be long, and that he would only be here for about a month. However, in doing so, he reduced the camera's internal time speed to a minimum value. He knew that 2 whole months would actually pass now, but he didn't say anything about it to Clay. After that, he turned to Jax and asked if he could stand there for a minute. He asked the man not to move and promised that he would return soon, after which he headed towards the exit of the rift. Jax didn't understand what he meant or why he did it, but the protagonist didn't answer him. When he came out, he immediately closed the passage behind him, not giving anyone the opportunity to get out. Sylvie asked him what he was doing, to which the hero replied that he was just experimenting. 2 minutes later, he opened the portal again and asked Jax how it went. He looked at him in shock, asking if he had really locked him here without even knowing what it would lead to. However, Derek said he had complete confidence in him and asked if anything interesting had happened. The man said it felt like no more than a minute had passed, and then a notification popped up that skill development had been paused. At that moment, the main character smiled and noted that everything was going just perfectly. After that, he helped Jax get back to the real world. Then the man said that he could handle the rest himself. He learned that Derek still had to return to the village and suggested that they meet in Torret and then go together to the savannah. The hero was a little surprised by this decision, but did not argue with Jax. He said he would be there in a day, but the guard told him not to rush, as he had nothing better to do anyway. The protagonist decided that this time would give him the opportunity to contact Alana and bring her up to date. As soon as he contacted her, the woman asked how his friend was doing, to which Derek said that Reina was fine. However, he suddenly thought that Alana meant Katricia, but she said that Bronson had already reported everything to her. She said that she had her own plans for this girl. She was curious how Malcolm or Gerald would react to discovering their man was missing. Then Derek asked her if the news hadn't spread yet, to which Alana asked in surprise what he was talking about. Then the protagonist said that Malcolm was dead, and Alana warned him that now Gerald would come for him. Derek said he was curious how Gerald hadn't become an oathbreaker, since Alana, with her connections, should have known about him. The woman said the man was extremely cautious. She had her suspicions, but there was not a single piece of evidence. He explained that Gerald was a member, or even the leader of a child trafficking ring. The woman admitted that she was not very surprised by this, but asked Derek if he had proof. He replied that Malcolm had broken his oath when he told him everything, but he doubted that those words would be enough. Alana said that in that case, she was powerless. As long as he remained the king's right hand, he could simply start a war. But the main character said that she didn't need to do anything, since he would figure everything out himself. However, he did not understand how incompetent a ruler must be to warm such a snake as Gerald at his side. Alana replied that the king was not a bad man, he was just too trusting and incompetent. However, be that as it may, she asked the protagonist to look after Stella on the way to the savannah. The hero asked her what she meant, and then the woman asked with a smile if Stella hadn't told him anything. Alana explained that Stella was tired of sitting in Torret and wanted to go on a trip with Derek. At that moment, the main character remembered the girl's words that she had told him the day before. Now he realized why she had acted so strangely that day. Then he told Alana that he didn't mind, and promised to take care of her so she wouldn't have to worry. In response, the woman thanked him and said that she always knew she could rely on him. After that, she said that it was time for her to go, since the king had already tried to contact her 5 times. Derek said there was no point in keeping him waiting, and added that he hoped their conversation with the king would go well. However, Alana said that there would be nothing pleasant in this conversation, so she didn't expect anything. Meanwhile, Thomas was still training, and was now improving his endurance. Although his strength was at its limit, he knew he still had 2 hours of running left. He was very motivated by the fact that something could happen to his family, and he had to protect them. Thomas was determined and declared that he would kill anyone who dared to touch them. However, suddenly someone lifted him by his clothes, which surprised the boy greatly. As it turned out, it was the main character. He asked his student with a smile why he was so far from home. Thomas said in surprise that he had heard about the village and about Brandy, and added that he had run as fast as he could to help him. The hero smiled when he realized that the boy had come all this way on his own just to help him. Then he put him on his shoulders and said that everything was fine with the village and now the boy could rest. He said with a smile that he would handle everything on his own from now on. After that, the 3 of them, along with the rabbit, ran straight towards the village to tell everyone the news. Soon Derek and Thomas reached the village elder's house. The main character greeted everyone present with a smile on his face and said that he had finally returned. All his friends were already waiting for him inside, and they were very happy to see the main character safe and sound. They asked if he had finished all his business, to which Derek replied that he had indeed settled everything. However, he said that they needed to hurry, as someone was extremely unhappy with him, so they urgently needed to get to the savannah. However, before everyone started getting ready, Delilah said that she would first cook them something tasty for dinner. Still, Derek insisted that they had to go, but the old people could still come with them if they wanted. However, Richard said that they knew that Thomas would one day grow up and go off on adventures, and they would stay here. Before leaving, the boy hugged his grandparents and said that he loved them both very much. Then the hero said that they had 15 minutes to say goodbye and get ready, and he would wait for them half a mile from the main gate. Exactly 15 minutes later, all his friends were already standing on the road, having collected their things. However, Raina still couldn't understand why the main character had called them here. Then Derek smirked and asked them to step back so they could see for themselves. After that, he used his skill again and began to open the spatial gate. In just a few moments, he widened them enough for people to pass through. At that moment, all the other guys froze in surprise, not understanding what was happening. The protagonist turned to them and told them to all go inside, warning them that it was safe there. Raina entered first. She looked at the strange prison that was in the cave and asked what kind of place it was. After that, everyone else came in here too, and noted with horror that it was very dark here. Sylvie was the last to enter the portal, after which Derek followed her. The rabbit said with a smile that she could cook right there, and the other children would also be warmer. However, Derek said that this way she would not be able to improve her cooking skill, and noted that she had finally started thinking about others. But the rabbit only responded by saying that she was actually just really hungry. This answer threw the protagonist off balance, and he realized that in fact the rabbit had not changed at all. After this, Derek left this space and closed the passage behind him, leaving his friends safe. Meanwhile, several hours passed, and the story moved to another place. At the same time, Stella and Jax were standing near the city gates with bags and their things, and then they suddenly saw a figure shrouded in purple flame rapidly approaching them. Literally a moment later, the main character stopped in front of them and said with a smile that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Stella said she brought coffee for him, and Jax asked where the others were, since he was supposed to pick up people from the village. However, Derek said that the others were already there, after which he thanked Stella for the coffee. However, the guard did not understand at all what the young man was talking about. And then he suddenly realized that all the other guys were now inside that very space. The protagonist said that this was indeed the case, after which he added that they would now also join them. He suspected that the city was out of sight from here, so no one would notice them, but Stella still didn't understand what he was even talking about. To demonstrate his skill to her, the protagonist began to open the spatial gates again. As soon as they opened, Jax and Stella saw the rest of the guys who had already settled inside. Since Jax was already in this space, he wasn't too afraid and headed inside first. Stella said that she would stay with Derek. He doubted that she would make it in time, but the girl asked him not to underestimate her. The protagonist did not argue, but said that if she fell behind, he would immediately go to the others. As they ran down the road, he asked Stella why she had decided to leave Torrit. The girl said that she simply got bored. She hoped that later at least something would change, but she still didn't want to stay. At that moment, Derek noted with a grin that he had even begun to think that Stella had simply fallen in love with him. However, the girl only asked him not to delude himself. The main character was about to continue his joke but suddenly fell silent. Together with Stella, they stopped abruptly, sensing something was wrong. The main character managed to put his hand in front of his face in time, and suddenly someone's blade flew straight into his wrist. The weapon pierced his hand completely, and Stella immediately began asking him if everything was okay with him. However, Derek simply pulled the blade out of his hand as if nothing had happened and said that everything was fine with him. He noted with displeasure that he had thought that this was how it would all end. The hero explained that Gerald, apparently, had sent his killers after all. It was true, there were already several people watching them in the bushes who had come to kill Derek.